Solovyov and Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 at General Moreau's residence. Solovyov's plays and performances in Paris were very successful. The Hero of Gaul was more like a magical play for children. After being changed into a puppet show, it was very eye-catching. But what he really wanted to do was to establish some relationships with the French in the salon, at least to know the recent political trend in Paris. Napoleon himself did not like Count Morkov, and of course he did not like the ambassador to London, Count Vorontsov, and his brother Count Alexander Vorontsov. The former was only annoying in diplomatic occasions, and the latter two were obviously trying to promote an alliance between Britain and Russia. However, he was generally satisfied with the current activities of the Russians in France, and there was nothing too troublesome involved. On the contrary, General Moreau's activities and the people gathered around him would still attract attention. Moreau himself did not know what kind of trouble he would be involved in the next 6 months. For example, the incident with his old friend and old superior General Jean-Charles Pichegru had brought him bad luck twice. Now the general, after being exiled to French Guiana as a member of the Royalist Party, escaped from exile and arrived in the United States, and finally joined the most extreme Royalists in London. Although Georges Cadoudal was unexpectedly defeated in Nantes, the Royalist forces still intended to launch the Battle of Paris, to overthrow the rule of the first consul, and this job was given to Pichegru. As early as when Jourdan was defeated by the coalition forces, Pichegru had already communicated with the Royalists. At that time, Moreau defended him and believed that he could not betray the cause of the Republic. The fact is that during the War of 1797, it was Moreau himself who seized the correspondence between Pichegru and the generals of the coalition, which was a unique scandal in Paris. It was for this reason that Moreau was implicated and was recalled from the front for a time until General Schurrer went to the Italian army as commander-in-chief, where he served as deputy and demonstrated his ability in a series of failures. He was so good at organizing the retreat of the rear guard. Now, Pichegru is still around again and has begun to carry out secret activities in France, but he has not come to Paris directly. Only his personal representative in Paris has entered Madame Moreau's salon. Moreau is still unaware of this, and he rarely cares about which guests his wife has invited to the salon. This wife will bring him a lot of trouble, not just what he can see now. He also attended this salon in his own home by chance. Solovyov was reluctant to come to General Moreau's residence before, but Count Morkov asked him to go there to see what happened. After all, Moreau's ambitious wife and his ambitious mother-in-law both came back from the Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, while Josephine only came back from the Martinique colony in the Caribbean, which caused jealousy of status. According to rumors on the streets of Paris, there are indeed many Republicans or Royalists. Although they stay in France, they oppose the current rule of the executive government and want to imitate the past to overthrow the Directory or other means to finally end Bonaparte's rule. In order to try to make Louis XVIII return to Paris, it would be enough to find a John Monk-like figure. The idea is good, but to put it into practice, it does require a suitable person to command the army. At this time, General Moreau among the Republicans will inevitably attract some people's attention. Solovyov arrived at Moreau's official residence and was quickly recognized by the other party. "It's you again, Michel, who actually came to my official residence to participate in such a salon event. I remember that you used to avoid appearing in my house. General Moreau, can we have a good chat?" Moreau also felt strange. Before, this young Russian took the initiative to talk to him, but he never talked so seriously alone. At most, he just greeted him on the side. In this salon, many people were obviously immersed in food, dancing and conversation, and did not notice that the male host who had been in the corner had taken action. "You should also know what kind of people are gathered in your house. These are all my wife's guests. I can't do anything about it. From your point of view, Michel, you should be serving Russia's foreign policy, and you are obviously here to inquire about the news. Their fantastic plans will eventually fail. Some people underestimate the control of the current government. They even have people inside the Russian embassy. Oh. How did you find out? Moreau was also curious about Solovyov's affairs. After all, he was able to detect that there were spies in action, but he turned the tables and directly told a French general. This general, who was born in a lawyer's family, was relatively reliable. He was also one of his few acquaintances in the French army. He even had dealings with him on the battlefield. Just sprinkle some special incense ash in the embassy and the room of the apartment I rented, and you can know that someone entered my room without permission. The apartment has not been touched because I hired a girl as a servant. She is at the door every day and no one will come in easily. But in the embassy, someone did take a letter from my bedroom drawer, although it was just a private letter. However, Solovyov did not say what was written in the lost letter. It was his personal letter, which mentioned that France might go to war with Britain in the near future and analyze the actions of both sides. It's just that many of the contents of the analysis here are obviously very accurate, but most of them are still based on analysis, not historical knowledge. After all, there have been many changes in it. Even if two people have sex in bed, the children born may not be the same person. After all, there are not so many quantitative things. Activities in a historical period are not like playing KOEI games. Even that is only fixed characters, but the direction of the game will also change. Unfortunately, General Moreau, the things I wrote in the letter have all been fulfilled. This will inevitably lead to war, but the French Navy will not be able to break through the English Channel. The quality gap between your naval commanders and army commanders is too big. What are you saying all this for? Moreau probably thought he was going to say something mysterious, so he didn't care at first. I think someone will find you and involve you in a conspiracy. Even if you can prove that you are innocent, your future in France will probably be ruined. Michelle, I have to be responsible for saying this. I know you chose to be here because others won't overhear anything. And my loyalty to the cause of the Republic is greater than that of the friends of the first consul. At least the wealth I personally gained from the war and my annual salary are all innocent. This has to be said, that Lanz's lavish spending triggered an investigation, which eventually led to his temporary departure from Paris, and also declared that he and Bessiers were no longer friends. You think you are innocent, and you do things uprightly. You have a lawyer's license, and are very familiar with the laws of the Republic. You speak like a Jacobin, like a French native. No wonder. Everyone in Europe knows that the teacher of our young emperor is Mr. La Harpe from Switzerland. He himself has liberal tendencies. And one of my benefactors, Count Pavel Stroganov, was a member of the Jacobin Club and served as a secretary. It is not surprising that he was influenced by him. Moreau listened to the other party's revelations. In fact, everyone in Europe had heard something about Alexander, so he did not feel strange. Michelle, you can continue. I think you feel that you have always done things cleanly, but you cannot avoid people accusing you of something. There is also an old Chinese saying, if you want to accuse someone of a crime, you will find a pretext. You mean that, if you want to convict someone, you will find a way to frame him? Yes, General, you are a smart man, and it is indeed easy to chat with smart people. That's all I can say. It depends on you how you choose to go. Is that all I have to say? In fact, Moreau knew that this young man was the last disciple trained by the staff of Marshal Suvorov, who had defeated him. It was not the first time that the two sides appeared on the same battlefield. From Verona to Novi. I want to give you a little advice. Like our emperor, I don't like the British. The British will inevitably sow discord between countries. France and Russia have always been friendly countries, but it is inevitable that they will fight each other. This is true. After Peter the Great went to the Netherlands, he came back to promote comprehensive westernization. In fact, he also required all the gentlemen to learn French. Although there were pro-British Russian nobles in spirit, the mainstream was still spiritually French. Paul and Alexander actually had no psychological pressure to ally with France. It was just that France should not always impose its own set of rules on Russia. Thank you. You are a respectable person as an opponent and a friend, but I think this kind of thing will not happen. I will not violate any law of the Republic. Even if you say that my wife is a stupid woman, I still choose to believe her. I'm loyal to the cause of the Republic, and I will not violate this. Before he returned to Europe in 1813, there was definitely no problem with saying this, but he finally appeared in the anti-French coalition as an individual, which was a great irony. Solovyov actually thought of one thing, that is, the most tactically gifted American generals were probably those of the Southern Army during the Civil War, and they were quite different from those of the Northern Army who fought like the devils invading the village. No one in the United States can fight, but they are very good at second jobs. Some are actors, some are politicians. No matter what, Moro's final result is probably to go to the United States. He did nothing, and did not choose to become the brother-in-law or son-in-law of the first consul. In fact, he had a mountain of the Rhine army, which would not make him feel at ease. You will not disobey, but what about others? Maybe one day, people will change. If you are really involved in a political storm, only self-exile can solve this problem. Speaking of which, among the capable generals under Moro, those who defended him were not very lucky. Many of them were sent to guard those islands and colonies, or later deployed to Spain and some secondary battlefields. Although it sounds like he is speaking for Russia's enemies, Solovyov's logical chain is still very clear. If you have somewhere to go, it will only be the United States. From what I know about the United States, they will probably fight with Britain again. In essence, the current dispute in the world is the confrontation between Britain and France. Britain will do everything it can to contain France, and will use any despicable tricks. This also includes providing support behind the scenes to those who used bombs to assassinate the first consul, or violating the Treaty of Amiens, which is still fresh in the ink. There may be more shameless actions in the future. I think only by going to the United States can you make some small contribution to France. Solovyov was paying attention to Moro's expression. He should have listened, but how long he could listen, and what he thought, was impossible to guess. America. Also, I want to say that no matter what happens, you must not return to this continent before peace is restored in Europe. The trouble you can cause to the British in the New World is greater than the value you can create by participating in any party. Moro actually knew that in terms of his own talents, he was inferior to Napoleon in every aspect. In addition to being more fair than Napoleon, he was also loyal to the Republican system. Therefore, he did not openly oppose Napoleon, and even assisted him in seizing power on the 18th Brumaire. And this conversation was indeed not heard by any spies, but Moro knew that the conflict between Britain and the United States would definitely intensify one day. In the current situation in Paris, he actually seemed to be sitting there, waiting for the final judgment of fate. The wheel will always turn, he said to Solovyov, after thinking for a moment. Thank you, Michel, but all this is not enough to leave the final judgment of fate. You, like the first consul, seem to believe that destiny is determined by oneself. That's right, General. You have a long way to go. I think this is the point. It's not something that others can influence. In the end, it depends on yourself. Thank you, but you also have to pay attention. I'm always under surveillance here. If you are expelled from France too early, you will not be able to finish what you want to do. Yes, that also includes helping my stepmother find relatives. But the more terrible thing is that Solovyov was busy helping Moro analyze the situation, but forgot about his own affairs. The answer lies in the hands of these French generals. Chapter 252 Paulina's new collection. Let's put aside the matter of General Moro. Solovyov also needs to pay attention to his own position in Paris. The attitude of the Russian government is still unclear. Alexander started his performance again. Although there has been a change in the diplomatic position of the Count Vorontsov brothers, Russia has not yet revealed the intention of completely closing its relations with France. Alexander has a nickname Tama of the North, which is a commendation for his excellent acting skills. There is actually nothing big to do in the embassy in Paris now. Even the wrangling with Mr. Talleyrand has been done. In this case, it also gives secretaries, military attachés and other attachés a lot of free time. Therefore, Solovyov returned to the apartment and began to move the previously mentioned gourmet to the theater. However, he did not have much time to complete the idea. Mr. Vigay was creating the first version of the script based on the materials he provided. However, whether the French comedy of Funes can be combined with the French playwrights in the early 19th century actually requires adaptation skills, otherwise it is easy to fail. It's not that the audience will accept anything you bring. The audience is very different. In addition, another invitation letter came. After opening it, Solovyov also knew what was going on. Although Paulina had not yet married Prince Borghese, they had confirmed their relationship, but there had not been any religious and official ceremonies to confirm it. At this time, some of Prince Borghese's art collections were also sold to France. Some of them were purchased directly by Napoleon, and some were to be sent to the Louvre Museum, which of course had to be paid for. Since Prince Camillo Borghese was his future brother-in-law, the price Napoleon gave was reasonable, not the kind of play in northern Italy. When Solovyov came to the official residence of the Charlotte Palace, he saw some paintings hanging on the wall that were being reframed, as well as sculptures that had been moved in. "Madam, what are you doing?" "I'm getting married to Prince Borghese, his housekeeper, who is also your lover, and has given birth to your child. She's a very lovely girl." "You're such a bad guy, you left her in Milan and just went away." No matter what Paulina meant by this, Solovyov had to make one thing clear, that is, Sylvia must have a very good physique, otherwise it wouldn't be the first time for both of them to get it right away. It's a bit irresponsible to say that. "You should also know that I was rejected when I proposed to her." Aha, you brothers and sisters are really good at playing. Paulina was obviously teasing him with words today, and Solovyov could only bear it. After all, the other party's identity was there. "Let's not talk about my business for now. You seem to be in better shape, and you still have the energy to joke with me." "Yes, the herbs you prescribed are really useful. I'm much better now." "That's good. I think you still need to supplement your nutrition in the future, so that you can recover your health." "Thank you, Michelle. I will reward you well." Solovyov was also curious. What could she reward him with? He was not short of money. There was also a small problem. He was not French, and could not be awarded a medal in France. The reason was that he cured the disease of the first consul's dissolute second sister. This reason did not make sense. What do you want to reward? Close your eyes first, and then put your hands behind your back like now. Solovyov always felt that there was something fishy, but he did it anyway. After all, he might be able to get some information from her. After all, Paulina's elder brother Joseph would come over sometimes. He would not guard against the ghost ideas of girls. Paulina winked at the servant behind her, and a pair of handcuffs were already handcuffed on his wrists. "You can't run away now, sir. I have captured you here." "Madam, I think you must have learned this trick from Sylvia." "Yes, she even did it in bed. I like her very much. She has a good figure and is very cute. I didn't expect you to have this hobby, madam. Actually, we were just exchanging experiences in raising children, and you mentioned your baby daughter Octavia. I want to make her my adopted daughter. What do you think? You have already captured me, and you are still making conditions. How should I thank you? Michelle, you still have a good sense of humor. I just want to keep you here. Not forever. That's during this period of time, about a month. You can come to me, and I won't restrict your freedom of entry and exit. But you have to be here every day." If Paulina wanted to do something, she always felt that she was the reincarnation of a succubus. Although Prince Borghese satisfied her vanity, he did not seem to meet her needs in some aspects. In other words, although the technique can be called a kaleidoscope and the material reserves are sufficient, as for the fact that Sylvia is Solovyov's lover, because Prince Borghese often came to this official residence some time ago, Paulina actually knew it very well. Solovyov thought that this trick seemed to be given to her by Sylvia, but Paulina would be the mistress of the prince's family in the future, so there was nothing wrong with doing so. You are not afraid of any scandals in this way. Prince Borghese is not like Alexander. He knows that he owes Larissa a lot, so even if she really has a lover outside, he will be more tolerant. An important reason why he can't get angry is that the two will be separated for a long time in the future, and Paulina has her brother as a backer, and even the Vatican can contact her through her mother and uncle. Even if Prince Borghese is a local snake in Rome, he has to buy face, not to mention that he has a lover himself. It doesn't matter. Just listen to me. I will help you take care of Sylvia and her daughter. If Sylvia has gained weight recently, it's your fault. If there is another child, I will take good care of it. This is a condition that is not easy to refuse. If Paulina is Paul Bonaparte, it is not impossible for her to be a godfather. Even now, Solovyov's mind has begun to echo. Madam, do you think that I don't even want to call you Pauletta, right? Paulina actually still prefers people to call her by her real name, but she is French now, not the little girl from Corsica. This sentence made her think. You guy, Paulina actually felt that Prince Borghese was just greedy for her body, as well as the status and protection that her brother could give him. After all, the Tuileries Palace is also a Mayfair lair. Pauletta, you should let go of my hand. You know, the Russians also have magical organization like Sicily, but the people who do this in our place are more like the Romans in the past, and the violence is more serious. They are just far away. You won't see this kind of thing in Moscow and St. Petersburg, or in the country estates of the nobles. But they can also kill the Gracchi brothers. You are showing off your literary talent again, just like another little brother of my brother. Have you read more books than my brothers? You should know, Pauletta, that I often do some literary translation work. Paulina actually likes this kind of good young man who is both literary and martial and very handsome, but he will eventually fly away like a migratory bird. Well, in this era, diplomats are often like this. In addition to the ambassador, the frequency of replacement of secretaries and embassy staff is still very high, and they may be sent to other places. Those who were sent away are fine, but the pilot who flew away is the next version. You have to stay here and read those poems to me. However, don't do it if your skirt is blown open. After all, the last time I opened the French window, the wind that came in made Paulina see everything without reservation. Don't read some poems. You have to read to me at my bedside before I can remove your handcuffs. This is a promise as a man. You can't break it. Her tearful look is very cute, and seeing her like this is actually very tempting. Okay, don't cry. You have to ask the servant to open these handcuffs, otherwise I can't help you wipe your tears. Okay. The key is in Paulina's hand. She hung the key on her skirt. As for the location, she shouldn't be able to be a 4-dimensional pocket with her size, but she can actually take it out. I'll unlock it for you. You have to keep your promise. Paulina's forced buying and selling method is not afraid of bringing trouble to herself. She thinks that she has enough black spots, too many handles to catch, and they are all public, so no one can threaten her. This idea is indeed invincible. Now she began to unbutton Solovyov's coat. Solovyov was actually attracted to Paulina. Some feelings are not wrong. No wonder in the movie lines, there is Paulina Bonaparte who conquers other people's hearts. My prisoner, do you have any questions? It's a bit too anxious now, but I can't refuse you, because I have made a promise. Unlike the dirty means in diplomacy, I think this kind of promise cannot be revoked. At least I'm not as tasteless as the British. I will go back on my word 1 year after signing the peace treaty. The shelf life of this armistice agreement is too short. Yes, do you think I'm beautiful? Pauletta, you have to know that it is not winter now, and the heating is not that good. Because of Paulina's current posture, the lower part of her abdomen is still covered by the skirt and unbuttoned clothes, and the rest of her body has been displayed in front of Solovyov without reservation. Yes, but you don't know, I've always been like this. She is really a female leopard who is good at hunting. She has a beautiful figure, and she pounced and fell into Solovyov's arms. You can feel what I'm like. This kind of touch is really hard to refuse. Since this trick was proposed by Sylvia, it seems that between the mistress of this family and the person she likes, she will still choose a method that is beneficial to both parties. Paulina is really great. Her skin is still a little wheat colored, which should be the trace left by the Santo Domingo expedition. However, it has become lighter with the passage of time, and it seems that the original pink skin color has become a little darker. What are you doing now? Pauletta, if you make a statue for yourself, it would be more suitable for a Venus or a god from the Middle East, of course. Not this one now. Ah, you are really good at talking, but you are not as anxious as others. No matter which side is besieging the fortress, preparations must be made. That makes sense. If it were someone else, they would have already pounced on it. I don't like people who are too frivolous. but you are not very picky, Pauletta. Unlike Sylvia's clumsy and enthusiastic, all ours is immature and submissive, Paulina seems to prefer to take the lead in her field. Active and bold, she is like a conqueror, letting Solovyov lie on the bed, and she, as the defensive party in the general sense, took the initiative to take action. Michelle, you seem to be a little overwhelmed. Not really, if not, I would really be controlled by you. Then Paulina saw the other party put his hands on her shoulders, and pushed back with his backhand. That's a great tactical counterattack, Paulita. But when Paulina was pushed down, she hit her head. It hurts. She curled up in a ball with her head in her hands, obviously in great pain. Are you okay? It hurts, but I'm not that fragile, Michelle. But there's a rumor that Madame Rakemia is also afraid of pain, but she's not afraid of the head. But here, that's a slander against her. Although she looks like a vixen, she's quite reserved. Lucien is only a visitor to her salon until now. If that lady was like you, she might be more popular. Of course, Pauletta, in addition to your beautiful face and figure, you should also have more knowledge, which will make you more attractive. But I can't read. Wait a minute, before you fall asleep, I can teach you some knowledge. Then you have to hold me tight. I'm willing to snuggle in your arms, and listen to your stories. Then let's kiss first. Paulina couldn't wait. She took the initiative to come over. Her kiss was really passionate, and combined with her wonderful touch, it was indeed unforgettable. Now, Solovyov can be said to have planted the military flag on the top of the Taulan fortress, and announced his victory. As for Paulina, she fell asleep in his arms, and had no time to listen to any story. Chapter 253, Green radish generally represents the purest Romans. At the same time, Prince Borghese said that he loved Paulina, but in a place like Paris, life was more colorful than in the eternal city of Rome. He was already enjoying life here, and didn't miss Rome. Even for Paulina's matter, he only asked his housekeeper to go there, and he stayed in Paris. His behavior was not surprising. After all, he was also a Roman nobleman, and it was still a certified one. His family had also produced a high-ranking noble of the Pope and a distinguished prince in Rome. With this identity, in the Roman Republic period, it should be similar to that of Marcus Junius Brutus. The Brutus family, in the Total War series, is a green luo, the real Romans and Republicans. Now it seems that it is reasonable for him to have a green head, and he was beaten to it by a man in a green coat. Although, because of Paulina's high popularity and her willingness to accept everyone, Solovyov's ranking here is probably not very high. From this point of view, Prince Borghese's head is already a green grassland, even enough to raise sheep. Paulina was listening to Solovyov's gossip about Petersburg. When she heard the story of Prince Saltykov's family, she was also very happy. Pauletta, don't move, I'm painting your nails. The price was that the small brush was painted on her toes because of her moving feet, but it fell off after wiping. This foot was not very honest when held in the hand, and the 5 toes were moving around, which was very flexible. I'm sorry, that prince is like this. His witch-like wife is really too strict. He can't decide anything at home, not even the dishes on the table. That's really pitiful. If it were me, except for the pickers, that are not easy to catch now, all other delicacies can still be eaten. Pickers are so cute, how can you bear to eat them? Then I won't eat pickers. I'll wait until someone can catch a few nests of those little creatures and raise them in Demid's castle. Why do you do this? Michelle, the oriental story you told me? I think being able to save a species can be considered as accumulating merit. With such kindness, perhaps God can forgive the mistakes I have made. However, the brothers and sisters don't seem to be devout believers, but they will also find something to rely on. And then what? I hope to have another child, so that Demid will have a brother or sister to accompany him. Don't you want to have another child, because you were in so much pain when you gave birth to Demid? Women change their faces like turning pages of a book, especially those with rich emotions like Paulina. Do you also know the pain a woman suffers during childbirth? Of course I know. In Russia, except when the emperor's child is about to be born, the fewer people who know about it, the better, so as to reduce the pain of the mother. Speaking of which, when my stepmother gave birth to my younger brother Anton, it was me who used forceps to deliver him. The thought of it scares me because he's my half-blood brother. Fortunately, he's fine. Dad wrote to me some time ago and said that he is growing very fast. Isn't that great? Besides that, I'm an officer of the guards and have served as an aide-de-camp for a long time. When there is a woman in labor in the palace, everyone is worried. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about the fact that he delivered Larissa. He knew it in his heart, just like he dressed as a woman at his coronation. He couldn't tell anyone about it. That's true. But Demid should have a brother or sister. You can't just raise your little angel. And I think Sylvia will be my good sister too. That would be asking for trouble. Pauletta, come and see your feet. Is it okay to paint them like this? You have such a deft hand. You can even draw patterns on my toenails. Unfortunately, the pattern is easily damaged. If you want it to look good, you can stick a nice pattern on the toenails, but you have to choose the pattern yourself. Her big toe seems to be very seductive. She really exudes charm from head to toe. Then I have to choose carefully. When it comes to shoes, I can only choose sandals. In the hottest time of summer, I wear light silk or cotton clothes and lie on the lawn to bask in the Sunday. Speaking of which, she is wearing very thin clothes now, Pauletta. In fact, you yearn for a life without constraints, and you also like titles, right? That's it. Sylvia, you are here. How are you recently? I admired Emid and Octavia. These two little guys are always around my belly. What did they do? Demid said that he will have a lovely sister, and Octavia hopes to have a younger brother. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two mothers is also very good. Sylvia is more or less from the branch of the Visconti family. Paulina still respects her very much. Raising two children together also makes the brother and sister have a good relationship. What does cheek touching and kissing mean? In fact, the children have no idea. It just means that they can play together and are particularly close. So what does the perpetrator think? I hope it's his son. If it's a girl, the dowry burden will be too great. My sister Yulia is still in the girls' school at the Smolny Palace, and my father has already started preparing her dowry. As for the younger Paulina, her younger sister also has this name. Her matter is not so urgent. Maybe we will know when she is sent to the girls' school. What if we hire a tutor? Michelle, your family's property can afford a tutor. That's not possible. There is no learning atmosphere in my family for girls. My stepmother dotes on girls too much. However, Paulina still didn't plan to tell Solovyov. After all, she had a bad relationship with old Josephine. In addition to her jealousy of her second sister-in-law, if she told Solovyov about this possible relationship, she couldn't be sure of the attitude of the handsome boy in front of him and whether he would still love her. Although this kind of love seemed to be forcibly taken away from Sylvia, Sylvia was also an Italian girl with a big heart. Sometimes she would even sleep in the arms of Paulina at night. Pauletta, if Demid was a girl, it would be fun to raise two children in the same room. Sylvia, you actually had such an idea? What a pity. Your little darling is so delicate, but he is a boy. But I like boys. There always needs to be someone to be the pillar of the family, just like Mitchell. Me. If you only rely on your father, Baron Cyril Mitchell, I think your family is just a wealthy country gentleman. What's in your head is a greater wealth. Yes, I leave him here, but unfortunately it's only for about a month. If he wants to go to the salon, I can't stop him. Pauletta, you leave him here. Do you want to knock something out of his head? That's a bit too cruel, isn't it? Sylvia smiled. In fact, she also knew that the reason why Paulina left Solovyov was the same as her situation. She was somewhat jealous of the sister of the first consul, but she got along well with her. The two of them had become close friends. As for the way Solovyov was deceived, it was her idea. And now she was looking at her growing belly, and she knew that she had to pay attention to safety during this period. She had no way to deal with her sensitive constitution, and taking medicine would hurt her body, so she was still very concerned about her health. Although Paulina liked Prince Borghese's attitude, the prince himself was not very motivated. While waiting for Paulina's recovery, he was not just playful in Paris. Italian men, more or less, have their own skills in picking up girls. Soon he became the darling at Parisian social occasions. The handsome strawbag who was good at talking was actually very popular. Of course, the salon hostesses did not welcome him very much, especially the young and beautiful Madame Rukania. She said that the prince was too frivolous. Even Lushin would restrain himself when he came to her and obey the arrangements of her, the salon hostess. After all, Prince Borghese was just a distinguished guest, unlike Lushin, who had served as speaker and held several positions in Napoleon's government and even had an important position. She preferred those who were well-spoken and well-mannered. After all, her salon was still a political weathervane and a literary salon, not a place to hold a party. The title of Prince Borghese might be more intimidating in the United States. After all, Americans had never seen many nobles, and the title was so exaggerated and so noble. If he wanted to communicate with those enthusiastic American girls in a friendly manner, the effect might be better. After all, in Paris, you can see many noble masters in the past, and many of them have no clue. But, Michelle, since Sylvia said so, I really want to get something out of your head. But Solovyov couldn't think of anything in France that could create some value for Paulina. His set was more useful in Russia because the conditions were there. France, on the other hand, has now completely severed its relationship with the East. The prince of the Nguyen dynasty had visited Paris at the end of Louis XVI's reign. Now that the British have blockaded the sea, much of what he knows is useless. But she will go to Italy in the future after she gets married. The texture of Italian silk products is still excellent. Solovyov fantasized about Paulina and Sylvia wearing white silk clothes. Paulina's white stockings already made her legs look very attractive, and that little flaw should not be a big deal. And Napoleon will send his 3 sisters to Italy in the future, and each of them will have a fiefdom. But Paulina doesn't like these troubles. In fact, she only retains a very small organization in her Guastalla territory. She has no desire for power, even money. She only cares about status and her children. Maria Anna, also known as Elisa, was greedy for money, while Carolina was ambitious. However, this sister who was most likely to cause trouble had no desire for power, which made Napoleon feel less worried, but her reputation sounded too bad. She had been hiding in her official residence to recuperate most of the time recently, which was already the best time for her reputation. However, Prince Borghese's performance in Paris now made people feel that this kind of marriage did reflect the excellent matching mechanism of the Italian region. After all, the Corsican dialect is also a variant of the Tuscan Italian dialect. At this time, it is obviously necessary to distinguish. Paulina is now planning how to live in Italy, but she is reluctant to leave Paris. After all, it is the most fun here, and she may not be so happy in Italy. Her idea is indeed a headache, but if the luxury goods industry in Italy is integrated, it is indeed a profitable business. It should be noted that these products are not armaments, and they have no other use except to make money. Sylvia is now a housekeeper. She has such a close relationship with Paulina that she can really help this little widow who only cares about her own happiness and has a big nerve to manage the household. Sylvia, I think this kind of plan, if it is left in your hands, it may be more useful to Pauletta. Yes, it is too troublesome for me to be the housekeeper. Sylvia is so smart that she will definitely manage my house in an orderly manner, and I will be very relieved. But you still have to show your care for these factory owners. After all, their products are of high value. Among the rich people in the nobles and upper class, they still need silk products very much. As for Paulina's figure, she looks good in anything she wears. Maybe she can really lead some fashion trends. After all, she has caused a lot of trouble. It's just that the way she develops industry and commerce and manufacturing is somewhat strange. No wonder Napoleon asked her to remarry during this period and then go to Italy with Prince Borghese. At least outside of Paris, she can stay away from some troubles. It can also be used to stabilize the relationship with Italian political forces. In fact, after Britain declared war, Napoleon's personal thoughts and the practices of those around him did follow Talleyrand's design. It was much more convenient to negotiate with the European monarchies in the name of the emperor than in the name of the republic. At the same time, marriage can also be considered to establish stable relations with these countries. Mr. Talleyrand's design was probably like this. Chapter 254 Guests from South America. In the hot summer, Paris is not a good place to go. It makes people miss the climate in Petersburg. when they are on duty in Peterhof Palace. It is much more comfortable than lying on a lounge chair like this. Michelle, I think we should leave Paris and go to Versailles now. Why go there? I heard that after Louis XVI moved back to Paris, Versailles was abandoned. Many people took away jewelry, artworks and even building materials from there at will, no matter whether it was wood or stone. At this point, Solovyov thought that the people of the world should have reached a high degree of consensus on this issue. After the burning of the old summer palace and the appearance of Rome in the past few years, it was more or less the same. Abandoned buildings always become the source of building materials. You know even this? I even know that many of the Bourbon royal family's jewels were stolen, and their whereabouts are unknown. The more chaotic the time, the more rampant the embezzlers and various thieves are. And I prefer order. Michelle, the way you spoke today is very much like my brother. And why did you put your hands in your coat? Solovyov's unconscious action revealed that he actually admired Napoleon himself. What was even different from others was that others saw his current achievements, while Solovyov knew more, and could always see the ending and even what happened after his death. Oh, I don't have a stomachache, Pauletta. You want to imitate my brother too? It seems that even in Russia, there are people who admire him. My neighbor in the apartment, Pierre, may admire your brother more. Isn't that a French name? You know, among us Russians, there are always some people who are French in spirit. Although his name is Pierre, his last name is Bezukhov. He is the favorite illegitimate son of Count Kirill Bezukhov, a wealthy man in Moscow. Because he is honest, simple, kind, and not as bad-hearted as others. There are very few such people nowadays. I hope he won't be deceived. Some women, or their families, may deceive such a young man, especially if he is a wealthy heir. Paulina's judgment in this regard is very accurate. If she didn't really dislike studying, she would be very suitable for creating some plots. That's about it. She was going to the Petit Trianon, but Prince Borghese didn't follow her. He was still enjoying life in Paris. It's just that Paulina is going to go there, and she still has some of her own ghosts. Her brother, out of his preference and protection for her, should let her lie far away from Paris. After all, she is too troublesome. But preparations also take time. Paulina considers that she will live there for a while during this summer vacation trip and come back at the end of summer to marry Prince Borghese in the church. No matter how much her brother protests, he will just lose his temper and scold his willful sister, and nothing will happen. As for Napoleon, Paulina has already understood his temper, and life during this period will be relatively quiet, which is what she hopes. There is also a garden there, and it is perfect for children to play there. When Paulina began to prepare, Solovyov left her official residence and came to the Seine. Although the smell here is not very pleasant, it is better than the Thames. Napoleon still loves cleanliness. He is going to make new plans for the urban area of Paris, and the first thing is the fountains and various pools for water. But many of those buildings are still under construction. Many places in Paris are still the same. It is not surprising to even fish out some corpses from the river every day. It sounds like Paris is no different from some Indian cities. Fortunately, it is not like this in the cafe, and you may meet someone when drinking coffee here. For example, a country that plays the worst football in South America and loves beauty pageants and baseball more has a competition named after it, the Copa Libertadores. Yes, Solovyov is sitting here, and at the table opposite, there is such a young man who is still Spanish. Oh, friend, you don't mind if I sit here, do you? No problem, sir. Russian? Yes, I'm Russian. I can be easily spotted by my green clothes and green eyes. I'm afraid you could have spotted it when you greeted me. I'm not French. Yeah, where are you from? Caracas. The French call their overseas citizens Creoles, and in Spain we call them Criollas. The etymology is the same, but your place is a tropical Venice, a nice place. But it's very dangerous in the tropics, and I'm afraid our Russian friends won't be able to adapt. I'm Simon Bolivar, and I'm traveling to France. This one is Fernando del Toro, my wife's cousin. These two are the capable men on the Gran Colombia front in the South American War of Independence. The surname Del Toro is not simple either. His father and brother both have the title of Marquis, and they are great nobles and landowners among the native Spaniards of the colonial authorities. Mikhail Solovyov, military attaché of the Russian embassy. It seems that we are all guests in Paris. But why are you here, and you are wearing a sign of silence? My wife passed away. I came back to Europe to tell my father-in-law the unfortunate news. Now I came to Paris just to relax here, or find something to do. I was going to London to meet General Miranda, but Britain declared war on France, so I returned to Paris from Calais. Speaking of which, Solovyov remembered that Count Morkov said that during the period of the French Revolution, when there was a lack of professional soldiers, some foreigners were also hired as generals of the Republic, and General Miranda was one of them. Then you are here. Where are you going after that? Back to Madrid? No, sir, I plan to stay in Paris. I remember that the Republican government expressed support for the independence of the American colonies in the past. But now is not the right time. France and Spain are allies, but the hateful British may support your cause more. Barlova frowned when he heard this. In fact, many people don't like the British, and Barlova has always praised Washington's cause, so he doesn't have a good impression of the British. He is still very young, and the Spanish in Latin America are more or less passionate and impassioned, and are not good at hiding their emotions. In fact, Solovyov himself cannot guarantee that he will always hide his thoughts. After all, he is still very young. As you can see, Miguel, we don't like the British. When Barlova frowned, Del Toro said, even if Russia and Britain maintain a close cooperative relationship and are rarely in a hostile state, we don't like them. However, we still have to deal with the British, and we can't be like those arrogant bureaucrats in Whitehall and the nobles in the House of Commons, who all maintain a kind of ignorance and arrogance. Although, there are many pro-British people in Russia, and those who come to France are more or less people who have a good impression of French culture and system. We do hope to establish direct contact with the highest authority in Paris, the first consul. An independent South America is actually good for France in peacetime. But in Solovyov's mind, Venezuela is oil, although there is no mold in his mind. For him, South America is more about a bull, which is not popular yet. I want to know where General Miranda is going now. The government in Paris has disappointed him in the past. Although I'm Russian, I'm also interested. It should be the infighting between governments. When we received his letter in Paris, he was preparing to go to the United States. Then he must be preparing to recruit volunteers there and then return to Venezuela. You only have such an experienced general now, and you should still need partners. In fact, Solovyov still thought that America would be in chaos. The British have always intended to intervene. At that time, they will not only plan to defeat Spain, but also want to conquer some places as their own colonies. The British are so greedy. Solovyov didn't know that Castlereagh had received advice from the traitor Dumouriez and gave up Arthur Wellesley's plan to enter America. However, his plan to support Bourbon of Orleans to go to South America was also unsuccessful. There is some soil for constitutionalism in South America. Although Solovyov met Barlova, one of the two heroes in South America, the other one, San Martin, who had a higher personal character and voluntarily gave up all power, was an out-and-out constitutionalist. It sounds like the title of King of Argentina or Peru is also very interesting. And Barlova, from beginning to end, hoped to establish a republic. Facing this ambitious leader of the independence movement, Solovyov still wanted to help him. At least if we make good friends now, and have more friends, we will be more confident in dealing with the British in the future. That's right, when Russia was about to join the anti-French alliance and enter the next season, Solovyov thought further. He saw the big game between Britain and Russia in the future. He had also written to his friend Nisherody in The Hague before, and the other party replied that he met the Austrian ambassador Metternich in The Hague. The problem is that Nisherody has been led by Metternich for a long time because of his admiration for him. Although this friend is an excellent diplomat, he has also been puppeted by others to some extent. In diplomacy, there is no need to trust others completely. This kind of credulity will pay some price in diplomatic occasions in the future, especially after this friend became the Chancellor and Foreign Minister of the Empire. Austria is also an important player on the chessboard of Europe. It is not powerful enough, and it has always played well outside the game and dug pits for friendly forces. Because of Franz II's previous operations, Solovyov also hated the Austrian court very much. As for him now, the first team to prepare for the next season in the new season, he still has to understand this concept to some extent. If he met St. Martin, perhaps the content of the conversation could be more moderate, and even because Russia is also a monarchy, the two sides still have some resonance. As for Bolivar, what he wants is the independence of the Republic and the American colonies. I think so. If you want to meet the first consul, I have an idea. Go to Madame Rakamia's salon. I think you can meet some people you need there. Although Lushin was keen on confronting Napoleon all day, he still supported his brother's career. If there were a few people from South America who went directly to him, or even arrived in advance, there should be some stories. As for the British, they prefer to use America as a supplier of raw materials and a huge dumping market. On the other hand, if the French or Americans are mentioned, they are the same, but it is not clear how great their shortcomings and virtues are. In imperialism, there are also strange things like Tsarist Russia. When it wants to occupy, it eats people without spitting out bones, but when it wants to help, it is sincere, and there is a group of believers in Orthodox Christianity and various Orthodox churches. They have been looking forward to the Russian king's army to come, including but not limited to Serbia, Greece, Cyprus, Armenia, and Georgia. Even Solovyov remembered that his friends, the three Dolgorukov brothers, their father Peter went to Greece to serve as an officer in the rebel army when he was young. When the third brother Mikhail traveled to Greece, he met Prince Peter's old Greek subordinates. Thank you. I think we will have a chance to meet again. Bolivar will stay in Paris for a long time. He will go to Napoleon in the future, but he is still dissatisfied with the emperor. Finally, he returned to South America and General Miranda to fight the independence war. As for what he can accomplish in the future, Solovyov still has some expectations. Today he also told Bolivar some existentialist philosophy. To engage in revolutionary activities, the key is to survive and develop strength, rather than debate to discuss who is more correct. Even though Solovyov himself is in the most reactionary Russia, he is very clear about this. The British seem to have already had the Industrial Revolution, but their great shortcomings and virtues will still affect many places in the world, causing a lot of trouble, and then shrink back to their island, pat their butts and leave. But for the locals, it is always the scene after a disaster, but they still need to survive. Chapter 255, The Journey of Petit Trianon. As for what Bolivar wants to do, considering the current means of communication, we can only tell him some methodology and let him unite his comrades. Nothing else can help. Moreover, in the South American Revolutionary War, the British still made great efforts. They made great efforts for the raw material base and the market for dumping goods. They also sent Kirkland to South America for support. This happened only 20 years later. Now he has to accompany Paulina to the Petit Trianon to escape the summer heat. The weather in Paris has been very hot these days, causing the ladies to wear relatively cool clothes. At this time, the large areas of skin on the bare arms and shoulders are beautiful. Paulina also used whale bones in her skirt, so her chest looks particularly full. She is quite presumptuous now, holding the two children in her arms, one on the left and one on the right. Madam, I think you should pay attention to your image in front of the children. Besides, it's too hot in this carriage. Yes, I'm sweating. You can open the window. After opening the carriage window, natural wind came in, but the perfume sprayed by the ladies also poured into Solovyov's seat. Only those who smelled this mixed smell could understand it. Although these two ladies were very clean, it was unlikely that they were sweating profusely. Fortunately, they arrived at Versailles and had seen the outer wall of the Palace of Versailles. It's unexpected that this place is so dilapidated. I heard from my brother that after the revolution, the king moved away quickly. Later, it began to be gradually abandoned. In other words, the architectural structure of the Palace of Versailles itself is relatively solid, and most of the main buildings do not need too much maintenance and can be kept intact. However, the interior decoration is not in a good condition. Even now, when this carriage and a few attendants came here, they saw someone moving things out. What are you doing? Madam, these are the furniture and door panels sold at the auction. You know, these things cannot be wasted. Speaking of which, the situation was not optimistic. After no one lived in the Palace of Versailles, especially when it was used as a club and activity venue, it lacked maintenance. After the sans-culottes moved in, they even used the greenhouse garden of the Palace of Versailles to grow potatoes and onions. In other words, they planted 200 apple trees, which was more in tune with the garden of this palace. Burning the zither and cooking the crane, but there is nothing we can do. It is a waste to leave this palace empty. Michelle, what do you mean by that? In China, the zither and the crane are symbols of elegance. I'm just saying that this behavior is like this. There must be people who stole the jewels, destroyed the hunting grounds, and cleared out the animals in the hunting grounds. You are a Russian, but you seem to be more angry than the French, Michelle. I'm just expressing my feelings, Paulina. If you knew that there is a Mr. Delacroix who wants to raise this place to the ground, what would you say? Paulina was not completely ignorant, but the Mr. Delacroix she was talking about was the father of the painter. His proposal was to completely destroy the Palace of Versailles, but it did not succeed in the end. That gentleman served as a senior official in the Bouches du Rhône and Gironde provinces successively, and also handled a large amount of national property at a very low price during the auction of the Palace of Versailles, especially selling the treasures collected by the Palace of Versailles to George III to decorate Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle. In addition, he also worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and his wife may have some relationship with Mr. Talleyrand. According to Napoleon, I'm afraid that the ministers, parliamentarians, senior officials and mayors who rose during the French Revolution were all taking money from the treasury. If you pick anyone out at random, they may have a net worth of hundreds of thousands of francs. Even for an innocent person like Moreau, his official residence, castle, and other properties are worth 500,000 francs. Napoleon himself, who has actually achieved the greatest achievement of the revolution and has become a lifelong ruler, also has a huge amount of property, especially from Italy. The plunder of the first ruler cannot be called plunder, but requires contributions from local people. It is no wonder that some Italian nobles tried their best to get the Austrians back after contributing their property, which harmed their interests. The current state of the Palace of Versailles is indeed a pity. To talk about the treasures of the French Bourbon royal family, many of them are here, and they have also been sold to foreigners or directly stolen, and many of them are missing. As for the Petit Trianon, when Paulina paid to rent it, she was also disappointed to see that it was in a dilapidated state. I originally thought that the palace left by Madame Pompadour and Queen Marie Antoinette would be well maintained, since it was in use. Paulina, at least the room you need is clean. Solovyov said so, and Sylvia echoed, yes, madam, we don't need a reception room either. We want to use the garden and lawn here more. At least the area around Petit Trianon is relatively clean. There are no onions or potato servers here, and it is all lawns and gardens. After all, it is the place used by the Jacobin Club branch in the palace. Now, it is also hosting various parties and local salons, and it is always necessary to maintain basic decency. As for the servants, they have to clean the beds and clean out Petit Trianon. They have to wait until the evening to move in. Paulina asked the servants to open the blankets and parasols, and she and Sylvia held the children there to enjoy the cool, but their babies were tired because of the journey, so they huddled in their mother's arms to take a nap. We are all sleepy, Michelle. Don't you want to come and rest with us? Forget it. I want to take this opportunity to visit this palace that is no longer glorious. The situation of the Palace of Versailles is indeed not very optimistic now. It is more like a large warehouse. The main palace is used to store the property confiscated from the exiles, and the gate of the palace is still blocked. When Solovyov met the gatekeeper, the other party provided a key for 1 hour to visit here for money. Sir, this is very cost effective. I think I'd better forget it. I want to see the native apples and onions grown here, but the potatoes are really not very good. If this place is used as a server for Ubisoft, it may be disliked. What you planted is still not good. This piece of land should be deeper. And what the hell is the fertilizer? What are you using? It's really smelly. Fermented manure should not have such a strong smell. Versailles lacked toilets during the Bourbon dynasty, and now it has become even more smelly. Compared with Solovyov's family estate and the village given to him by the Tsar, it is far inferior. After all, many of the Paris sans culottes are lumpen proletarians, not real simple urban workers and rural farmers. Whatever they do, they are mostly fooling around, such as sawing off the head of a noble lady. Whatever they do in France sounds very cruel. But he didn't expect to go to Versailles and still instruct farmers on how to farm, making himself look like a physiocrat. Although he is very interested in farming and has done this in the Tsar's court, it doesn't mean that he will continue to do so after he comes out. Moreover, it is still a long time before Mendeleev completes the construction of the periodic table of element. There are many useful trace elements that cannot be explained clearly. He would not show off the secret weapon outside of Russia, but only use it in his own village, and those high quality tomatoes and cabbages occupied the tables of many nobles in Petersburg. In addition, he also likes to grow lettuce. The corners of each greenhouse and each field can be used. Sir, since you know how to farm, we still want to ask you for advice. I just said it, it's all about fertilization. This manure is too smelly, and it's onions. It's more troublesome to change it to something else. Then he lost interest in sightseeing and went back to the Petit Trianon. On the lawn, Paulina and Sylvia both fell asleep with their children in their arms. Considering that they were still very young, the sight of them sleeping together was very cute. Octavia lay in her mother's arms, with both of her little hands on her mother's belly. She must have told her mother how much she loved this baby. Sylvia had been raising her alone and had done a good job in early childhood education, so everyone who saw this child loved her very much. He picked up his daughter and looked at her sleeping face. When he thought that he would leave Paris soon and be separated from his child for a long time, he felt a little sad. Mitchell, this child is sleeping so deeply. She sleeps so soundly, even when you hold her in your arms. Are you awake? Yes, I'm awake. Sylvia's hair was disheveled, and her eyes were blurry. This lazy look was indeed charming. How do you feel now? When I was pregnant with Octavia, I didn't feel anything, except when the little one moved around in my belly. Our daughter is indeed very well behaved and cute. That's why the lady likes her, and wants to keep her by her side. In fact, she also wants me to take care of her Cupid. Then you have a great responsibility. Although Demid is a cute child, he is very weak, and you have to take good care of him. Don't worry, I will raise him well. And Pauletta has been. Paulina slept soundly with her son in her arms, and was not disturbed by the loud talking of the two of them. Huh. You are very passionate when you are intimate with anyone. No, I feel that Pauletta is more proactive, but she took the initiative to detain me. Yes, it was my idea. Although Prince Borghese seems to love Pauletta very much now, he was intimate with her many times before you came. But he is too frivolous. Then the pairing of these two can be said to be just right. You are really interesting. After all, Pauletta and I are better. She loves me very much, and entrusted her child to me. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Let's see how the cleaning is going. The king's bedroom in the Petit Trianon Palace is all pink, even the bed, with pink-based patterns. It's really beautiful here. Pauletta will like it here, and she has always wanted to live in this palace. Sylvia, in a few months, I will leave you again, and I also ask you to forgive me. Solovyov hugged Sylvia here, letting her hug him tightly. This is inevitable, and you are also a little pessimistic. We will definitely meet again. If you go to the battlefield, you must. There is no way. I'm a soldier, and I can't retire easily. The reason you rejected me is that you are worried about my future, and you know my wishes. Yes, in the end I'm still sorry for myself. Then when I'm in Paris, I'll stay with you and watch Octavia grow up. And this child, if it's a boy, what name are you going to give it? Giuseppe. If it's in France and Russia, it's Joseph. If it's a girl, I wanted to name her Pauletta, but I have a sister named this, and Pauletta looks too reckless, so it's better to give her another name. You know she's reckless, so what name are you going to give her? Sylvia also winked at Solovyov, hoping that he could use his brain to complete this task. I think Aurora. It should be good. Aurora. You really hope that our child will have a bright future. Of course, I just know that, although France and Russia will not fight this year, the war is not far away. Fortunately, Paris and St. Petersburg are far away from the war, and it is also clear where the main battlefield is. I don't understand military affairs. Mitchell, don't treat me as your subordinate or staff. I have to be promoted to colonel, and I will be qualified after I become the head of a regiment, right? Solovyov couldn't help but pay more attention to his career path. He thought about his current status. Unless one day in the future, the Russian army came to Paris, he would not have the opportunity to be with Sylvia for a long time like now. Mitchell, I hope you can have a good future. I hope you live a happy life here. You are so cruel to yourself. You are the kind of person I like. I don't like those frivolous people. Even Camillo proposed to me several times, but I refused. It would be safer for me to be his housekeeper. But I'm a little frivolous now. Look at me hugging you, and I hug you so tightly. With your current appearance, you have only slept with 3 girls in total. Compared with that prince, it's far worse. It seems that in the eyes of Sylvia, his little thing doesn't seem to be a big deal. Since you like me, an honest man, then kiss me. With Sylvia's current physical condition, she can only kiss and hug. Chapter 256. Willful Paulina in Napoleon's anger. A few days later, Prince Borghese learned that Paulina had moved to Petit Trianon, so he also came with the rest of his entourage, living together here without getting married. In fact, Napoleon could accept it. After all, he couldn't stop his sister from being with the man she liked, and he was her fiancé. People like Laffont had better stay away from Paulina. In the past, when Leclerc was still alive, those who dared to sleep with Paulina were already on the journey of being laid off and re-employed. Some of them couldn't even become Frenchmen, and were directly sent to the United States. Solovyov actually knew that he was not worthy of the first consul's attention now, and Prince Borghese came to Petit Trianon so he could take care of Sylvia, which would save trouble, or the two of them could live together in the apartment in Paris. And Prince Camillo Borghese, now that he was back with Paulina, also worked hard. But he couldn't think of what Paulina was thinking. Now it was the hottest summer. Paulina was wearing such cool and thin clothes that the color of her skin and the external structure of her body could be clearly seen through the thin skirt. Camillo liked it even more. But he didn't know what Paulina had done some time ago, and Sylvia wouldn't tell him. Camillo, you are so passionate, we should have a child soon. This frivolous Roman prince really liked others' compliments, especially when he was intimate with his fiancée. Will the first consul be unhappy? It doesn't matter, we can get married with a baby. Your housekeeper refused the proposal for the future of her lover. I want to have a child, and my brother can't say anything. You are so bold, Paulina. The more you do this, the more I like you. Let me touch your belly. Paulina's figure is still very good, without any fat. Her fat grows in the right place, which also allows her to radiate her charm. You won't be able to tell now. It will take a while. Paulina felt that, although the other party had many lovers, he knew nothing about this aspect. He was really a full prince. He looked beautiful, but he had less knowledge than her. Although Paulina didn't like to study, she still tried hard. As her second brother's status continued to rise, her requirements for her family actually changed. Except for her mother, Letitia, who had always maintained a relatively simple life and sometimes came to take care of her children like a mother of ordinary citizens. In this environment, she also needed to learn more or less, especially to make fewer spelling mistakes. In this regard, it was her family's tradition. After all, even Napoleon himself always wrote very abstract things, and there would be many writing errors. It took some skills to understand his heavenly book and then turn his genius ideas into practical results or exert power on the battlefield. No wonder Napoleon now has more than one wife. Berthier is also one of them. She is a wife in the army who helps him manage the housework of the army and organizes the large army, but her command is much worse. But a guy like Prince Borghese is somewhat outrageous, but he also has a kind of handsomeness of a fool, and he is not lacking in courage. Ah, yes, we have to wait until you get fat and your belly gets bigger, so that we can start looking forward to our children. If we have a child, I will love this child, like I love Midi, and we should have many children in the future. It sounds like Paulina is going to change her personality, ready to give up her dissolute life, and become a qualified hostess. That's good. However, Prince Borghese is still a little curious about why Paulina has such an attitude. But, Paulina, why do you think so now? You should be as playful as me and miss the beautiful Paris. Besides, you and I know each other's past. His attitude is quite honest in this regard. It was Sylvia's lover who told me. The Russian diplomat knew some Chinese medicine. He diagnosed my physical problem and asked me to recuperate for a long time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to deal with you, a reckless knight. He told me that after a period of time, if Solovyov knew, he might say, I didn't teach you that having a child after a period of time can avoid those minor problems before. Paulina, we must hurry up. When the hottest time of summer came, Paulina's belly was indeed a little bulging. At this time, she had to find a priest to marry Prince Borghese under the witness of one of God's humble representatives. Prince Borghese was quite bold. Anyway, he and Paulina were definitely going to get married, and they didn't go through the registration procedures. This stage was still divided into 2 steps. They were going to get married, and even left Petit Trianon, and went to a property under Joseph's name, Mortefontaine, north of Paris, where they got married secretly. The witness was the Pope's envoy, Archbishop Giovanni Battista Caparamonte of Milan. This should be considered as a wedding in front of God. Even the Vatican's envoy knew that Napoleon and Josephine only registered their marriage and did not have God's blessing. This was even kept secret from many people. Some people around her knew that she planned to get married early, but when she really made the decision, even her eldest brother Joseph knew about it later. In this case, Napoleon was a little angry. Paulina, how could she do this? Napoleon, you should calm down too. At least Paulina has not completed the civil wedding and has not completed the registration. But I also said that after Leclerc's mourning period is over, it doesn't matter what she does. Moreover, both parties are very satisfied with this marriage and there is no need to rush. She is so impatient. I used to spoil her too much and spoiled her so much that she is so vain. Napoleon, when Paulina and Camillo come to you, you still have to. Damn it, even if she comes here, we don't have any princess at home now. I will say to her, please understand, madam, we don't have any princess at home now. That's about it. Then Napoleon was more concerned about the documents on the desk. He only slept 4 hours a day, and even when he was intimate with his wife or lover, he strictly set a time for himself. As long as his eyes were not closed, and he fell asleep, he was always thinking about various problems. Even the bomb on Christmas Eve brought him a scene of fighting with the Austrians in his dreams. Well, I will explain to my poor sister. Joseph is still the head of the family after all, and he also has certain administrative abilities, but his courage is definitely not as good as his younger brother, and the trouble he caused was mainly when he ran away. When he arrived at Pauline's official residence in the Charlotte Palace, he happened to catch up with Pauline coming out of the bath and enjoying the cool in the courtyard. Dear brother, Napoleon, my dearest brother, he must be very angry, right? Joseph was not angry when he saw his sister like this. The ones who loved to lose their temper and argue the most in the family were mainly Napoleon and Lucien. Sometimes they would quarrel when they met. My dear sister, he is indeed very angry, and he does not recognize your current status as a princess. At least he has to wait until the mourning period is over and the marriage registration is completed. Only then will he agree. And Joseph also noticed that the shape of his second sister's belly, considering her figure, must be pregnant. Thank you, brother. I knew you were reliable. But you also have to bear Napoleon's wrath. His temper is too violent. When he is dealing with political and military issues, I still need to take care of your family affairs. But you are pregnant now. He will be very happy, and mother will be happy too. Brother, don't worry. At least I will be quiet for a while recently. It's just that it's hard to tell whose child is in her belly. Anyway, it's more likely to have dark hair when it's born. Of course, if she can be quiet for a while and bring less trouble to the family, it's indeed what the parents like. And Sylvia's progress is faster. She accompanies Paulina, and they exchange experiences with each other. As for their 2 children, they are around their mother all day, which does make family life sweeter. But Solovyov is leaving here. He is going back to Montmartre Street. Now Pierre is about to leave for his country, crossing Europe and returning to Russia. Dear Pierre, I wish you a safe journey home. What should I say? Mikhail, my friend, thank you for providing me with a lot of help during this period. At least I think that helping you deal with those playwrights has also enriched my experience. But in this world, honest people like you will suffer. When you return to China, if you go directly back to Moscow, you should take the old road to Smolensk, right? Well, yes. Do you need my help with anything? There's nothing to do. You just need to live a good life, but there are some people. I think you should stay away from them. You are not suitable to be with those daring guys. You, the strong man, are always so loyal and reliable, and I really envy you. Unlike me, I served in the army at the age of 13, and now I'm 22 years old. I'm afraid that I will have to spend most of my life in the army, instead of like you, who actually has freedom. But I only have freedom, Mikhail. I'm an illegitimate child and I have no property. But you have a heart of gold, my friend. I don't know if God will make up for your innocence and kindness, but your character is indeed easy to be exploited, and you are too trusting of others. If you decide to get married, you must also see the girl's nature before deciding to get married, so as not to regret it. What about you? I have someone I love, but I can't get married, which is a bit embarrassing. In fact, my child is 3 years old, a girl, very cute, just like a little angel in the painting. It may take some time to find a wife who can accompany me for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Pierre began to comfort him in his Pierre way. I can understand your feelings. In fact, how should I put it? I don't have your experience and I can't help you. You don't need to help me with anything, Pierre. I do need to ask you to do something. My father and stepmother have gone to Moscow with my younger brothers and sisters. They may have to return to the countryside in Rouen, but they should spend the winter in Moscow. You should give this letter to my father, Baron Sergei Solovyov. He still needs to take care of the family affairs. After all, our family was a butler before we were conferred the title. Well, that's all I can help you with. Goodbye, Mikhail. I may visit you when you return to St. Petersburg. I also welcome you, Pierre. It's hard to see a good person like you in St. Petersburg, especially at our age. Bon voyage. If I go to Moscow, I may also visit you there. Pierre left Paris like this. His story may have just begun, but it is also a very long experience. And Solovyov, he can also predict that he will not stay in Paris for too long. The formation of the Third Anti-French Alliance is in progress. All parties are preparing for this large-scale war, and they are also fighting each other in diplomatic occasions. The British provocation will soon end Russia and Austria. This is already in front of us. In all previous anti-French alliances, Britain is indispensable, and there are also various teammates who have been pieced together. Therefore, the mission here at the Russian embassy in Paris may end at any time. He has enough time to accompany Sylvia. Even now, Gourmet is performing in the theater. The funny effect on the stage is still impressive. This is a kind of success. Comedy mainly brings laughter to people, although there is always a tragic core in it. As for the political vein, that can be seen in Paris. There are probably voices against Napoleon in some salons. In addition, the French army in Boulogne-sur-Mer is now training hard. Napoleon still plans to land on the British mainland and has designed a complicated plan, but it is more or less difficult for him to realize this plan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, The Less Successful Irish Rebellion. Paris has always been well informed and has now received the latest news from Ireland. The Irish rebels against Britain launched an uprising in Dublin in May 1803, but only a few hundred people participated in the action and it eventually failed. The cause was the sudden explosion of the British arsenal on Patrick Street. When the war between Britain and France just started, some Irish Protestants and armed militias had already begun to act. This action was obviously not well planned and rigorous, and was doomed to fail. Now the news has reached Paris, which is the final trial result. Robert Emmet, one of the leaders and organizers of the uprising, was arrested and sentenced to treason and court. He was first hanged and then beheaded. In this case of irrefutable evidence, the British actually bribed Emmet's defense lawyer Leonard McNally. If the Chief Justice of Ireland, Viscount Kilvedon, was still alive, he would definitely cry to death. After all, after he was seriously injured by the rebels, he said when he was dying that the trial must be fair. As for this Viscount, because of his professional relationship, he has always acted as a centrist. He also reported the crimes of the rebels in the past uprisings in Ireland. However, many of them were eventually sentenced to exile or deportation, and some even went to Australia. Although this man is not a friendly army, but a lackey of the British, there is no benefit in killing him, and he also killed many arrested rebel leaders. At the same time, William Wickham, the Chief Secretary of Ireland, felt that his cabinet was not fair enough. He would resign at the end of the year and leave. Even if someone asked him to take a position in the Ministry of Finance in the future, he would not go back. In fact, he withdrew from politics. In the UK, there are still some metaphysics of matching mechanisms. Seeing this, I don't know what to say. Now, to carry out an armed uprising, it must be fully organized, not just relying on courage. Solovyov met Bolivar and Del Toro again in the cafe. While drinking coffee, they also discussed what happened. Ah, Russian, you seem to be saying this to us. Although I'm saying this to you, there is one thing too. The Irish want independence from Britain, but they don't want to be vassals of other countries. Sometimes, they want too much, and Ireland. In the British context, I'm afraid Ireland won't play any role. I'm afraid your statement will make the Irish dissatisfied. For example, General O'Connor came from Ireland, and has always sought Ireland's independence from the British. But their armed struggle is not well organized. And there is a more troublesome problem. That is, Ireland is too close to Britain, and they have no way to imitate the Americans. You are even farther away from Spain. Del Toro also laughed after hearing this. It's a pity that you are a Russian, otherwise we should invite you to be a consultant. Fernando, but my idea may not be friendly to the big landowners. You and Simon are both from manor owners, especially you. Your father and elder brother are Marcoses overseas. However, for the independence of the colonies, at least it is a loosening. Fernando's elder brother, as a marquis, will also betray the jellyfish king of Madrid. Especially after the queen began to use Godoy again. Bolivar was unreasonably humiliated because he belonged to the faction of the queen's former favorite, and his change of direction was also very obvious. This is the fatuous Spanish royal family and the incompetent government, which pushed the nobles who were originally loyal to Madrid to the opposite side. Then what are you going to do? You definitely can't do this in Russia, but I can give you a hint. After all, in Europe and the United States, some people with some culture are probably very refined. What are you going to do, Miguel? Simon, you know the Gracchus, right? Ah, needless to say, I still know what Tiberius Gracchus and his brother Gaius Gracchus did. But this distribution is indeed a good idea. Bolivar not only knew about the reforms of the Gracchus brothers, he also planned to travel to Rome, just like Solovyov before. Simon, but it's a bit dangerous. If I go back and persuade my eldest brother, he may give part of the land to the peasants, but if it's someone else, it's fatal. Thank you, Fernando. Your words have proved our friendship and your loyalty to our cause. But Bolivar has not made up his mind yet. Doing this in France sent many nobles to the guillotine, and some even killed their entire families. Doing this in America is indeed a bit difficult. There will be a Cordillo politics of large landowners in the future. In the end, Bolivar and San Martin had a hard time, which had something to do with these people. There were a few large landowners who had always supported his cause, which was considered good. Then it is to develop a base and have well-trained armed forces in hand. But you still need to wait for the right time. I wonder how the French expedition to Saint-Domingue is going now. France will strictly block this news, but you should know more than us about the late General Leclerc, his widow. We know something too. Men, when talking about beauties, always have something in common. Even though Bolivar vowed not to marry again, because of his wife's early death, he still had mistresses and lovers when he was in Paris. I recently moved back to the apartment on Montmartre Street. The lady has remarried and married Prince Borghese of Rome. Let's not talk about this for now. The expedition to Saint-Domingue should not have been smooth, otherwise there would have been news by now. But even if Dessalines can defeat the expeditionary force, whether he can establish a stable regime is also a question. He may even have to imitate the French system and do what the French do. However, the Caribbean islands are indeed a direction. After Bolivar failed in his business, he often hid on the Caribbean islands. Even before his death, he would consider going to Jamaica. After the founding of Haiti, they were indeed the first to practice fan behavior. Even the news of Napoleon's vote had just reached Port-au-Prince, and Dessalines proclaimed himself emperor. This speed is indeed unmatched by others. But the failure of the Saint-Domingue expedition not only led to Haiti's independence, but was also a transit point for the Latin American revolutionary movement. Solovyov couldn't say much, and the rest was up to Bolivar and others to consider. France and Spain were both ruled by the Bourbon in the past. After the independence of the colonies, many royalists in Latin America left the independent colonies and went to the many islands in the Caribbean, which eventually led to the strong royalist forces in Cuba. It was not until the Americans came that this place was separated from the Spanish colonies. The property and land they left behind can be used for distribution. In addition, the territorial division in North America has attracted more attention. At present, the US Congress has not officially approved the purchase of Louisiana, but the number of times the United States picked up leaks in the early days of the founding of the country was too many. All of a sudden, their territory crossed the Mississippi River and came to the Rocky Mountains. In this way, there is not much land to be divided in North America. The Spanish colonists have an unreliable grasp on their northern colonies, and Russia only controls individual fortresses in Alaska and the West Coast. The remaining plots of land seem to be in the hands of the Americans. It doesn't matter if they fall into their hands, but the indigenous people of North America will be in trouble. Moreover, the potential of the United States is there. If their power is too strong, it will have a major impact on the international situation in the future. But now it seems that the emergence of the United States in North America is relatively convenient to contain the British. If they are to be contained in the future, they should not be allowed to cross the Rocky Mountains too easily, and at the same time, the Russian colonists should have good relations with the indigenous people of North America. At this time, the Russians' actions are always very strange. They are very harsh on the Aleuts who have long surrendered, but they are more friendly to the locals near Fort Ross, but the indigenous people near several transfer stations are still fighting with them. On the way Solovyov went to Paris, the Russian-American company was defeated by the local indigenous people once, and his subordinate fired at Tolstoy in the Guards, has also embarked on a journey around the world, but his troublemaking nature, even if he was born with the title of Count, and came from the Tolstoy family, there will always be a lot of stories. Miguel, what do you think of France selling Louisiana to the United States? It's hard for me to say. If the world is divided up now, it is obvious that the land with better conditions has been divided up. In the future, there will definitely be people who say that we got less when the world was divided up, or that we didn't catch up with the division of the world. It will definitely be like this. Fernando, what do you think? I don't care, but the British have always coveted our land. They have already got enough. I think some countries don't have this opportunity. If it is the monarch's request, then it means war. If someone just says a few words on the streets, it will be a joke, but it is still quite dangerous for inflammatory and ambitious people. Do you say that because Russia is big enough? No, any country has its limits on power projection. When their control is not so strong, challenges will appear, which often means war. There are also countries like Britain that take the initiative for their own interests. The way they deal with France and Spain is just in their own interests. This is very clear. It is indeed easier to talk to smart people. Thank you, Miguel. You have given us a lot of inspiration. I wish you success, but in the future, whether you choose to establish a republic or ask a king to establish a constitutional monarchy, it all depends on your own choice. If it is a country like France that has been under autocratic rule for a long time, if they establish a republic, they may still be strong. But if it is Britain or the United States, their governments, it sounds bad, but it is also true. If he has the opportunity to go to Britain now, it may be more fun. After all, he is very familiar with the British. These Western European countries are like Frederick satirizing his cousin. They talk about morality while taking away their share. As for the extra part, when the British are not human, they can move everything that belongs to you and leave you there to fend for yourself. In this regard, it is not as good as the European countries. It may be more painful to kill directly. There is still some difference between pirates and robbers. But it's up to people, Miguel. Yes, even if it's our emperor, with good intentions, it's hard to change everything. Simon and Fernando, you'll face the same problem when you return to Caracas. After all, Russia's serfdom has been strengthened to the point where it can't be reversed in the past few decades. Sometimes people always have to succumb to reality. Even the Tsar himself can't change everything. It's not easy to be an autocratic monarch or a vase monarch. The former needs to make political judgments, while the latter has to deal with the puppies from all sides and the troublesome court life. If anyone wants to be a king, his neck must first be able to bear the weight of the crown. Then, he must have the corresponding skills, not just wanting to be a king. Some people may not even be able to leave the novice village and have to be dealt with. Solovyov thought of some local emperors who could be directly eliminated by the police and the people. That scene was very funny. In Europe, there are people who pretended to be Peter III in Montenegro and established their own territory. As for the support you need, I think you should absorb all possible support, but we also have to see clearly what they need. In this regard, the British are not very trustworthy. General Miranda wants to recruit volunteers in the United States. Simon, we may have to observe for a while, and don't rush back to Caracas now. We still have to go to Rome. To the mountain, where civilians pursue equal rights. I don't think the current monarchy will compromise with civilians who moved away from Rome like the ancient republic did, and that was in the early days of the Roman Republic. By the time of the Gracchus brothers and the Three Giants, there was no such good thing. Maybe there will be rivers of blood again. We have seen it more than once, both in books and in reality. If you want to see rivers of blood, come and experience it in person. It would be wonderful. Chapter 258 Solovyov's Strange Haiti Proposal. Bolivar and Del Toro were invited by Lucien to attend a salon at his residence, and were introduced to Napoleon's friends. Solovyov told his friends about this, and it always worked. Pierre was on his way back home, but at this time his other friend, Karel von Nechelrode, came to Paris. Karel, you come here from The Hague at this time, to serve as a secretary at the embassy in Paris? No, it's September now, and I want to take this opportunity to return to St. Petersburg as soon as possible. Are you going back to report to the emperor about your work in The Hague? I guess so. Besides, the Batavian Republic, let's call it that name. You have to know that the Dutch government is actually a mouthpiece for the French. I'm just issuing visas and handling some daily affairs there. That's what a secretary should do, but you trust that Austrian too much. I admire his talents very much, mishap, you can't deny that. But the Austrians will ultimately only serve the diplomatic interests of Vienna. You are an excellent diplomat, Karel. Don't be led by personal relationships. You used to be led by emotions or personal feelings, but it seems that you have something on your mind in Paris. Nechelrode is a smart man. He often communicates with Solovyov and knows what he is thinking. Yes, it's not just a woman's problem. I proposed to an Italian girl, but was rejected. I know about this. She is willing to be your lover, but not your wife. The relationship here is very complicated. Prince Peter Bagration's wife, her stepfather Count Litter, is from the Visconti family, and your jungle goddess is also from the Visconti family. It's no wonder. Besides, you are not a German, and it is not easy to marry a Catholic girl. But this is not a personal emotional concern, but a very complicated process. France is preparing to sell Louisiana. I learned this from the French ambassador in The Hague. So what? Except for a few small islands, the French colonies in America are now shaking. Karel, don't blame me for being talkative or nosy at a time like this. Can you believe what I say? You are very foresighted. If His Majesty Paul listened to you, maybe now. Nechelrode was also a former attendant officer that Paul loved very much, but he switched to the diplomat track. But you don't need to talk about this, Karel. The French in Haiti will soon face a disaster. Why do you think so? We heard that, although the Saint-Domingue expedition failed, the rights of the French in Haiti will still be protected. I don't believe it, because I know what kind of brutal behavior some places with undeveloped wisdom will commit. It's conceivable. But there is another point. General Hannibal is also black, but he has received a complete education, and the blacks in Haiti may kill all the white people left there. Will it be like this? Nechelrodi was also quite surprised when he heard this. The Hague is different from Paris. It is difficult to block the news here. Before Britain and France declared war again, the news that the French were in trouble in Haiti was repeatedly transmitted here. Nechelrodi only knew the latest news, but he would not have thought that a massacre would happen. I don't think General Dessalines would take such action. But in Saint-Domingue, I think you should read the previous reports. When I was in Paris, I knew that before General Leclerc's despicable act of luring Laudaville to death, there had been many feuds between blacks and whites in Haiti. Moreover, Haiti is the place where fan behavior is most likely to occur, including massacres for political purposes. The blacks there retain too many primitive superstitious remnants, especially voodoo. And it is really hard to imagine what the blacks who are released without sufficient education will do. After all, people's imagination is limited. If that's the case, then there is such a possibility. France can no longer guarantee the safety of their colonists and local expatriates, but there are hundreds of Poles there who have taken refuge with these blacks. I think they are dangerous Polish nationalists. I think we still have to deal a heavy blow to these people. Are you kidding? If we send a squadron to Santo Domingo, it will be very troublesome. And the emperor will not agree. Our status is not enough for him to issue an edict, and it will cost the treasury money. Nechelrodi has a clear mind, and he is always very steady when doing things, instead of Solovyov's wild ideas. But this will benefit the North American territory. Perhaps we can get some people out of Haiti through some means. That requires not only warships, but also troops and transport ships. This kind of action is just a special operation. Those Poles are a dangerous element. If they dare to take action, we can bombard Port-au-Prince. Crazy idea, but our level is not high enough to do this. We can't let civilization and order collapse, but we can take a protective measure. Our emperor likes to play the role of messiah the most. Although Alexander's personality is a mystery, there are still some rules to what he does. After hearing this, Nechelrodi probably understood Solovyov's thoughts. We are just moving the French there. Where are you going to send them? This time, we will not take all the French women abducted by pirates to Crimea like Fedor Fedorovich did when he fought pirates in the Mediterranean. Instead, we will have these French people go through the Spanish territory to Fort Ross. Your idea is a bit troublesome, but it makes sense. We need to save these people and their property, but the relationship between Russia and France has become impossible as an alliance because of Count Alexander Vorontsov's tactics. This is a goodwill gesture to the French, but we cannot hand these people over to them directly. We can only take some measures in that small stronghold in Upper California. Nechelrodi had never noticed that there was a Fort Ross, and now this place is not called this name. This is my blind spot in knowledge, Miss Ha. But now you know that the Spanish control there is very weak. We can get food and seeds, as well as tools, from New Spain to open a settlement there. What about our relationship with Spain? I have a complete set of plans. I met two interesting Creoles from Caracas in Paris before. They are Creoles, right? Yes, that's what we call them in Spanish. You came up with this idea when you saw them. It must be like this, Miss Ha. Your brain is different from others. You always like to surprise people. Nechelrodi has now taken over Solovyov's plan and is listening to his continued explanation. According to what I know, whether it is New Spain, Granada or La Plata, there are many remote places in these Spanish viceroyalties that are not effectively controlled. So, you came up with this idea. Carl, you don't like military life and turned to be a diplomat, but diplomats also need to know geopolitics. If we can control San Francisco Bay and establish a trading post with stable relations with the locals, it will be of great benefit to controlling the entire North Pacific in the future. You are really ambitious. It's not that simple to control so many places. We have come here and should not retreat. Moreover, the British have been entering our sphere of influence and maliciously competing to acquire various furs. Solovyov's idea is still very spectacular, and Fort Ross and Hawaii were both established by the Russians first. One was abandoned because it could not supply food, and the other was ruined by the Americans. In addition, Alexander himself was not enthusiastic about the interests in the Pacific. Nasserod had to take Solovyov's plan to St. Petersburg. In fact, time was tight. Although Alexander was ambitious and liked to play the Messiah, he might not agree to some things. You have to consider all the issues, Miss Ha. Although I will present your plan and memorial to the Emperor in the end, of course, I have to explain these issues. You have a grand plan, and you must have been thinking about it for a long time. Maybe you had this idea when you lived in Laundry Lane, and I want to convey your opinion, but I don't know much about your ideas. Yes, although we are friends, our political views are very different. Even Nasserod firmly opposed the abolition of serfdom, while Solovyov had actually freed the serfs. Tell me about the whole plan, so that I can have a general understanding. After all, this is just a strategic plan, and does not involve domestic institutional issues. You are still an active soldier, but we are all diplomats. Well, when we were both with Emperor Paul in the past, I once saw his reply to a petition from the Aleuts in the American territory. If it is limited to the north of 50 degrees north latitude, it is obviously not realistic to have a supply point there. We can focus on California, which is the real land under the sun, and the Spanish control over it is actually out of control. So you want to rescue thousands of French and open up a new territory here. In fact, the Spanish governors in New Spain or other places are not in the mood to take care of these things. What they need to worry about more is the armed uprising of the native Criollos or the British invasion of the Caribbean, which will shake Spain's rule there. They have no intention of paying attention to a piece of marginal land that does not produce precious metals. They may be more concerned about the benefits they can gain. Solovyov always thinks far ahead, and Nasserod likes this about him. There are not only French people, but also Spanish people on the whole island. Do you want to take them all away? If necessary, I can board the ship halfway and help the commander of the Baltic fleet to complete this operation. I think you are also a suitable candidate, but the news will be slow to come back. It doesn't matter, although I'm here to accompany my lover and children these days. Considering the importance of this matter, I may have to set off with the fleet. Then you will have to wait for news in The Hague or Oldenburg. Before the fleet sets out for St. Domingo, it will have to replenish in Copenhagen, and you will have to meet them on the way. That's no problem. You should believe me. Even if the fleet arrives in Portsmouth, I can find a way to board the ship at the British naval base. He is still very courageous. What's more, the official document sent by the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Count Morkov can confirm that at least Russia and France were at peace before he set out. If this operation can be successful, it can also ease the relationship with France. No matter which side Russia leans towards, it can also buy some time to confuse the judgment of all parties. Moreover, although Alexander's character is unpredictable, he is willing to play the role of a messiah and rule and save other countries in the posture of a savior. In addition, exploring the former Spanish territory in the Caribbean is indeed useful. This can also reflect the existence of the Russian Navy. In the era of sailing warships, the long journey is more troublesome. However, the Russians are good at traveling long distances, and the preparations for this trip must be very thorough. Before the Baltic Sea freezes, the fleet must reach the Danish Strait. The whole idea itself is very bold, and it is precisely because of this that Nasserod needs to pay more attention when he reports to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After all, the Russian foreign minister is a Pole, and there are more than 800 Polish legions in Haiti who have defected from the French army. This is an unstable factor. In addition, Solovyov also has to talk to Sylvia. She has also temporarily left the Charlotte Palace recently and asked Prince Borghese and his wife to live their nillywood life. She will stay in the official residence rented by the prince before, while managing the house and resting. I don't think it will be too soon. At least before the baby is born, I will not leave Paris and will stay by your side. Mitchell, the baby will be born in winter, so you will be fine if you are here then. I was not with you and your daughter when Octavia was born, although there were many reasons. It doesn't matter. He was still holding Sylvia's hands as he spoke. Forgive me, if you can go, the child will grow up slowly, but I will not be around. Go ahead. The relationship between France and Russia is not that good. When you first met in Italy, you were fighting the French. She actually knew it well, but because of the protection of Prince Borghese and his wife, she would be fine. And if I go, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to come to Paris on the way back. The British will block the port tightly by then. To return to Paris, I may need to choose another way. Chapter 259. Nechal wrote his statement on the Haiti proposal. Solovyov's planning and calculations were very detailed, and he was also prepared for the problems that Nesselrode would encounter in diplomatic occasions. However, he underestimated Nesselrode's trust in Metternich, and his demolition plan did not unexpectedly go wrong. However, the good thing is that, although Metternich likes to use his friendship to make a fuss, he still has to modify Nesselrode's proposal to meet Austria's interests, while also targeting a core factor, which is the problem of the Poles left in Haiti after the Russian, Prussian and Austrian countries divided Poland. Moreover, on the way, Nesselrode also met the Duke of Enghien, who originally planned to return to his estate near Baden to live, but because of his passing visit, the two decided to go to Erfurt together, and then go to Weimar from there. The reason I asked to hold the meeting here, Carol, is that I'm worried that in Berlin or Dresden, there are too many people and too many spies from all sides. Only Weimar is a safe place. It's really not bad here. Nesselrode was still the same as before, never leaving his coffee behind. Moreover, this time, they chose to hold the secret meeting in a greenhouse, which was blocked by various plants. There was no place to get close if they wanted to eavesdrop. Clemens, I think you should be interested in such a plan. The appearance of Poles in Haiti reminds us that we can send all Poles to America. This is at least more decent, and not like the British who took cruel actions such as hanging, beheading, and dismembering Irish rebels. Do you agree with my friend's idea? Unfortunately, this is the work of a soldier, and it still carries the shadow of plans, orders, and regulations. When I was still in Dresden, the Honorable Archduke Karol went there, and your highness was very optimistic about him, but in terms of military affairs, not diplomacy. My friend, Baron Solovyov, did serve as an aide-de-camp and a guards officer. Naturally, the plan he made also retained many military characteristics. But the plan is very thorough. The Baron has an excellent mind, and some creativity and imagination. You have shown me his letters in the past. There is a kind of British humor and irony between the lines. I think you can take it. Just make some subtle changes to achieve your goal. Finally, Carol, you still need to rely on your eloquence and adaptability to get this plan passed by His Majesty the Emperor of your country. After all, we all don't like the Poles to make trouble all the time. Indeed, in terms of the degree of reaction, the two who will be in charge of the diplomatic power of the two countries in the future can be said to be the most typical. Moreover, they all dislike the Poles. If this proposal is passed, at least the few Poles who are working as lumberjacks in Siberia and the Urals can be sent there first. It's just the difference between lumberjacks and builders. Anyway, they are all villagers. Next, Nesselrode will go to St. Petersburg. It was not a smart move for him to leak Solovyov's plan to Metternich. But Solovyov also thought that Nesselrode would definitely pass through Berlin or Dresden on his way back home, and there was no way to avoid it. Metternich had always been on his way, but he didn't expect to sell it so thoroughly. However, there were some unexpected surprises. After all, the royal family of Spain was the Bourbon. In the War of Succession 100 years ago, the throne of Spain was transferred from the Habsburgs to the Bourbon. The freak Carlos II, who married a close relative, handed the country to the grandson of Louis XIV. From the results, it was very terrible. Therefore, for some of Spain's marginal colonies, allies can be allowed to interfere, and it may not succeed. Austria still has many dissatisfactions with France and Spain, but now this kind of small action can send those who are extremely opposed to the Vienna Court to the North American continent, which looks like a wasteland. As for Nesselrode on his way back home, he did not delay on the road, especially when passing through Warsaw. The local radical Poles were unlikely to get any news. But there is one thing that cannot be avoided, that is, Russia's current foreign minister is Adam Czartoryski, who is Polish. Therefore, Nisherody must first submit this report to Count Pavel Stroganov. I think this is a good idea, but you revealed it to Metternich. It's not a good idea in itself. What did he suggest to you? Send all the Poles to San Francisco Bay in North America, that's it. Wouldn't that mean Poland has restored its independence in North America? And we are the main executors, and the hatred will be transferred to us, not Prussia or Austria. Especially since what we control is only a relatively poor part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the essence is in their hands. In the future, we can let the Poles or Tatars go, but not now. You still have to follow the original plan, and if you want to submit it from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we will submit it at the dining table meeting of the secret committee. Only in such places will the Emperor pay more attention to such proposals. At that time, I still ask you to explain this plan, and explain the urgency of taking action in St. Domingo. I will follow your words, sir. Also, Carol, this time the statement must make the main point clear. In fact, it also has the effect of improving relations with France. Even the four giants of the secret committee actually seem to be closer to the other three besides the Poles. Fortunately, Alexander's attention is not on women now, but on European affairs. It's just that his idea, probably encouraged by Adam Czartoryski, is to intervene in European affairs. Facts always prove that this idea is somewhat too optimistic. He has not been cheated by his allies, so he doesn't know how many things are urgent. When the secret committee held its regular meeting at the dining table, this time everyone was seated, and even Alexander's military staff were there. At this time, should a squadron be sent to Saint Domingue to avoid a humanitarian disaster? Yes, Your Majesty. This is what the report says. If General Dessalines defeats the French in Saint Domingue, or if they defeat the French at this moment, they should retaliate against the white people on the island. It sounds barbaric, Count Nisherody, but it is difficult to avoid in a revolution. It will take some time for what happened in Saint Domingue to reach Europe. Your Majesty, our embassy in Paris was previously blocked from news in Paris, so it was difficult to know the outcome of the French expeditionary force in Saint Domingue. But their commander-in-chief, some generals, officers, and soldiers have all fallen ill with yellow fever, or even died directly. In order to end this barbaric atrocity, we should indeed send troops. Your Majesty, you should know that both sides are killing each other, and the British are supporting the rebels in Saint Domingue. What we should do is act as an arbitrator, and the naval fleet should indeed sail to America and visit some places. Not only that, Your Majesty. Carol, what else is happening on this Caribbean island? Dessalines and Christopher will certainly use this as an excuse to take action. At that time, except for some Polish soldiers who defected to the rebels in battle, many people will be massacred. Just 9 years ago, in 1794, such a massacre occurred there. Then there was the revenge of the French. Their actions were also very barbaric. They poisoned the captured black soldiers by burning sulfur. The French expeditionary force was despicable and barbaric, while the black rebels were ignorant and barbaric. They cannot be compared, but the unlucky ones will definitely be the Creoles living there, no matter whether they are white or mixed race. Vengeance is bound to happen, Your Majesty. This kind of thing has been repeatedly staged in the most brutal and bloody way in France, a civilized country, both in its homeland and in its colonies. Sometimes I even doubt whether France is still a civilized country. This is a retaliatory massacre that transforms political issues into hatred. It is always a political issue. It is not the cruel case of Mrs. Sólovyov. If it were in Europe, Dessalines would have been guillotined by the French. Count, then the urgent part of the plan you stated is here? Yes, Your Majesty. Some fortresses in the American territories do need to be staffed. Most of the colonies of France and Russia in North America do not have settlements like New Orleans, but some fortresses and fur purchasing stations. It is probably the kind of strongholds that will appear in North America in Empire Total War. If some people can be taken away from Haiti and placed in the current Russian strongholds in North America, it can also effectively control a part of the region, especially California on the west coast. This is indeed a wonderful place. When Lewis and Clark crossed the American continent, many places in the Great Plains and the Rocky Mountains were still inhabited by indigenous tribes. such as the various tribes of the Sioux, or the Navajo, Cheyenne, Apache, and Comanche. There are still many places on the west coast that are quite empty. As for the governor of New Spain, if he gave him a proper bribe, he could buy a passage through Mexico and then rent Spanish ships on the west coast to bring these people to the area around Fort Ross to open up wasteland. Speaking of which, immigrants of this scale can quickly form a settlement as long as they smoke a pack of cigarettes with the local indigenous people and make good friends. The strange Russians, who once fought with the Tatars and the people in the forest in Siberia, have always had a good relationship with these tribes in North America. Later, there was a big bearded man from Georgia, who became their elected chieftain. Even the name Steele was very suitable for the atmosphere of the local tribe. After all, the natives always have names like Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Sitting Bull and White Cloud. As for the specific measures written below, Alexander still feels that Solovyov has read a lot of books. Recently, when the young Tsar went to the Tavryd Palace to be intimate with Larissa, he also heard the other party tell some stories, all of which were from encyclopedias, as well as some experiences and travel notes. Alexander was a little stressed. He himself was not so thirsty for knowledge, but he could pretend to like Larissa in bed and tell these knowledge. It seems that some content can still match, such as some tribal customs, such as pipes and axes as a way of communication. He has not yet suspected that Solovyov and Larissa have very similar hobbies and would associate them with a private affair. But these contents blown on the pillow are more or less effective. It seems to be very organized. I think the person who proposed this plan should be involved in its implementation. Let Solovyov go. I remember that he has relatives in the West Indies. His stepmother is from there, right? Yes, Your Majesty. You remember it very accurately. Baron Sergei Solovyov's second wife is from there, but her experience was rather tortuous. Let Solovyov go. Also, use our merchant fleet in the Gulf of Riga and a naval squadron of warships to go to the Atlantic before the freezing period. Your Majesty, who should be sent? Rear Admiral Dmitry Sinayevin will go. He will lead a fleet of 6 warships to the West Indies. Also, the order given to the embassy in Paris is for the embassy's military attaché, Lieutenant Colonel Solovyov, to go as assistant to Rear Admiral Sinayevin. He will be on standby in Oldenburg in November. However, Solovyov had a mistress who had given birth to a child. Even the deer in the Tsarskoye Selo hunting ground knew about this. Alexander's comment on this is that everyone makes mistakes. But Larissa was a little sad, but Solovyov was just her lover and had helped her many times. The damage caused to her by this incident was far less than the damage caused to her by the war between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and Alexander's philandering. Rear Admiral Sinayevin's fleet included 4 battleships and 2 frigates, with the flagship being the 74-gun battleship Elizabeth. Of course, this represented the Empress, not the current queen. The reason for choosing 4 74-gun battleships to go on the expedition was that these battleships had better carrying capacity and they had sailed in the past year or so and could perform ocean-going missions. As for Sinayevin himself, he did not seem to like such a worthless expedition, but it was an order from Alexander himself, so he had no choice but to follow it. Chapter 260. These rulers of Haiti are all at the level of benevolent rulers of Tanglio. If Solovyov had not known that the French expeditionary force and the Haitian rebels would kill each other, often breaking the lower limit of human acceptance in the 1800s, causing serious damage to the local area, and even causing such a bad impact that the zombie legend spread throughout the Americas, he would not have planned to go back the same way and go to the Western Hemisphere. Yes, the word zombie started with the murder of white people by a Haitian black and white mixed race man, Jane Zombie, and there was also a Brazilian black slave uprising leader, but the latter was a rebel after all, while the former was just a murderer. As for the Poles who stayed in Haiti, there might be thousands of them at this time. Because these people were thrown into the suppression of the black slave uprising in the colony of Saint-Domingue, they also turned to the rebels together with the mixed-race armed forces led by Alexander Pétion. However, they did not seem to notice how terrible Jean-Jacques Dessalines, a semi-illiterate, would be, and that coming out of the voodoo base in West Africa was not just ordinary terrible. When Solovyov was collecting information, he asked Paulina for help. After all, many of her friends in bed had returned from Saint-Domingue, and the French army was still stationed in the east of the island. And the sexiest Venus goddess in Saint-Domingue was indeed very resourceful. However, she was pregnant and still wearing thin clothes, which looked a bit funny. After all, it was so thin that the body structure of the upper body could be seen clearly. Paulita, sometimes you really don't know. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. Are you serious about starting to study the West Indies and looking for your relatives there? If I want to go, I might go to Guadeloupe. After all, my stepmother's family may still be there, and there may be a plantation there. Is your stepmother an only child? I have never heard her mention brothers and sisters. Only 3 cousins mentioned more. However, Paulina knew who it was, but she just didn't say it, and in order to distract attention, she put Solovyov's hand on her bulging belly. The child is moving, Michelle. I didn't feel this way when Camillo came to me. It seems that you are the father. Pauletta, you really like to play dangerous games. I'm a little scared of you. Anyone who meets such a person who likes to play dangerous games with several lovers and her husband will have a headache. However, it can be confirmed that her son Demid is definitely the son of General Leclerc. Even his weak resistance is like his father. He is still taking care of himself with diet and herbs. It doesn't matter. This is your child. You can touch my belly and feel the child's movements. Also, I'm tired. Help me lie down. Madeline will help you get the information. Solovyov also had to help Paulina lie down. Another reason why she was so unbridled and bold at home was that Prince Borghese regained his freedom during her pregnancy. This man and woman always had some like-mindedness. If Solovyov had not had a physical relationship with her and knew that her nature was kind-hearted, but her personal morality was so outrageous, he might have stayed away from her. Prince Borghese is not at the residence of the Charlosta Palace. He is now lingering in the flowers, and his housekeeper is now pregnant. How is Sylvia now? Her feet are a little swollen, but the doctor diagnosed that there is nothing wrong, just need to be nursed back to health. Then look at my feet. Paulina's body flexibility should be good, which can unlock some that's probably it. She can lift her right leg with her pregnant belly and put her white and soft little feet into Solovyov's hands. It's a little unclear whether she is seducing or asking Solovyov to help check. You are in good health, Pauletta. I have seen some girls barefoot, and few of them are as beautiful as your feet. Paulina was still very happy with the compliment. So, which goddess is more suitable for me to play? From your perspective on life, only Venus is more suitable. After all, you really don't have any concept of chastity. When I was in Santo Domingo, they also praised me as a goddess. There are no good memories there. If Leclerc was still alive, she would definitely not think so. General Leclerc should not have used that kind of trick to get rid of such a black leader. Because the remaining people, except for Alexander Pishin, who is a staunch Republican and educated, are not worth mentioning. If you were here, my poor Charles might not have died of illness. But the tropical environment is terrible, especially yellow fever. The new friend I met not long ago, his wife also died of yellow fever. What a sad story. I feel a little sympathetic to that gentleman. You can kiss my hand and then urge Madeline to help you get the information. I want to be alone for a while. She would cry when she thought of her dead ex-husband, but this kind of true love, even if General Leclerc was still alive, this kind of mental exhaustion is enough to kill him. The information that Madeline brought was about the various rebel forces in Saint-Domingue. Solovyov himself should note that among the 4 giants of the Haitian rebels, only Alexander Pishin was born in the bourgeoisie. He was a mixed-race person with 1/4 black blood, and he received a strict education. He went to the Paris Military Academy to study. He returned to Haiti with Leclerc last year, but in the end, because of Leclerc's actions, he joined forces with Dessalines, who was fighting guerrillas in the jungle. Alexander Pishin's personal resume is very clear. He came to the Paris Military Academy in 1788 and caught up with the French Revolution during his military training. His political views should be regarded as a firm Jacobin, advocating that the land be distributed to the peasants and live a self-sufficient life. However, in the West Indies, this was more or less disastrous. The black slaves regained their freedom, but they did not master advanced production technology, and the destruction of the plantation economy would also cause the economy of the western colony of Saint-Domingue, the former French money bag, to collapse. The war is still going on. By November 1803, the French army will eventually fail in Haiti. The economic model there is still a plantation economy. Napoleon will go on an expedition to Saint-Domingue, because the plantations here are really an important source of economy. Their role in France is equivalent to that of northern Italy to Austria, so they cannot be easily abandoned. Mixed race people like Haitian, because of their higher cultural level, also tend to make more progressive reforms, but this also depends on the occasion. However, in terms of the situation of black people, except for Toussaint Louverture, who was imprisoned by France until his death, this leader who changed his career halfway and relied on self-study to become a leader, the cultural level of other black people is really hard to describe. Dessalines, a semi-illiterate, barbaric and brave, is simply unreasonable from the information obtained by Madeleine. It is like releasing Idi Amin in advance. If you know what he will do next year, it will be like Bokassa. Haiti, in fact, should have a separate series in Tangio studies to prove how strange this country is, instead of just talking about Duvalier. After all, Haiti alone can gather all the element of the Central African Empire, Uganda, Liberia, Zaire, and Equatorial Guinea, which is indeed extraordinary. There is a smart but impatient leader with poor understanding ability. There is also a fan who claims to be an emperor. The conflict between blacks and mixed race people is like a preview of the conflict between immigrant blacks and native blacks in Liberia. The level of corruption and bone-sucking Mabuta would be inferior to him. And the problem of Equatorial Guinea is the massacre and expulsion of white people. And the general cultural level of the country is very low. This last point, if it weren't for Alexander Pichon to run education, it might have been worse. It sounds like this place is hopeless. Dessalines and Christopher, other than Pichon, have the same cultural level as burning books and burying scholars. The latter is not even a freed black slave from a French colony, but a black slave who ran away from a British colony. At least Dessalines has a supervisor position that allows him to have certain management capabilities, while Christopher's approach is more abstract. Although it is not their fault that such a group of black people in Haiti have low education, they govern the country at will, and have committed a series of heinous crimes. After reading these relevant materials, Solovyov has diluted the French's exaggerated words. After all, others don't know what Haiti is like, but he knows this very well. People like Dessalines and Christopher will be the majority in Haiti in the future, while people like Pichon are rare. But Pichon distributed land to farmers, while Dessalines and Christopher were going against history. Moreover, Haiti has experienced more than one brutal massacre. It is no wonder that Trujillo would retaliate. After all, the Dominican Republic in the east of Santo Domingo is still in the hands of the French. As for how many white people there are in Haiti, due to the mutual massacres that have occurred before, this number is not accurate now. There are Poles who defected to join the rebels, and there is even a Polish-born mixed-race black general among them. There are also Germans who settled in the French Cape, in addition to the French and European whites in several cities. If the Poles are also considered Russians, in fact, the Russian Navy's intervention is just right, but that would certainly require a big fight. And the Poles can't tell what is good and what is bad. You have to know that if Haiti can't solve the problem from the beginning, it will only fall into an abyss of no return in the future. Especially when guarantees have been made. The massacre of white people, and often the unarmed women and children, is even more despicable than Samoyi swearing on the Luo River. What's more, among the people who were massacred, there are many French people who sympathize with blacks and even provide help. From his performance, it can be seen that Solovyov did not know that he would initiate a massacre, but from his understanding of Haiti and African countries, killing is inevitable. After all, the ruler of Haiti is a benevolent monarch. And Christopher, this man is also a bandit. Among the four giants of the Haitian Revolution, Toussaint Louverture and Alexander Pichon can be regarded as representing the upper limit of the country of Haiti, and Christopher may be worse than Dessalines. Although none of this has happened yet, what Christopher did on the Dominican side, saying that he was a devil in the village, is somewhat flattering him. Such a slitting throat enthusiast, he killed a staggering number of people in his actions in the Dominican Republic, including children who were killed by slitting throats in the church and clergy who were executed by slitting throats during the retreat. And he will build a lot of buildings in the future, because he also calls himself king. Just a group of humanoids. It is really relying on their peers to set off. The images of La Virtue and Pichon are very tall, and Haiti will rarely be able to produce such leaders and national leaders in the future. As for their continued plantation economy, this is already a relatively progressive content. If he goes to Haiti, Solovyov can't imagine what the bottom line will be. But there are some interesting things, that is, there are really Russians in Port-au-Prince. As for why there are still Russians here, Solovyov is not sure, but this is also a reason to interfere. Even if there is only one person, the fleet can be sent out, not to mention that there are more than a dozen people there, so there is a more sufficient reason to interfere. Rear Admiral Solovyov's fleet has set off, and there are also some special people in the fleet. Because they have to deal with black people, it is necessary to have generals or officials of black descent to accompany them to Haiti, which is more conducive to negotiations. This kind of thing is also inseparable from the descendants of General Hannibal. His eldest son Ivan Abramovich used to be the commander-in-chief of the Black Sea Fleet and had many connections in the navy, but he died in 1801. At this time, the rest of General Hannibal's sons were still alive. His grandson, Lieutenant Pavel Hannibal of the Guards, and retired naval officer Yakov Hannibal set off on the ship. It just so happened that Yakov Hannibal lived in Rouen. In fact, his manor was very close to Solovyov's manor, and the elders of the two families could be said to be old neighbors and old friends. Rouen is a place with many outstanding people and many famous people, and they are often heavyweights, such as Yakov Hannibal, who became famous because he was a relative of Pushkin. They had already set off. The cousins set off with the fleet. They happened to be attending a ball in St. Petersburg, so they were summoned by Alexander and arranged this task. Chapter 261. I didn't go to the Caribbean to be a pirate. Solovyov received the reply very quickly. After all, the main roads were still open. The order from Petersburg soon arrived in Paris and was directly handed over to Count Morkov. Mishap, you should prepare to leave in the next few days. But sir, you know that Sylvia is about to give birth. In the next 2 days, I will leave for Oldenburg when the baby is born. Ah, there is still time. What a pity, she is a good girl. If she hadn't made an excuse that she didn't want to convert, you two would have lived a happy life. Maybe. Solovyov didn't say it out loud. Maybe Sylvia felt that being a lover was sweeter and more exciting. Of course, his own burden was not light. Although Octavia was Paulina's adopted daughter, he had to pay the dowry when she got married. What's more, Sylvia gave birth to a girl again this time, and the name was naturally Aurora. Moreover, the child cried really loudly, and the size of the child was not small. Sylvia was lying there sweating profusely, and the pain of childbirth almost made her faint. Sylvia. Solovyov held her hand and sat on the head of the bed. I can stay here with you for a few more days. When you can sit up, I should leave. Mitchell, it's great to have you by my side. You always care about people in every possible way. While saying this, Solovyov was still wiping her sweat. Don't talk too much. Just rest now and take care of your body. Please forgive me. Although I can accompany you this time, I still. Don't say anything, Mitchell. Kiss me. I can understand you. It's just that you are leaving France again, and we don't know when we will see each other again. I don't know you, bad guy. You always leave us mother and daughter cruelly, but when you are with us, you are so considerate. Don't say anything. Let's kiss first. For Sylvia, someone caring about her may be a good medicine, and it also relieved her pain a lot. Okay, I want to see the baby. As for the daughter who had been washed and wrapped, she was now placed on her belly. She can't open her eyes for the time being, and it's hard to say who a newborn baby looks more like. It doesn't matter if it looks like you or me. Sylvia and Solovyov were both good looking, so it didn't matter who the child looked like, and there was no need to worry about who the brain would be inherited from. I will stay with you for another week, and then I will leave. Forgive me, and I beg you to forgive me again. What do you have to blame yourself for? I still like you very much, and when you come back, I will bring the children to see you. Okay. It's just that I have to go to Santo Domingo and won't be back for a long time. I think Paulita's brother knows best what the British are doing. I'm still your lover when I leave, but what will my identity be when I come back? It doesn't matter, just do what you have to do. Thank you, Sylvia. Solovyov stayed with Sylvia and the children for another 8 days. He decided to leave only after Sylvia was able to sit up and confirmed that she was fine. When he left, he did not say goodbye to Paulina. Prince Borghese was at home, and going there would really confirm that he was cuckolded. This was not polite, and he also slept with the prince's housekeeper, and the other party knew it. But with the openness of Paris, the other party did not care too much. Before that, Solovyov had to go to Baden to meet an old friend. Ah, it's Mishap. What brings you here from Paris? The Duke of Enghien's house in Edendine is quite grand, and he is living happily here now. But the strange thing is that he has had many lovers, but he has never married. I'm here to invite you to do something. And, are you interested in being a governor? Governor of which country? Russia? Or any other country? I'm a Russian officer. Can I invite you to be the governor of France? For example, Saint-Domingue? There is a war there, and it seems that it is not very friendly to the French army. Although they are the army of a usurper, I don't want France to lose its precious colonies. The wealth that Saint Domingo can bring, the cotton, coffee, and sugar there, are all immeasurable wealth. As a Bourbon royal family, you can't say that the Duke of Enghien is unpatriotic, but he loves the country of his bedsheet. I'm here to invite you with a formal appointment. You can serve as the governor of Rosborg, just like the Duke of Richelieu and Odessa. Rosborg? This place sounds very far and remote, Mishap. It's indeed very far away. It's on the west coast of North America. I think with your identity, the governor of New Spain will also show respect when he meets the Bourbon royal family or the descendants of the Prince of Condé, right? And it's very safe there, far away from France, and your personal safety will be guaranteed. Thank you, but I don't want to leave here, and my fiancée. Although but the news I got from your fiancé in Paris is that someone is going to arrest you. And we can arrange for you to go to Rosborg now. The French fleet will not appear there. You can rule the people there at will. Many French people in Saint Domingo are royalists, and they will love and support you. It is actually difficult to explain what the Duke of Enghien's purpose was at the Baden border. After all, those among the royalists who were actively planning were all active in Britain, not in Baden on the German side. Moreover, the Elector of Baden has always had a good relationship with France. Whether it is the king, the Public Security Committee or the Directory, the same is true for the current First Consul. Baden and France have always had a good relationship. But this is life-threatening. If you get a small beating, you should take it. If you get a big one, you should leave. Mishap, why are you still talking about getting beaten? This is the motto of a Chinese saint. Your Highness, you are the Emperor's friend and my friend. I can't just sit here and wait for someone to chop off your head. It doesn't matter. I still have a way. Outsiders only know that you are here. There are very few visitors here. We just need to arrange someone with a similar appearance to move around here all the time and pretend that you are still in the manor of Edenheim. Okay, I have always believed in you. If Tsar Paul can keep you by his side, he will not encounter any accidents. You are a loyal guard and a true friend. I will go with you and treat this as an adventure. Compared with other Bourbon nobles, the Duke of Enghien is more or less a descendant of the Prince of Condé. This branch is also more courageous and dares to pull a team to take action directly. Compared with Louis XVIII and the Count of Artois, the level is obviously higher. He also asked his butler to make arrangements. Before he returned to Baden, he had always arranged a person with a similar appearance at home. Master, do you really believe what the Baron said? Of course I believe it. He was the former guard of Tsar Paul, and he came from Paris. He is more or less credible. Charles, my old friend, take care of everything here before I come back. As for my fiancée, the marriage contract should also make it very clear. If she is willing to follow me to America, you can tell her my whereabouts after a year. If she is unwilling to go such a long way, let her find another husband who loves her. If they go out on this trip, they will have to go a long way, especially since the colonies in America are rich, but there are often deadly diseases. Of course, Napoleon, who was far away in Paris, did not suspect the Duke of Enghien at this time. Although Fouché had uncovered part of the conspiracy, it was actually closely related to Louis XVIII. After all, the only ones who really had a claim to the throne were the direct Bourbon royal family and the Duke of Orleans. The line of Prince Condé was the one that dealt with the most among the royalists, but made the least profit. I'll take one last look at Enghien. This duke may also be the first French Bourbon royal family to travel to America. This trip is a long way. At the same time, Archduke Karol went to Dresden and was preparing to meet his dear cousin, but the announcement of the marriage has not yet been finalized. Because all parties are watching Napoleon's attitude in France, what tricks he is going to play. After a few days of travel, Solovyov also came to Oldenburg, where he took a schooner to the flagship of Rear Admiral Synopsis. Rear Admiral Dmitry Synopsis, one of the famous generals of the Russian Navy in the future, also has a warship named after him, but now he is just the commander of the squadron. He didn't expect that he had to wait for Lieutenant Colonel Solovyov to board the ship, who also brought the exiled French nobleman Duke Enghien. Your Highness, it is our honor to have you on my flagship. Thank you, General. Your fleet will go directly to Santo Domingo. How long will it take us to sail on the road? About 1.5 months, Your Highness. This has to be taken into consideration. The clippers of the Admiralty shipyard have a high speed but lack protection. The battleships of the escort fleet are fully equipped sailing ships, but their speed will be slower. On the way to the West Indies, they will arrive faster by following the ocean currents and wind direction. However, on the return voyage, because the ships are generally heavier, the return journey will be slower, and this also requires taking into account the missions to be carried out on the way. This will be enough time, right? I think based on the situation in Santo Domingo, Your Highness. It is only a matter of time before the French army is defeated in the western part of the island. When they said this, the French expeditionary force had already been defeated in the Battle of Viters, and was completely driven out of the western part of Santo Domingo. Although the reason was that yellow fever was more lethal to white people, resulting in the collapse of the organization of the entire army, the emergence of the country of Haiti was only a matter of time. We should hold a meeting to determine what we will do in the West Indies this time. The main thing to be confirmed is to protect the safety of expatriates from various countries, take away a group of whites and mixed race people, and negotiate with the possible Haitian government or Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who now claims to be the governor. If it is a negotiation, Lieutenant Hannibal can be sent as an envoy to deliver the message. He is the grandson of General Hannibal. I think the black people in Haiti should also have a good impression of him. As for Mr. Yakov Hannibal, you play the same role in the negotiations. We may not only negotiate with the governor of Port-au-Prince, but also with the commander of their garrison in Cape France. That Christopher is a real bandit. Solovyov still got the relevant information about Dessalines. He has a wife, but unlike this self-proclaimed governor, who will proclaim himself emperor in the future, she is a kind-hearted person who is willing to protect all orphans and widows of whites, mixed races and blacks, and she does so to the best of her ability. This sounds like ZHUN and his wife. Haiti is such a small place, but the script is quite complicated. Even the script of the late Tang dynasty was included. I thought this place was just a garbage country, but I didn't expect some unexpected gains. The Duke of Enghien's idea is to solve the problem through negotiation and bribery, and not to use force unless necessary. What's more, he is the cousin of the headless king, and he still has some credibility among the various ethnic groups in the colonies, especially among the white and mixed race royalists. The battleship Elizabeth also issued orders to the ships on the edge of the North Sea. These clippers carrying supplies will set off with 6 warships, first through the English Channel, and then directly from the Spanish waters to the south along the ocean current and wind direction. When arriving near Boulogne-sur-Mer, the Duke of Enghien also saw the French camp, and he observed the French coastal defense fortifications with interest. Napoleon, the usurper, is really good. Such a strict military camp and formation, even training on the seashore, is stronger than the royal army in the past. He may really be able to establish some achievements, but can he keep his achievements? Your Highness, why do you say that? What I think is that the British must want to unite European countries to oppose France so that they can reap the benefits. This is the old British method. No wonder he didn't go to Britain. He said this in a situation where he was unlikely to believe the British. Moreover, Britain will definitely win over Russia. Without Russia and Austria, their tricks will not succeed. Speaking of which, when Solovyov was chatting with Langevin, he praised the Duke of Enghien, saying that he had chivalry, courage, and wisdom, which were all excellent qualities as a commander. However, his historical ending was not very friendly. He was captured by Napoleon across the border and was finally shot. There are also rumors that when he went to Paris secretly to have a tryst with Miss George, he ran into Napoleon, who was also there, but the first consul had withdrawn, and the Duke did not take advantage of the situation. This sounds like a work of the sun, and he himself denied it. After all, for a Bourbon noble to go to Paris at this time was not only reckless, but also ridiculous. Chapter 262. I can go directly to Martinique to look for my relatives. The voyage was smooth. Among the 6 Russian warships, 4 were 74-gun battleships, and the voyage was also very smooth. In December 1803, the voyage was accompanied by ocean currents and unusual trade winds. The entire fleet quickly reached Cape Verde from the coast of Africa. After replenishing supplies in this Portuguese territory, they continued to set off. If we only consider the voyage along the way, it is also quite boring. There is a lack of entertainment on the ship, and the Russian Navy has not received such a long voyage mission for a long time. However, due to the improvement of health regulations and supplies, few people get sick on the road. Solovyov, this should be attributed to you. The health regulations of the army were considered very effective during the expedition of Marshal Suvorov, ensuring the health of our soldiers, and it was also extended to the navy. Of course, this was still a matter during the Paul Tsar period. Rear Admiral Sólovyov knew about this matter when Paul angrily scolded the old men of the Navy Committee in front of him and praised him, a young officer who was the captain of the battleship at the time. But we must also pay attention to hygiene. Also, drinking water must be safe. We should replenish fresh water at every supply point. Speaking of which, apart from the captains, Solovyov is actually the highest ranking officer in Synopsis' expeditionary fleet, but he was the youngest person present during the meeting. Supply is no problem. If necessary, we can also use the supplies on the supply ships. As for the lost supplies, the cash we carry is enough to buy supplies at ports along the way, especially Puerto Rico and Guantanamo, Cuba. Solovyov's words were a bit strange. After all, the names of these 2 Spanish colonies were always a bit abstract when spoken by Russians. After all, these 2 places will be under the control of Americans in the future, but this is 100 years later. These are not problems. We have enough medicines. If we want to deal with the tropical climate, we must also pay attention to safety. I think yellow fever and malaria are both caused by mosquito bites. We must ensure the safety of the entire fleet. You are the planner. In fact, you need to work harder when executing. After all, we don't have any relatives in the West Indies. Solovyov was also a little helpless. After all, he proposed the plan, but he has some relatives here. This is good. He didn't meet his stepmother's cousin in France, but he came to kill her and went straight to Martinique. France and Russia are still at peace. Now Duke Enghien has accepted the appointment of the Russian Tsar as the governor of Rosberg. He set off to the French colony. As a member of the Bourbon royal family, whether to arrest him or not will actually make the governors feel troubled. But Duke Enghien didn't want to cause trouble. He planned to go to the island under an alias. He also changed into a Russian captain's clothes and appeared in the dressing room of the battleship. Will you go to the island with me? It's different from my real status. I can pretend to be your deputy. For example, a name like Captain Louis Buffon. How does it sound? He is still a Frenchman, but it can cover up some problems. After all, there are too many French officers in Russia. No matter whether they are royalists or those who came to make a living before the war, there are too many such people, and they can't check them one by one. But, Your Highness, you have to restrain your edge, and don't show your noble temperament in front of those French people when you walk. That will be exposed in an instant. Everyone knows the nobility and arrogance of the Bourbon royal family. Is it the same with my poor niece? In addition to her arrogance, she also has a kind of pity and sympathy. But I know that she already has an engagement and is about to get married. God bless, the spirit of Louis Auguste in heaven should also be comforted that his only living daughter has her own home and may be able to find happiness. But who is the groom? Can you keep it a secret? Just like I asked you to put away your temperament? Of course I can keep it a secret, but you are also quite capable. You are actually with the usurper's sister and let her give birth to your child. Ah, don't talk about such things. It will be a scandal if you tell others. I know. I will keep it a secret. The Duke is noble and arrogant, and he is more or less an upright person, so he is unlikely to disclose other people's secrets. It is Archduke Carol. Ah, as expected. Only this brave knight is worthy of marry theirs and can protect her safety. Then they stop discussing these issues. Although gossip is sometimes interesting and everyone is willing to share it, some of it needs to be kept secret. Going to Martinique for supplies is also a necessary route, probably like this. The governor of Martinique was a little panicked when he saw so many warships flying the Russian flag appearing here. The other side is sending out flag signals, asking about our purpose. General Solovyov, you can reply to them that we are only here to seek supplies. How about sending a messenger? I think a local is needed at this time. Mishap, I think you are very suitable to go. Okay, I can go. Solovyov had been on the ship long enough, and getting off the ship would always give him a breath of fresh air. However, he took Bolzoni with him, but left Adela on the ship. Can taking Hercules with him deter the other side? It's safe for him to go with me, but I don't know if my bad reputation in Paris can spread to the West Indies. Don't be funny, that's impossible. But Solovyov's relaxed mentality made everyone less nervous. Okay, you can go, but you just need to explain our purpose. Admiral D. Joyce is the current governor of Martinique. He led the French fleet here. First, he wanted to transport the expeditionary forces to Saint-Domingue, and then he came here to serve as the governor. He got along well with the locals. Solovyov was brought before the admiral. Martinique was not a big country, so he was quickly taken to the governor's palace. Sir, what is the purpose of your coming to Martinique to request supplies? Your Excellency the Governor, we are going to Saint-Domingue to protect our compatriots. Do you know what the situation is there now? I can only say that it is very bad. But as far as I know, there are very few Russians in Saint-Domingue, yet you have dispatched so many warships on this trip. I think as a fleet commander of the Saint-Domingue Expeditionary Force, you should also be very clear that General Dessalines is different from General Toussaint Louverture. The former does not have a high level of education and is very unfriendly to whites and mixed race people. I know this. So your purpose is to maintain order and people's freedom? But it is not an action as an ally of France. In the absence of any alliance between Paris and St. Petersburg, this is a special operation to avoid a humanitarian disaster. It was originally intended to be peaceful, but when necessary special military operations can be launched to protect the safety of compatriots from various countries. The admiral was confused by a bunch of new terms, but he was very experienced and knew that the other party had said a lot, which was actually just harmless passage and request for supplies. You can stop at Fort de France for supplies and stay for a few days, but after that, thank you, Governor General. In addition, I have another unwelcome request. Young man, don't stop talking halfway and let an old man like me guess the riddle. The other party spoke directly and gently, and Solovyov knew that something was going to happen. My stepmother was born in the West Indies. She is from the Debuck family and her name is. Oh. The councillor of our parliament here has this last name. I heard him say that his daughter was lost at sea. But he is not in Fort de France. If you want to find your relatives, you can go to Le Robert's plantation. He is a rich man who owns a sugar factory and a plantation. If what you said is true, I think Mr. de Riveri will be very happy. Thank you, sir. Don't be so polite. We are willing to do a lot for friends passing by, but if there are enemies coming, we will still fight hard. In fact, the journey from Fort de France to Le Robert is not far, and even if you set out in the morning, you can catch up with lunch. But the first thing to do is to let the supply ship dock to replenish fresh water and food, as well as local specialties, mainly coffee, cocoa, and sugar. Speaking of which, this era should be the most prosperous period for plantations in the Caribbean. With the war, technological progress and competition from other colonies, local products will not continue to be popular, and then slowly become tourist attractions and resorts. Solovyov has to go back to the ship to report the results of the communication to Duke Engin and Rouen. This is good. We have a reason to go to the island, but most people still have to stay on the ship. Dmitry, you still have to consider what to do if these sailors clamor to experience exotic customs. Then let them go to the island in batches, but they must come back on time. Otherwise, we can only ask the French gendarmes and garrisons to catch them back. Solovyov is a wonderful person. He has great prestige in the fleet and strong management ability. The sailors are still very convinced of him. As for the naval infantry on board, they lined up at the dock and were also communicating with the French garrison in a friendly manner. Both sides behaved very smoothly and nothing major would happen. However, Duke Engin wanted to go to visit his relatives with Solovyov. He was just there to watch the fun. Are you sure you want to go to Le Robert with me? Of course I am. I'm also curious about this. Who are your relatives? Besides, I don't have to worry about being recognized here. There will definitely be no one in Martinique who knows me. I can just pretend to be your deputy. He is a deputy, not an aide-de-camp. He must be a good gatekeeper. Okay, Captain Louis Buffon, you can go with me, but there are also Belzoni and Adela. You really favor that little girl and raise her as a sister? I guess so, and it will be a good opportunity for her to go to the island with you to broaden her horizons. Speaking of the island of Martinique, the most famous person is probably Josephine. Her family lives in Les Trois-Isles, which is opposite Fort de France. Solovyov doesn't know where the stepmother's cousin he has been looking for lives, and the old lady is still at home. It's just that on a tropical island, you obviously need to be careful of poisonous snakes, especially the VIPs, that are very poisonous on the main island. Fortunately, they are not common and rarely appear in towns, but mainly in plantations and mountain forests. No one will take the initiative to provoke these poisonous snakes, and their journey this time will go from the west to the east of the island, where there should be plantations. It looks like a prosperous and wealthy island. Louis, Duke Engin still needed to adapt to his new role, but it was only after Solovyov called him several times that he responded. Ah yes, you are right, Michel, but just like there are poisonous snakes on the island, the British may also be eyeing this place. After all, it is a country of honey. But when I was in Paris, I heard that the wife of the first consul did not show her teeth when she smiled. Although there is a sense of mystery and special charm, I suspect that it is on this honey island that she ate too much sugar, which caused tooth decay. He did not forget to remind Adela, who was eating candy. So, today you can only eat this piece of candy for your health and to have a good set of teeth. Adela and Solovyov rode on the same horse. She sat sideways and hugged his neck so that Solovyov could not ride too fast. Yes, sir, this is the last piece of candy today. Good boy, you can have 2 pieces tomorrow, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And on this island, I think there are not only candy, but also coffee, cocoa, and bananas. Unfortunately, bananas were only introduced recently, but Martinique also has these things. After all, it is a tropical climate, and nothing is strange when it grows. Even if the 4 people in this group rode slowly, they soon passed the middle hill and saw Le Robert in front. This is the hometown of Solovyov's stepmother and the mother of his 3 new brothers and sisters. Although the town looks small, it has been renovated. The church has a white exterior wall, and other buildings are also brightly colored. Although this is a French colony, it should be said that it has more French style, but because of the special island environment, it is also different. Hey, mishap, we will be there soon. Do you want to go to say hello? There is no rush. I still have a token with me, so it is convenient to visit relatives. Chapter 263. Just looking for relatives in this way makes people feel shocked. Although it is December 1803, this is the tropics. Even in the northern hemisphere, the climate is unbearable. However, Solovyov still wears his army uniform and medals. After all, he is here to visit relatives. Since he has come all this time, he must maintain his dignity. The Russian army does not have tropical uniforms suitable for this kind of weather. He made this outfit himself, so of course he can maintain his dignity and will not faint from the heat. Mr. Henry de Rivery did not expect that there would be a visitor today. He only learned from the messenger that a Russian warship had docked in Martinique and was seeking supplies there. A warship from Russia is really fresh. Yes, father, this is the first time we have a Russian ship here. What are they going to do? I don't know, but son, you have to learn how to run a plantation. I'm old, and this business will always belong to you and your sister. In Martinique and Guadeloupe, their family has plantation industries and sugar factories, and they really need someone to run them. This old man also wanted to find a good husband for his daughter, so he was also looking for a suitable marriage partner. He had 4 daughters and 1 son. Pierre de Rivery was the youngest child and his current designated heir. Of the 4 daughters before him, only the youngest daughter Alexandrine grew up safely and healthily. The other 2 daughters died young, and the second daughter went missing after she went to sea from Nantes, and her life or death was unknown. He is now slowly aging in the plantation. Such a stable life also makes him feel comfortable. As an advisor to the island council, the mayor of Le Robert and the commander of the militia, he is indeed a local head gentleman. However, as a plantation operator, he is more or less cruel to black slaves. When Solovyov rode to the town, he could see many black slaves here. They were engaged in unskilled physical work, but some slave owners would still care about their personal property and let them eat better, but they would not be less whipped. Anyone who praises slavery and serfdom must be beaten. But Solovyov couldn't whip his friend Count Nisherod, who was a staunch supporter of serfdom, and believed that serfdom was good for both landlords and serfs. He was able to come to the West Indies this time because he asked him to present the special action plan on his behalf, so that Tsar himself sent out the fleet. There was another purpose, which was that Alexander knew that his father had an older illegitimate son, Semyon, who had been missing in the Caribbean voyage for 10 years. When he returned to Russia, there were uncertain instructions for them to search locally, but there should be no results. Those who disappeared in the shipwreck, and the bodies were not seen, usually went to the sea to feed the fish, and there was no other option. And in the Caribbean, sharks are still very active. When they came to the town government, someone came out to receive them. Sir, you are wearing a green uniform. Which unit are you from? I'm a Russian soldier. Those who don't wear green uniforms are chasseurs. I know your first consul likes to wear this kind of clothes. And this is the pass given to us by the governor of this island, Admiral D. Joyce. So, Mr. Solovyov, what business do you have here? Our fleet stopped in Martinique for supplies, and I happen to have relatives in Martinique. I came here to visit them during the stopover. Oh, who are you looking for? Mr. Henry Jacob Dubaj de Rivery. Doesn't it sound incredible? After Solovyov reported his name, he could see the other party's surprised expression. A goose egg could be stuffed in his mouth. What a big mouth, Solovyov thought, and the other party was already shocked enough. Are you related to the mayor? However, our mayor should not have any Russian relatives, and there is no problem with your identity on this island. Wait, your identity is fine. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? No, my stepmother told me that her father was called this, and he had plantations and sugar factories in the West Indies. I think you should have some knowledge of the plantations run by the French on the islands in the Caribbean. Ah, that's right. Speaking of our mayor, the Dubuc family that runs sugar factories here is only in Martinique. There are also plantations in Guadeloupe, but not in other places. That's right. Can you introduce me to them? Of course, seeing that he was wearing 2 medals, it was known that this Russian officer had some background, so the civil servant of the town hall took the group to the place. He didn't ask more questions, because it was better to have less trouble than more, and not to cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, among these few people, except for the strong man who was more intimidating, the 2 officers looked decent people, and the little girl was a harmless little cutie, definitely not a bad person. Besides, Mr. de Rivery is a respectable man, so there is no problem. Sir, I'm bringing you here. Do I need to make an announcement? Thank you. I think it is okay to send you here. There is no problem. You can go to your business. Besides, we all speak French, so there is no need to worry about communication problems. Oh, that's right. I will take my leave now. When knocking on the door, you should also pay attention to the fact that most of the buildings here are built very solidly to prevent hurricanes. Really nice buildings. Solovyov still has some yearning for tropical life, but he also has to exclude mosquitoes that spread diseases and those poisonous insects and snakes. Speaking of the current level of technology, many diseases are a big problem. After he knocked on the door a few times, 2 black people came to answer the door. "Sir, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to visit the owner of this estate, Mr. de Riviera." "Please wait a moment, I'll go and report to the master." "My friend, don't you want to know why I'm here to visit?" "Sir, you are well dressed, you look like an officer, and you look very kind. You don't look like a bad guy. Here, only the British and pirates are villains, and our master is a warm and hospitable person. Anyone who can visit him must not be a bad person. That's the gentleman behind you." "Ah, it doesn't matter, Bolzoni is my follower, it doesn't matter. As for us coming here, we are also visiting relatives from Russia." "Okay, gentlemen, wait here." Obviously, these blacks as servants are well trained, and their nutrition is not bad. At least the master of this plantation can feed them enough. However, Mr. Henry de Riviera is still a little curious about the visiting guests. "Master, they claim to be from Russia." "Father, this is a bit strange. We don't have any relatives in Russia. If they come from mainland France to visit relatives, it's not strange." "Jacob, how many people are there?" "A total of 4 people. The 2 leading officers are dressed very decently. There is also a little girl who looks like a maid. There is only one big man, who is the attendant of the leading officer. He looks like a dangerous person. The Russian warship docked today, and someone came here. I don't think it's a big deal. Invite them in, and treat them well." As for the tropical island, when entertaining guests here, there are also many local specialties, including tropical fruits and sea fish and crabs caught nearby. "Father, why don't you doubt it at all?" "Ah, Pierre, a Russian warship just docked in the bay over in Fort de France this morning. They came here now, which means they are familiar with the situation here. They must not be scammers, and there are some reasons." Mr. Henry de Riviera was a little helpless about his son, who was not enlightened, but there was nothing he could do. When these people came in, he also felt that the order was a bit strange. "Hello, Mr. Henry de Riviera, I have to call you this first. I'm Baron Mikhail Solovyov, Lieutenant Colonel of the Russian Guards, and an accompanying officer of the visiting Russian fleet. This one is my deputy, Captain Louis Buffon, who is French, but has been serving in Russia. As for the other 2, they are my attendant Bolzoni and the maid Adela." The question of address comes from my stepmother Amy de Riviera, who should now be called Baroness Solovyov. Mr. de Riviera was also surprised when he heard it. "My daughter is your stepmother? That sounds like a joke. My daughter disappeared at sea after she set sail from Nantes. The story here is a bit complicated, sir. The ship sailing from Nantes was attacked by Barbary pirates in the waters near Morocco, and my young stepmother was abducted by pirates from Algiers. Later, when Admiral Lushakov was fighting pirates in the Mediterranean, he went ashore and rescued women from various countries, including many French. My father was a widower at the time and was running his old boss's business in Crimea. They met and fell in love with each other. If you don't believe it, there are keepsakes here, including portraits and letters. It's unbelievable, but what you said is very logical, Baron. I was originally a military attaché at the embassy in Paris, but because of some special reasons, I left my post and joined this fleet. Because the West Indies are too far away, we only plan to look for my mother's cousin in Paris, but all the other relatives are here. No wonder. The letter to Rose is understandable, but I've always been puzzled by the fact that it's unclear whether Rose is dead or alive. Judging from the way the Governor General takes care of Rose's mother, it seems more like he's taking care of his colleague's mother, not like. After all, there are rumors that Madame de Beauharnais, that is, Rose, was executed with her husband. We've always heard such news here. Now, it was Solovyov's turn to be surprised. "You mean de Beauharnais? Young man, you seem surprised, and so is your deputy. What's going on?" "Which de Beauharnais?" "The youngest son of the former Governor General, Marquis François de Beauharnais, Viscount Alexander de Beauharnais. Sounds more surprising than you saying we are related. What's going on?" Shocked. Solovyov only said one word. This matter really shocked him, and he was even more surprised to see the expression of Duke Engin. It's really funny that a small lieutenant colonel of the Russian Guards had a family relationship with Napoleon in so many ways. Are you familiar with the Marquis's family? Not really. Where did you get the news that Viscount de Beauharnais and his wife were guillotined together? It was a royalist newspaper. Although I'm not keen on politics, what they claimed seems to be true. We are also distant relatives. Although I often visit each other due to my job, we haven't discussed some things in detail. It seems that the royalists are spreading rumors. Madame de Beauharnais is still alive and has remarried to become the wife of the current first consul. This made the Duke of Engin a little embarrassed. This kind of tabloid news was indeed a bit sensational and made him feel ashamed. After all, if all the royalists were at this level, he would have to rely on external forces to return to Paris. Interesting, we cannot confirm the tragedy that happened in Paris. After all, many people were sent to the guillotine. How did you know about it? I served in the Russian embassy in Paris, and I met the first consul and his wife at a reception. We roughly know his family situation. Captain Buffon was also often in Paris. His father was an acquaintance of the Marquis de Beauharnais and could also serve as a witness. Yes, sir, we can also confirm this. Viscount Alexander de Beauharnais was unfortunately involved in political struggles and was sent to the guillotine, but his wife survived. Then, Mr. de Rivary was able to confirm Josephine's past name, and everything made sense. This is really interesting. You were going to look for relatives in Paris, but the answer is here. My child, is my daughter okay? Very well. She gave birth to 2 healthy children with my father, a girl named Paulina and a boy named Anton. When we set out, she was pregnant again. At your age, child, your father is really strong and healthy. Mr. de Riviera hadn't laughed so happily for a long time. Although it sounded tortuous, he could confirm his daughter's handwriting and the image in the portrait, which were all correct. It's a pity that you can only stay here for a few days at most. Otherwise, I would have entertained you for half a year. The owners of tropical islands are probably so hospitable, and he immediately asked the servants at home to prepare a banquet. I haven't been so happy for a long time, old woman. Our daughter actually had such a bizarre experience. It's unexpected. This was enough to make the family of 4 in the manor happy for a while. They could actually get such unexpected good news. Moreover, Mr. de Riviera had prepared a reply letter saying that the return journey across the Atlantic would have to follow the ocean currents back from the north, and it was unlikely to go through this route. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. You can't just recognize someone randomly. The stay in Les Roberts would not be too long. After receiving the reply from Mr. Henry de Rivary, Solovyov returned to Fort de France. It is true that this matter cannot be made public, and it is meaningless. At this time, there is no need to cause any trouble. After returning to the flagship Elizabeth, he also began to re-evaluate the environment around him. It is true that relatives have been found, but you can't talk about it. When France and Russia are at peace, this can be brought up and talked about, but not during the war. And after returning, Solovyov also has his own ideas about how to explain to his family. In short, this matter cannot be reckless, and he does not expect the title given by Napoleon to be redeemed in St. Petersburg. Although the titles of the First and Second French empires can indeed be certified in Russia, there will even be a strange phenomenon in the future, that the White Russian leader is a member of the de Beauharnais family. The descendants of the Bonaparte family, who have blood ties with the European royal families, have not appeared too much in the families that are still royal families in various countries in the 21st century. Instead, the descendants of Josephine and Viscount de Beauharnais have intermarried everywhere, and many of them are still descendants of Josephine. This matter is indeed interesting, but it is not the point. Afterwards, the Russian fleet continued to set off from Martinique, and continued to move towards the destination of this voyage, the west of Saint-Domingue, that is, Haiti. In Martinique, they already knew that the French army in Saint-Domingue was defeated by the rebels on the western island of Hispaniola under the command of Rochambeau, so they had to retreat to the central and eastern parts of the island, which is equivalent to this part of the Dominican Republic, and there was still a piece missing in the north. This gap was taken by Christopher of the rebels, after he defeated some French defenders in the north, and it was also to ensure the safety of the French Cape, the base camp of this warlord. Of course, this place will also be renamed Cape Haitien in the future. The founding of Haiti is just around the corner. General Dessalines will become the lifelong governor, imitating Napoleon's lifelong rule. Every step is equivalent, but what is done is very funny. It's all imitation. They may only know the French system and then copy it. It's because their lack of education limits their imagination. If the British colonies become independent, they may also have to set up cabinets and parliaments. If they start to argue, it may be even worse. The voting system that liberalism has set up does not have a good result in the end. Buying votes and threatening to vote are small matters. If it goes too far, it is not surprising to cast private votes. Mishap. If you say that, those big wigs in our country who admire the British system may have some opinions about you. But if you copy a country's system, there will definitely be some places where it is not suitable for the local conditions. Of course, if education is not popularized, the people will always be ignorant, and that will be completely ruined. Among the leaders of the Haitian uprising, Toussaint Louverture was self-taught. Although his level was limited, he was one of the few clear-headed and sensible people among the blacks. He was also the person who regretted his decision on St. Helena again. He regretted many things, but he still had some appreciation for the leader of the uprising in St. Domingo. It is unknown what his attitude is. However, changing the plantation economy and distributing land to black slaves and free people will completely destroy the local economy and eventually lead to the collapse of the entire Haitian economy. However, the Haitian warlords who maintained the plantations were extremely reactionary and even went to the east side of the island to capture slaves. So whether Haiti changes to an American-style constitution in the future or imitates French rule now, it has already shown the lower limit of human governance capabilities, which is quite scary. The Russian fleet quickly turned the Cape and came near Port-au-Prince. In fact, after Port-au-Prince was controlled by the rebels, it was still highly vigilant about the arrival of white people. There is no reason. Dessalines and Christopher had fought the British with Toussaint Louverture before, and also fought with Spain and France. Christopher had also followed the Chasseur detachment composed of free blacks from Saint-Domingue to the United States, and helped the US military fight in Savannah. Although he has seen a lot, it is also very clear what level these warlords are. On the artillery platform of Port-au-Prince, someone has reported that a large warship is approaching, which has caused great panic among the blacks in the city. Some of them even thought that the French Navy had broken through the British blockade and sent another fleet over. Who made the flag used by the Russian Empire still a tricolor flag? Are the French fighting back again? Dessalines was also confused after listening to his subordinate's report. Fortunately, his wife and Alexander Pétion had some knowledge, and Pétion had attended a military academy in Paris. For the black people in Haiti, this was already a high-level intellectual who was both civil and military. Governor, although it is a tricolor flag, it does not necessarily mean that it is a French warship. The Dutch and Russian warships also fly the tricolor flag. Let the commander of the artillery see what color the flag is. If the other party sends someone to negotiate, we must also know what color clothes the other party is wearing, and what their purpose is. Okay. Do it according to General Pétion's wishes. We can't make a mistake. However, Faustin Soulalk, a soldier at the lookout of the artillery, was completely illiterate and could not read, which led to a big mistake in his description. Even described the green uniform as blue. What? Blue uniforms again? Are the French really coming? If they come, they will open fire directly at the fort. Did you really see it clearly? I saw it clearly, but they lowered to small boats and waved white flags. It seems that they are not coming to fight. Then they must be coming to surrender. The French soldiers we captured before, and the Polish black brothers who joined us all came this way. By the way, although there are only a few mixed race officers of Polish descent, most of the Poles who came to Haiti are still white at this time, and there are at least 4,000 soldiers of the Polish Legion. These people were recognized by Dessalines as black brothers. He was very advanced in this regard. I'm afraid that the honorary whites in South Africa all learned this trick from him. Haiti still has some things that are relatively advanced in racial segregation. Governor, I'd better go and take a look. It's not that I don't trust the brother's eyesight, but this kind of thing must be cautious. So, Pétion left the governor's palace and came to the fort in Port-au-Prince. At this time, they saw the white officer leading the way down from the ship, followed by 2 black men. We are from Russia and hope to meet General Dessalines, your governor. I don't believe it. With your flag in 3 colors, how dare you say you are not French? Yes, you even speak French. The 2 Hannibals were quite helpless after seeing this. It was because they came together that the black soldiers were less hostile. Otherwise, a white-skinned and beautiful person like Solovyov would be in trouble. Russians, can't you speak French? French is used in many countries. Even those damn British pirates can speak a few words. Just as Solovyov was about to explain to these soldiers, Pétion had already come over on horseback. He still recognized the Russian flag, and the green military uniform and the 2 medals hanging on it showed the origin at a glance. Okay, brothers, put your weapons away. General Pétion, these people. Don't worry about them, they are all Russians, not French. Go back to your posts, brothers. These black soldiers seemed to be well trained and lined up. When the French army was attacked by tropical diseases, they were still capable of dragging the French to death on the island. I'm Alexander Pétion. I used to be an artilleryman, and now I'm the state councillor of Haiti. Speaking of which, if there are not a few educated people, it will be difficult to get this done, even if we imitate the French system. Mikhail Solovyov, Lieutenant Colonel of the Guards. I'm the envoy of this fleet. These 2 are Pavel Hannibal, Lieutenant of the Guards, and Yakov Hannibal is the secretary of our fleet. Their grandfather is General Abram Petrovich Hannibal, the Russian General of Engineers. Speaking of which, Abram Hannibal is still somewhat well known among the educated black people. Pétion could also confirm that they were indeed Russians, but they still needed to confirm their purpose. On the one hand, we need to submit the credentials to the governor of Haiti to confirm diplomatic relations. On the other hand, there are indeed some things that we need to consult General Dessalines in person. Okay, you can come with me. I believe in your goodwill, but in Port-au-Prince, you must also pay attention to your personal safety. The locals are not friendly to the French, and they are also somewhat aggressive. Speaking of which, this is all old news. Attacks on other races are a reserved program for black-ruled governments and organizations. Fortunately, the 2 Hannibals are 1/4 mixed race like Pétion, so they won't make things so complicated. The governor's palace of Haiti at this time is the former governor's palace of Saint-Domingue in France. Although this appearance is in the same location as the National Palace Presidential Palace that collapsed in the earthquake, it is just its earliest appearance. In the future, the gunpowder depot will explode here, resulting in the death of hundreds of the president and the presidential guard. But it does not prevent Duvalier from turning the presidential palace into an arsenal, and he is not afraid of explosions. Moreover, before the explosion of the gunpowder depot that sent the president to heaven, the governor's palace in Port-au-Prince also exploded due to the storage of gunpowder and was almost completely destroyed. After all, the feng shui is not very good, but it is still livable. After all, such a disaster will not happen to them. And Dessalines' appearance scared Solovyov. He was so handsome and dark. I don't know if he was a kiln burner or a charcoal seller. Even if he was mentally prepared, he had never seen such a dark black guy. Of course, Solovyov's whiteness also aroused their curiosity. Hello, Governor. Hello, sir from Russia. I didn't expect that there are black people in Russia. I heard that your place is covered with ice and snow. But, compared with France, which country is bigger? I think the land area of Russia is much larger than that of France. No wonder. General Pétion showed me a map. Russia is indeed not small, but France still has so many colonies. In addition, how strong is your Russian army? The quality of the Russian army is still very good, not inferior to the French. and I myself once followed Marshal Suvorov to defeat the French in Italy and captured General Schurrer, the commander-in-chief of the Italian Corps. Since we have defeated the French, we are friends. Dessalines' attitude was indeed unexpected and somewhat straightforward. No matter how you look at it, it seems that if Li Kui became the governor and brought 2 axes and sat behind the desk in the governor's mansion, it might be more in line with the image of this black man. Why don't you ask us why we are here? The British, French, and Spanish are all bastards. The Poles here are our black brothers. You Russians, you have no grudges against us in the past, and you have even fought against the French, so you are naturally our friends. This statement is indeed invincible. It saves diplomatic etiquette, which is very refreshing. Dessalines himself hates the French, so he also makes a black and white classification. He did not treat his Russian friends as outsiders, and even invited the Russian fleet commander to the governor's palace for dinner. But before that, his assistant Louis Buerentonner had to ask a few more questions. After all, Dessalines himself only hated French whites, and this Louis Buerentonner, who had some culture, might also hate those white people other than the Poles who were considered black, and he was not friendly to anyone. Your purpose of coming here is not just a formal visit, right? Of course, our voyage in the Caribbean this time is also to recruit settlers for our country's Fort Ross colony. This Bueren was still alert and unfriendly. Although he was the son of a free carpenter and the drafter of the Declaration of Independence of Haiti, he was generally unfriendly to the white government. Haiti is also a strange place. Just a few days after their founding, they have already come up with reverse racial discrimination. It's like the elimination of political enemies in the French Revolution was taken and directly applied to white people. Not long ago, Dessalines' men executed hundreds of French wounded soldiers, although many black soldiers did not intend to do so. There is no way. After all, in this era, France and its colonies are rich in this kind of stuff. Chapter 265 Solovyov vs. Zombies. Dessalines still suffered from his lack of education. He himself did not advocate taking action against the elderly, the weak, women and children. After fighting so many battles, he would only kill French soldiers and adult men, and would not harm women and children. This is also because he married a good wife, Mary Claire Bonheur. This lady was a widow. Her ex-husband was a wheelwright. She married Dessalines in 1800. This lady was very generous. She rescued many wounded soldiers in the rebel army. When her husband was furious, she was able to kneel down and ask him to forgive the prisoners in the prison. When the massacre against white people occurred in Haiti, she rescued many people and even hid several French people under her bed. Finally, she saved some people. Compared with the scale of this massacre, she saved more than 100 people by herself when thousands of people were massacred. She has done her best. If Solovyov knew the ending later, he might think that Dessalines was Huang Chao plus Zhun, and this lady was a bit different. Moreover, she lived to be 100 years old. No matter how the future Haitian leaders offered her a pension, she refused it. Although her face was also very dark, her personality was noble, and the future Haitian leaders and their wives could not compare to her. If Dessalines followed his current thinking and his wife's advice, perhaps he would not raise the butcher knife. But many of the people below did not think so, especially this Louis Buerentonner. Speaking of which, his last name was Bueren and his nickname was Tonal, which means lightning. Is there such a thing? This gentleman hated white people, so he did not appear at the table when Dessalines entertained Russian guests. Therefore, Dessalines, who had no culture, was now sharing the local stories of Haiti with a table of cultured people. Yes, when Mr. Bueren was a baby, his cradle was struck by lightning, and he was fine. Haiti is a place with too many Tanguio element, and it can be fine, even if it is struck by lightning. So that's why you got the nickname Lightning? That's right, my friend. Come and try this soup. It's my wife's cooking. This is Everest soup. I tasted this dish when I was in Martinique. In the past, the master on the plantation didn't let us drink this kind of soup. Even an overseer like me, or a skilled cook like my wife were not allowed to eat it. Now, everyone can share this dish. It tastes not bad, but the cream tastes too strong. Don't Russian dishes have cream in them? No, on the plantation in Martinique, at my stepmother's father's house. I should call him grandpa. They don't add so much cream to their soup. Dessalines didn't have any objection to this. It wasn't in front of him, and the white young man spoke frankly and sincerely, which was just what he wanted. Ah, your stepmother is French? She was captured by pirates and suffered a lot. It happened that the Russian fleet went to fight the pirates and rescued her. Then she met my father, and then they got married and returned to their hometown estate. Speaking of which, we also have serfs there, but the serfs in my own estate have all regained their freedom. Dessalines frowned at first when he heard that Solovyov's stepmother was French, but after hearing the following stories and the fact that the owner of the estate had released his own serfs, his expression relaxed, and he even grinned and laughed. You are a good person, Lieutenant Colonel. I didn't realize that at such a young age. You are much better than the ruler in Paris. He wants to come here to restore slavery and capture all the brothers back to the plantation. I think that is a means for him to restore the old order, but it is hard to comment. After all, Napoleon is still his uncle, although he is only a cousin. Ah, but this dwarf is a character. And the cunning fox that was taken away by yellow fever, we suffered a lot at his hands. Solovyov couldn't even say that he slept with Paulina and asked her to give birth to his child. Dessalines was not well educated, but he liked to criticize the French and was particularly eloquent. If he didn't know that Haiti was a place where all kinds of cruel and outrageous tyrants often appeared, he would be willing to chat with this black governor for a while. Of course, he came from a humble background, but he was a kind of hero type, and his attributes as a mountain king were very strong. When General Petion saw Dessalines' actions, he was relieved. At least after passing the governor's level, there wouldn't be too much trouble in the future. But the one who was struck by lightning was not so friendly and even wanted to stir up trouble. After all, in the eyes of some black people who have some culture, but not many, white people owe them everything, and even people who have nothing to do with them are always hated just because of their skin color. Obviously, such people are not well educated and are prone to sabotage, and their power is still very great. Even for black people who believe in voodoo, they must be mobilized by the masses. It is only Mr. Guerin who believes in the masses. His plan is somewhat shocking. For example, after killing white men, those underage children will also be killed. And white women, if they are unwilling to give birth to black people, will also be killed. This is a thorough ethnic cleansing. Although there is Rochambeau, the insect who invented the gas chamber, on the other side, he also killed captured black soldiers. On the other hand, Dessalines stabbed to death with a bayonet, and it was also a French wounded soldier. This inhumane behavior is limited to mutual revenge in the army. The massacre of women and children who have no resistance is more or less excessive. Maybe the white people made Saint-Domingue too urbanized. Haiti is really independent from a French colony. This kind of weird thing always appears in French colonies, and even the French are not so responsible. Except for Haiti, it is more or less geopolitical, and France does not want to let go of the colonies. This place is the original ecology. After the various forces have made trouble, it has finally become a cesspool in the backyard of the United States. If the Bourbon dynasty comes to claim compensation in the future, it will only worsen the situation and step on the accelerator. Damn, they will still die. There is no way to do it. Then Dessalines also listened to the opinion expressed by Solovyov, that is, to take away all the local French, but not to the French, but to the Russian Rosberg territory. You move these people to a wasteland. It must be very valuable there. Maybe there is gold buried underground. Dessalines said it was to the point, and he did not object. It's okay to take these white people away. If they really use knives, it's not my wish. I promised them that I would protect their safety. I won't take back my promise, but brothers, I think the black independence cause should not be sacrificed with the blood of civilians. There's nothing I can do about it. Some wizards will say that watering the land with the blood of white people will make it more fertile. That's bullshit. When I was an overseer in the plantation, I never heard that you can harvest more coffee by soaking blood into the ground. After all, he was still a governor. The massacre was more or less politically motivated, and that thunderstruck Guerin seemed to have said something to him. Petion was worried that the two sides would not be able to reach an agreement. After all, if the local French were moved away, he could still get a sum of money, and most of the white people's property would be left behind, so at least the soldiers' hands would be clean. He didn't want the rebels to have the blood of civilians on their hands, especially the army left by Toussaint Louverture, which was more or less a revolutionary army. These soldiers would never take action against civilians. Governor, I think it's getting late now, and we need to settle the envoys. In addition, some of them need to return to the ship to report. After this excuse was taken out, Dessalines seemed to realize that he had said too much, so he agreed with Patient's statement, leaving Solovyov and Pavel behind, and letting Yakov Hannibal return to the ship. So far, Dessalines and Solovyov both thought that the negotiations were going relatively smoothly. The Russians knew that the governor of Haiti still wanted to expel the whites, and Dessalines also confirmed that the Russians had no ill intentions, so things went relatively smoothly. It's just that at this time, it's inevitable that something unexpected will happen. Pétion arranged for his adjutant to take them to their residence, but on the streets of Port-au-Prince, there were always people trying to make money and kill people. After all, there were still many wealthy plantation owners left in Haiti, and they still had a lot of wealth, which the military leaders knew. Dessalines wanted to control the wealth by slaughtering adult men. In fact, it was also used to cover up the chaotic plantation economy under his rule. The entire economic foundation had been destroyed. Through this means, it was possible to ensure that the wealth could be in their hands. Christopher in the north also thought so. His target was the rich people in Cape Haitien, and he didn't ask about the civilians. Although he was more of a bandit, he also knew the problem. Dessalines himself knew it. Then, on the streets of Port-au-Prince, such a thing happened. The two medals hanging on Solovyov's body and the logo of the Order of St. Anna on his sword attracted the attention of street thugs. Port-au-Prince will be a strange place, where gangs are rampant and plunder the people who eat dirt in the future. Now it can't be seen from the streets, but he has always been very vigilant. After Pétion's adjutant left, it seemed that someone was watching at the door of this hotel. As for who would come, Solovyov was actually prepared. He took out his sword and pistol, and asked Pavel to pay more attention like him. It was a mistake for you not to bring that Italian henchman, Miss Balzone's mouth is loose. If he says something he shouldn't, it will bring trouble. That's right. But you have to be careful. The blacks here are not friendly to whites. Even the adjutant said that mixed race people are also dangerous here, unless they are officers. Take care of yourself. My pistol is ready to fire at any time. He also remained highly alert and kept his gun with him, but the safety was not turned on. There are also infiltrators at night, and they are camouflaged, which is actually quite troublesome. If these people who are looking for money and killing people target Russian diplomats, they need to consider themselves unlucky. After all, Solovyov, who carries his own weapons and has been trained in war, is not an ideal prey. In fact, when someone really wanted to strangle him from behind, he was elbowed. In the dimly candlelit corridor, someone really attacked him, but this elbow knocked the man down directly. Then, Solovyov pulled out his gun, but the other party rushed over with his teeth bared, which frightened him. Could he really have encountered a zombie? But his shooting was still textbook-like. After 3 shots, the black shadow staggered and fell. The gunshot would alarm many people. Although there were not many guests in this hotel, the owner and servants of the hotel still came over with candlesticks to check the situation. Solovyov himself was unharmed, but the skull of the person who attacked him was opened. When shooting at close range, it is inevitable to open the top of the head. The Haitian gendarmes who came later knew who this person was. Sir, you are not lucky. You actually met Jane Zambi, who often murders white people in the local area. Even the governor would be shocked by his murder method. What? Zombie? Solovyov probably killed a zombie, but it didn't cause any big waves. Even Dessalines himself was deeply shocked by Jane Zambi's murder method, because a murder case not long ago happened right under Dessalines' nose. However, voodoo probably also adds some strange beliefs, such as the strange custom of using revolvers to restrain zombies. Although the earliest zombie culture came from Guadeloupe in 1697, this man who happened to be named Zombie deepened this impression with his brutal methods and brought zombie culture to the United States. It's a close call. That is, I have always had the habit of carrying a gun, otherwise it would be really troublesome. As for this serious accident, it brought other troubles. Buerin struck and tried to detain Solovyov. Even if it was self-defense, it was killing. He hated white people very much, and even wanted to lock Solovyov up. But Pishin believed that the Russians should not be provoked. After all, the 474 gun battleships were facing the forts of Port-au-Prince. Pishin, who was born in the artillery, knew the artillery of the fort defenders very well. Dessalines thought that the young man was really capable of shooting the attackers so quickly. He was just looking for fun, and not afraid of trouble. He advocated sending Solovyov and Pavel Hannibal back to the ship. If there were any problems, they could continue to talk. After all, the Russians were still prepared to spend a sum of money to redeem all these white people, which was profitable. Chapter 266. This kind of mistake actually needs to be struck by lightning. Solovyov can be said to have killed the zombie, but there is still a very troublesome thing for him. That is, this has angered the small group behind Dessalines who instigated the cleansing of white people. The person who led this group was naturally the one who was struck by lightning in infancy. This kind of thing is not surprising. In the environment of Black Africa, we know that people who have not died after being struck by lightning are mostly considered to have some divine power. With divine power, sometimes when thinking about stability or doing something, they are crazy and cannot be guessed by common sense. And Mr. Buerin is such a person. He is the biggest advocate of the plan to cleanse white people in Haiti. As a person with some culture among the Haitian black rebels, he made this move, which is more advanced than those who have always been racist. Racist people are crazy, and he is the leading version, which is even crazier. As for what he wants to do, it is also very clear. He came to see Dessalines and said that no Russians can be allowed in, even if there are indeed more than a dozen Russian expatriates here. But Dessalines and Pishin knew that they could not afford to provoke their opponent, so they decided to negotiate in the fort. At this time, Pishin's role could be reflected. After all, he was one of the most educated blacks or mixed race people in Haiti, and he had indeed seen the world in Paris. We are still deeply regretful of General Buerin's actions. We came to Port-au-Prince on the principle of alleviating the humanitarian crisis, and we may go to Cape Haitien, which was formerly Cape France, for the harmonious coexistence of all races in Saint Domingo in the future. Once the killing begins, it will be plunged into bloody racial hatred and various revenge actions. There is no way to quell this pain without decades of time. I can understand your point of view. You are now representing the Russian government and the expeditionary fleet, and I represent the governor of Haiti. We should reach a consensus instead of really getting involved in this hatred. For this point, General Pishin, I think we should still determine the following consensus, based on the principle of mutual benefit between Russia and Haiti. Anyway, unless the West Indies are occupied by Britain in the future, and then a string of islands that used to belong to France are arbitrarily divided, Russia's power is unlikely to intervene. Later, the British handed over some islands to Sweden, and Sweden finally gave up and returned them to France. It was in this context. Instead, the British used their absolute advantage in the Navy to control some Caribbean islands. Speaking of which, the British maritime advantage could not be offset for a while. I basically agree that the two sides should conduct further negotiations in a peaceful and friendly environment, but some of the garrisons in Port-au-Prince, under the command of General Buerin, will inevitably have some problems. Then please ask His Excellency the Governor to issue an order, jointly issued in the name of the Russian fleet commander and the Governor of Haiti, not to violate the ceasefire principle, and no one can open fire at this time. I agree with your idea, even if it is to maintain a ceasefire now. Pishin has indeed seen the world. Since the other party has no ill intentions, he also thinks that this is fine, and the negotiations can continue. I even think that one day, when France can no longer threaten your Haiti's true independence, you can go to Paris to exchange a treaty with them. What you said is indeed a good idea, but the British should not be willing. They have supported the weapons of the rebels before, and they certainly don't want Haiti and France to recognize each other. Pishin said this, proving that he understands the current interests At the same time, Boileau was also educated, and his uncle was even a member of the House of 500 who represented the colony of Saint-Domingue. However, their political senses were very different. The same environment led to different behaviors and practices. It was hard to explain what was going on. However, if General Boileau made any unfriendly moves, it would probably lead to a fight. The Russian naval infantry regiment on board the ship had more than 1,000 people, plus sailors and some naval infantry on board. This force was actually not enough to fill the gaps in the Haitian army's teeth. The enemy's garrison in Port-au-Prince far exceeded the ground forces that the Russian fleet could mobilize. What's more, there were also the black citizens of Port-au-Prince and the surrounding villages. In fact, these people were also something that Senior One's fleet could not afford to offend. But if an artillery battle broke out, the Russian artillery fire far exceeded that of the Haitian army. If they fired directly at the artillery position, even the Haitian defenders would not be able to resist at all. Pétion passed the news back to Dessalines. After considering it, the governor of Haiti agreed to the ceasefire request and even found Boileau and told him not to cause trouble during the negotiations. Boileau was not satisfied with this. He went out of the city to mobilize nearly 3,000 armed forces who were directly under his command and was still preparing to carry out his plan. This made Pétion a little worried. Governor, the current situation is that if we let those white people go, they can leave behind all the property they cannot take away. In addition, we can also obtain cash from the Russian fleet, as well as checks that can be cashed in banks in the United States and Britain. This deal is not a loss. Moreover, our soldiers are insurgents and revolutionary troops after all, and they should not have the blood of civilians on their hands. You should be very clear about this. Christopher wrote that he only intended to target those celebrities in Cape Haitien. It would be enough to seize their property. Civilians do not have the power to resist us. Yes, there are no more than 10,000 white people left in our country now. Dessalines knew that Pétion still counted Poles as whites, and Boileau even wanted to count all mixed-race people as whites. But then again, Dessalines himself regarded the Poles and mixed-race people who came over as black brothers. The three people had different perceptions in this regard. Well, write a letter to Christopher. Although I can read, I can't write much. You should write it. Keep it concise, so that his adjutant can understand it, and read it out loud. Dessalines knew that, if his hands were clean, if Europe was at peace in the future, there might be room for maneuver to make peace with the French. If he really wielded the butcher knife, it would not be a simple end. However, he did not expect that Boileau actually wanted to go it alone and directly clean up the white people in Port-au-Prince. From Cape Haitien to Port-au-Prince, the messenger could run back and forth in one day. Christopher did not take action. The two largest military groups in Haiti were Dessalines, who was the Grand Governor, and Christopher, who was the Little Governor. Both sides had their own armies, but Dessalines had the foundation laid by Toussaint Louverture, and these people knew what was right and what was wrong. As for Christopher, he was able to restrain his subordinates. Although they were all bandit-like, he had the final say, and the subordinates did not dare to act rashly. Even in this situation, Boileau found that the soldiers he had gathered were unwilling to take action. Perhaps this was the last legacy left to them by the late leader, but it only existed during the founding stage of Haiti. After Pétion's death, his successor was driven out of power by a military coup, and it disappeared. Sir, if you ask us to kill French soldiers, we will do whatever we want, but we can't do it to civilians. But these white people used to let the supervisors whip you with whips. When they were domineering, you were beaten. Is this true? If those white women can still give birth to white children, they will come to deal with you when there are more people. Sir, you are wrong to say that. My previous master never used a whip. For someone like me who has been beaten, sir, it is wrong to kill people who cannot resist and are unarmed. Anyway, no matter how Boileau provoked them, these black soldiers would not fall for it. If they were asked to kill white men, they would only kill French soldiers who were officers. Moreover, many of the white people who stayed behind sympathized with the blacks, and some of them even helped them. The royalists who exploited them most cruelly were almost wiped out by the Spanish army and the Jacobin army, and most of the remaining people fled to New Orleans. Boileau saw that this was not going to work, and even the orders would not be executed, so he left angrily. You know, Haiti has just gained independence. Although voodoo came from West Africa with the blacks, it is still important to emphasize that some ideas passed down from the French Revolution and the American War of Independence did let the uneducated black soldiers know what is good and what is bad. Therefore, they refused the order, and Dessalines laughed when he heard about it. "Oh, this is a thunderbolt. If I don't give the order, he can't do anything. Pétion, if you can avoid killing people, try not to kill people. You are right. We can set a price for each white person, except for those doctors and people with special skills, and the Germans on Christopher's side. The rest of the Russians can take them away." He was very happy. This way he could make a lot of money for free. But those Russians still have a saying: every adult white person, regardless of sex, their ransom fee is equivalent to a loan. Don't make it so complicated. What is a loan? When Pétion said this, he remembered that Dessalines knew nothing about banking business and had to explain it to him again, so he changed his words. It means borrowing money to redeem them. Of course, the debt of this money will be counted on their own heads. If they go to Rosberg, Russia, the debt can be forgiven, and they will be given a resettlement fee, and they will also be provided with housing and farmland. But if they go to New Orleans or other places, then this money is what they owe to the Russian government, and they must pay it back within a certain period of time. They also invite Americans to supervise and use their personal property to pay off the debt. Ah, then I understand. Although these Russians came to rescue the French, they will not come in vain. Dessalines was also clear in his mind. In this case, all these white people must be sent away. As for what Guerin said, it was none of his business. He just had to wait for the Russian money to arrive. So in February 1804, the governor of Haiti also issued an order that the French in Port-au-Prince and surrounding towns and villages must bring their personal belongings to the docks of Port-au-Prince, where there would be ships to take them away from Haiti. If someone refused to leave, he also thought of a way to scare them. That is, if they did not leave after the deadline, all their property would be confiscated and thrown into the black prison. This iron-fisted method sent all the French who had been registered on the Russian transport ship. As for Christopher, 2 Russian frigates would escort the transport ship, and the garrison in Cape Hatchin also received the order. Christopher also knew that each of the people he evacuated was still worth some francs and pounds, especially since they did not need to be redeemed in banknotes, but were directly paid in gold coins and checks, which really made him very satisfied. The ransom paid by Cape Hatchin went into Christopher's own pocket. The situation was roughly the same for Dessalines. Because of this order, most of the white people in Haiti boarded the ship, and only those Germans who settled in the north and those Poles near Port-au-Prince remained here. After these French people got on the ship, Duke Engin could reveal his identity. Since Suburban Prince is the Russian governor of the Rosberg territory, their personal safety is more or less guaranteed. But the next problem is more troublesome. There are a total of 4,399 French people on board. Fortunately, the French have always had a low birth rate. If there are too many children, it will be a big problem to place them. If the fleet goes around Cape Horn, it will obviously not meet the original intention of this operation. Instead, it will be faster to pass through New Spain and rent Spanish ships on the west coast of Mexico. It is safer to go over on land. Solovyov also planned to do so. The Duke of Engin still needs to deal with the governor of New Spain. Although he is a French Bourbon, the Prince of Condé has been exiled in Spain. Regardless of the fact that the ruler of Spain is the king of jellyfish, he can still do things in Spain. You know, if the French nobles make small moves in the country, the first choice for running away is not the nearest Britain, but Spain. In this regard, in fact, in the story of the 3 Musketeers, Aramis, who survived the end, ran to Madrid. He still needed to have a good talk with the governor of Spain. Chapter 267. There is no Zorro in this era. Things in Haiti went smoothly, and Dessalines released a lot of people. But next, they had to go through the Spanish colonies and transfer ships from New Spain to the western coastline. To some extent, they still needed to go to Mexico City to meet the governor. The current governor, General José Joaquin Vincent Echeverría Arostegui, has only been in office for a year. He prefers to employ criollos rather than peninsulars. This made these peninsulars from mainland Spain dissatisfied, and they really wanted to give the governor a big one. The governor still had some headaches. Although he unveiled the equestrian statue of King Carlos IV in Mexico City, presided over many public affairs, and agreed to Baron von Humboldt's visit to New Spain, there were still many things to do, and visitors kept coming. He was very impatient with Drive de Barmes, a doctor who had recently come to New Spain to vaccinate the locals against smallpox. In fact, the reason was very simple. Carlos IV gave von Humboldt the power of unlimited investigation in order to know the current situation in New Spain. The doctor's arrival in New Spain could not bring any benefits, so he had been waiting in Veracruz. As for the appearance of such a large Russian fleet, the Spanish defenders were panicked. What are they doing? Solovyov watched the Spaniards running around chaotically and disorderly on the artillery platform through a telescope on the ship, and he knew the general situation. The Spanish armaments are really slack, and they have occupied so many places in America as colonies. In other words, the actual rule is still inefficient. Don't underestimate them, both of you. Duke Engin knew that Solovyov had followed Suvorov on the expedition and had seen a lot, and Rear Admiral Synovin was also an old navy, so he naturally looked down on the poor defense of the colonies. Why? Mishap. The tax farmers in New Spain can still collect taxes. But if the Spanish Navy is entangled by the British Navy, won't their treasure ships have to hand over the collected taxes to the British? That's not our business, and we also need to go ashore to negotiate with the Spaniards, and even go to Mexico City to talk to the current governor. In Solovyov's mind, perhaps the most famous person in Mexico is Zorro, the one who pretended to be the governor and also worked as a swordsman. Although he is a fictional character, anything can happen on the land of Mexico. Now it is still full of vitality and everything is competing for development. Who would have thought that 200 years later, it would become the back garden and drug den of Americans? The garrison of Veracruz also lifted the alert after the Russian fleet sent out the signal. They were panicked enough, and the Russians did not intend to rob the colony under their noses. However, the location of Fort Ross is on the edge of the Spanish colony, and it is almost a no man's land. Even the indigenous tribes may still maintain their original control areas there, and the Spanish only control this place in name. However, when the Russians came along the west coast of North America for the fur of sea otters, they had to deal with the locals a lot. What should we do now? Solovyov, let's use the old method. You can fight the zombies in Port-au-Prince and get away with it. You must be able to do it in New Spain. So, he still had to go ashore in Veracruz as a representative of the Russian fleet. However, Mexico seems to be much stronger than Haiti, and the locals are not as vigilant against outsiders as the blacks in Haiti. As for the garrison commander, after excluding his long list of names, we got to the point. You are going to transport settlers to your American territories through the territory of New Spain, and they are all French? Major, you may not believe it when I tell you this, but we have received an order from St. Petersburg to safely transport the French expatriates in Haiti and the Russian expatriates in Port-au-Prince, a total of 4,399 people, to the Rossburg territory, and our Rossburg governor is the Duke of Enghien, the Prince of Bourbon of France. Speaking of which, he is a relative of your king. Although Solovyov did not like King Carlos IV and his son Fernando VII, especially the latter, who was simply a pig. But in such a place, you still have to hold your nose and negotiate with them. The commander of the Spanish garrison also understood this situation. He could not keep people on the ship all the time, so he could set up tents. There were few hurricanes that would blow directly to Veracruz during the hurricane season, so he could not leave these French people here. However, he still had to send a messenger to report to the governor of Mexico City. The governor himself, after learning that the Russians were coming, began to convene colonial officials and clergy to discuss countermeasures. At this time, the attitude of Francisco Javier de Lizana Beaumont, Archbishop of Mexico City, was actually very critical. The power of Spain was always in the hands of the church, and they could still call the shots, but it depended on whether it would have a positive or negative effect. Gentlemen, I think the Russian statement is very clear. They want to transport French colonists to the Russian-American territories. These people are all from Santo Domingo, and some of them are Spanish. What should we do? Most of the people present did not have friendly opinions. After all, Russians generally did not appear in America, except in the Aleutian area, and the destination of these people was the colony claimed by the Spanish, so many people expressed opposition. The governor himself had a hard time making up his mind, so he turned his eyes to the bishop's side and asked for help. "Sir, I think at this time, we can allow Russian immigrants to pass through our territory, but we only allow them to transit, not settle. These people are French, and they are still allies of our king. But there is another problem, that is, the attitude of the Holy See towards the French. That makes sense, Bishop. You think we should let them go, but in the north, the garrison of the San Francisco Bay Fort is extremely limited. This is not a big deal, Governor. Aren't there Indians there? Speaking of which, the Indians are brave and warlike, and they are indeed a headache for the colonists. Well, but we still have to meet the Russian envoys. Now we can only ask them to drop the people off in Veracruz. Well, the representatives who come to Mexico City will meet the Russian governor in Fort Ross. The problem is that after all, the visitor is the Duke of Enghien, and the governor of New Spain cannot be neglected in terms of hospitality. The archbishop himself was not panicked when he heard that the visitor was the Duke of Enghien. After all, the Spanish wanted to colonize and educate the indigenous tribes. There were 21 colonial outposts in the coastal areas of California, where there were missionaries and a small number of garrisons, and they were able to get along with the indigenous people in a friendly manner. Although the Spanish have always been infamous for destroying the American Indians, Aztecs and Incas, some missionaries themselves felt guilty since they started colonizing. When introducing colonization, they even exaggeratedly stated that the colonies destroyed the original civilization of the Americas. The fact is that except for the Caribbean region, where they were wiped out, there were still some locals in the colonies of Spain and other places. Even in most areas of Peru and Mexico, the indigenous peoples still had a greater population advantage. Americans, on the other hand, like to let others take the blame, exterminate the Indians themselves, and drive the rest into the reservation. Except for a few chiefs who brought their tribes to be dignified, those who did not want to be dignified have already been dignified. In the period of Carlos III, it is estimated that there were 130,000 to 250,000 indigenous people in California. It is not difficult to deal with the indigenous people. Drake, the pirate leader, once declared San Francisco to be the territory of Queen Elizabeth I of England, but after he returned home, the British government did not make any comments on this matter, nor did it make any territorial claims. The Spanish knew nothing about this until the King of Spain changed from the Habsburgs to the Bourbon Philip V when Bering crossed the Bering Strait to explore the west coast of North America. The Madrid court finally became alert. That is why the bishop now has such considerations, and the governor himself is a little nervous. This also requires Duke Enghien and Solovyov to go to Mexico City, and they set off with their entourage. Duke Enghien came to the Spanish colony and could pass through here in a swagger, unlike in Haiti, where people were highly vigilant against the French. Solovyov also took Adela and Bilzoni to Mexico City. This trip was relatively safe, and they didn't have to walk too fast. These refugees from the Haiti also had to rest in Veracruz. Fortunately, this journey crossed most of the Caribbean Sea, which was not far away, and no one died on the road. The doctor from Spain strongly requested that all the French who had not been vaccinated against smallpox be vaccinated. The French did not reject this, but they just had to rest on land for a few days before being vaccinated. The doctor's purpose was also very simple, not to bring these diseases to the Indian tribes that had no resistance, and to ensure the safety of the local Criollos and indigenous people. After that, he had to go to Mexico City to meet the governor in person and start his tour of vaccination in the countryside. Solovyov didn't have to worry. He knew that he had been vaccinated, but it was before his head was smashed when the empress forced the nobles to be vaccinated. Adela, have you been vaccinated? No, sir. When the doctor arrives in Mexico City, we should still be here, and we will vaccinate you then. Although the safety factor of the smallpox vaccine is not high, it is still guaranteed if there are doctors here to vaccinate. From Veracruz to Mexico City, this road is a path that courts took to enter Tenochtitlan. It is a black humor to say that the descendants of Cortes, the conqueror of America, all stayed on the land of Mexico. However, the descendants of the conquered Montezuma II went to the Spanish mainland and became the Marquis of Montezuma. Compared with the danger factor of the colonists, the Spaniards are not that dangerous to the natives. Their main mission has now become missionary work and making money. Only Spaniards with no bottom line like Pizarro would do such a thing as taking your life. Of course, the ending of Pizarro's gang of bandits was much worse than that of Court's. In the end, they died in the infighting. When Solovyov came to Mexico, he really saw a rich exotic atmosphere. It was very different from what he saw in Europe, but along the way, he also saw many people riding donkeys, many of whom were priests and pastors. Speaking of which, there is a game in which a Spanish missionary rides a donkey, which seems to be somewhat restored. Sir, which way is the road to Mexico City? From here, go west. There are road signs. Sir, where are you from? From Russia. We landed in Veracruz, but the garrison commander did not provide us with a guide, so we looked at the map and asked for directions and walked west. We are almost there. When we get to Zalaparenrequez in front, you still have to hire a guide so that it will be more convenient on the road. Thank you, sir. But Solovyov asked this, and he was also confirming one thing. That is, the local donkey population is so large, and according to the customs of the Spanish, the habits they brought to Latin America must also be to eat donkey meat. In other words, donkey meat restaurants can still stand here. Mishap, what are you thinking about? Your Highness, I'm thinking about the people in New Spain. There are so many donkeys. They must eat donkey meat. You are the descendant of a profiteer. Even if you become a soldier, you still like to do this. But Duke Engin didn't mind having such a profiteer around him. After all, he was good at bargaining, which could be used in negotiations. Of course, we have to do this. But the real thing is, when we arrive in Mexico City and meet the governor of New Spain, we have to bargain with him on the issue of the fortress plot. The Spaniards may not agree with our proposal. I also saw in the newspaper I got in Veracruz that they have established a new province of Upper California in the northwest corner of New Spain, with Monterrey as its capital. This is all worth paying attention to. Although Duke Engin lacks experience in local governance, he is still somewhat sensitive to this aspect. In negotiations, verbal disputes are inevitable. In the end, it depends on the acceptance level of all parties. Chapter 268, The Unstable New Spain. The appearance of Mexico City at this time is far from what it was in the past of the Aztec Empire. The original lake has long been filled up and has completely turned into a Spanish-style city. It's just that, when I saw the statue of King Carlos IV on horseback, I felt a little bit like this spineless king. His posture was also very impolite to those famous rulers in European history. It made Spain's rule in the American continent look quite funny. At this time, several Spanish viceroyalties still controlled the precious metal deposits in America, and this output could still be mined until the 21st century. It's just that the colonists and independent Latin American countries have not been able to properly utilize their resources. Instead, they have been regarded as blood-sucking bags by the Americans. There are still many treasures in America. In addition to mineral deposits, there are tropical crops grown in plantations here, as well as vast plains and rich fishery resources in coastal areas. However, the Spanish colonies were almost in an infinitely divisible state in the end. They did not integrate their power and lost many places. When walking on the street, you can feel the deep gap between the native whites and the peninsular people. The governors of New Spain failed to divide and rule, but made the contradictions more acute. The current governor is more optimistic about these criollas, and in the second year, after he came to Mexico City, he began to appoint high-ranking officials to directly manage the local area. Even the San Francisco fortress, which had always been in a no-man's land, had to strengthen its defense. Therefore, he was still a little wary of the Russians coming here. If necessary, I can follow the first batch of immigrants to Fort Ross. When negotiating with the natives, we must respect the customs of the other party. For example, a tribe took out an axe, but this axe is not just an axe, but also a pipe. The axe under the pipe is a way of communication for Native Americans. If you smoke, it means peace. If you refuse, no matter how you deal with the axe, it means war. It is a very simple point of view, and it has obviously formed a rule in these tribes from the west coast to the east coast of North America. No, mishap, you still have to go back and report. I'm the governor of Rosberg. If the negotiations with the Spanish do not go smoothly, we have to consider other routes. If they do not allow us to go directly to Rosberg, we also need to think of a backup plan. It makes sense, but when dealing with Native Americans, you also have to understand their language. In addition, these people have no concept of private property. If they see your things, they may take them away. Of course, if they have good things, they are willing to share them. I heard that some of the Indian horse tribes now are introduced to other tribes after one of the tribes got them from the Spaniards. In fact, the French may be more professional on this issue. The Sioux tribe and the French have always been quasi-allies, but they have always been in the corner of the Great Plains, and rarely participated in the disputes between Britain and France at both ends of the Mississippi River, as well as the wars between indigenous tribes. When they came to the northwest of the Great Plains from Lake Michigan, they also lived by the water and grass. It is not necessarily because they could not beat a certain tribe and moved here. The Dakota, Lakota and other tribes of the Sioux and the tribes below them soon formed a tribal alliance with the Blackfoot, Cheyenne and Arapaho. They would later give General Custer and the 7th Cavalry Regiment of the 1st Cavalry Division a head-on blow, which was the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Solovyov actually sympathized with the Native Americans. They could not be said to be unfriendly to white people, but these white people who spoke English were obviously very unhuman. The French were unwilling to immigrate to New France. Many of those explorers also married indigenous women. Catholic countries were generally keen to preach to the indigenous people and did not intend to be conquerors and kill. This can be seen from the church's daily behavior of denouncing the colonists. Whether it was the Jesuits at the beginning or the churches established directly by the Holy See through bishops of various countries, they still advocated cultural integration with the local people in Spain. Therefore, it can be seen that, although the Spaniards did a lot of immoral things, the local indigenous people could still barely make a living if they did not encounter deadly infectious diseases. The doctors in Spain were more humane. When they came to New Spain, they did not distinguish between whites and natives. As long as they could reach a place, they would vaccinate people against smallpox. In contrast, those Protestant countries were outrageous. Compared with the British, the Dutch, who were obsessed with money, were quite lovely. After all, they only recognized money, and compared with the East India Company, which was usually immoral, the Dutch on the east coast of North America were already good people. Compared with the United States was not as good as the United Kingdom. The British at least protected some Native American tribes as friendly forces, while the Americans did not care whether the other party was a friendly force or not, and their lifestyle had already become Europeanized, and they all worked on the reservation. Compared with the Americans, the life in Rabaul was mainly because there were no beautiful girls to rob in Rabaul, and they could only farm there. In this regard, Solovyov could think of a famous chief, and the city where Boeing's headquarters was located was named after him. That's right, the city of Seattle was named by the American Maynard who founded the city, to thank his chief friend. Initially, there were indeed indigenous people living in this city, but in 1865, the city of Seattle issued a ban requiring all indigenous people to move to the reservation. This is what the Americans did in the local area, even if some white people who had always gotten along well with the chief protested. It was a great irony that the city named after the chief could only enter and exit as a visitor. The reason why Chief Seattle was friendly to Americans was that he had contact with George Vancouver's expedition team and had always been interested in the magic spells mastered by white people. As for horses, they were also regarded as rideable dogs. People in the New World are more or less simple. Of course, the French are so open that they can get along with the indigenous people better. The Indians do not have a clear marriage system and have always practiced walking marriage. If strong white people and tribal warriors arrive in the local area, they will breed. This is a magical system that the French and Italians still like. The problem is not to catch the Spanish disease like in South America. The lethality of the spirituettes to the Incas is far less than that to the people in the old world. As for some situations in America, Solovyov still needs to explain to Duke Engin first. You mean, if possible, we can build settlements in the more northern areas? That's right, but we have to have good relations with the local tribes. I don't know where the expedition team that set out from Petersburg is now. Some of the officers I led when I was in the Guards participated in this voyage. Count Fyodor Tolstoy was educated at the Naval Academy and later transferred to the Guards. He also had some knowledge to board the ship this time. It's just that he got into trouble and was left by the expedition team to accompany the indigenous people. This matter itself is quite funny. If Solovyov knew about it, it would probably prove that the locals can still get along well with the white people. As for the governor in Mexico City, the progress of the negotiation with him should also be taken into consideration. The Spanish are still highly vigilant about the appearance of Britain and Russia on the border of their sphere of influence. In addition, there is the attitude of the Americans. The colonial army of New Spain is still stationed in New Orleans. Although the United States and France have completed the transaction of such a large piece of land as Louisiana, the local garrison is still stationed in New Orleans by the Spanish colonial army according to the previous agreement between France and Spain. After Napoleon's defeat in Saint-Domingue, he actually had no confidence in keeping Louisiana. This can be seen from his personal ideas. When the war was unfavorable in early 1803, the visit of the American delegation led by Monroe also made him finally determined. In the second half of the year, the US Congress also approved the purchase. Now the US military has been stationed in the original settlement area of the Cherokee. In fact, the Americans are not only paying attention to the land of Louisiana, they want many places. The surrounding colonies have a problem with their sovereign countries. That is, because of the affairs of the European continent, they do not have much energy to take care of the affairs of the North American continent. When arriving in Mexico City, the local newspapers published news about this. When the Governor General met with the Russians, he was still worried. What if these countries were to encroach on the borders of New Spain? In fact, only the Americans did this, and they were so aggressive towards Spain and Mexico, which had become independent from them. As for whether they were bold or not, the parties involved could see it most clearly. In this atmosphere, the Governor General of New Spain met with the Duke of Enghien and Solovyov. However, the visitors were from the Bourbon royal family, which somewhat reassured the Governor General. Your Highness, it's a good thing that you came to me, but I don't understand why you left Europe and went to a barren place like Rosberg to be the governor of a Russian territory. I was entrusted by someone. The American territories of the Russian government are mainly in the cold and frozen places in the north. There has always been a lack of food supply, so they consider developing the Rosberg territory to supply various towns and trading posts in the Aleutian region. As for coming to North America, it is relatively safe here. After listening to this, the governor also had a rough idea that the Bourbon royal family of France was not doing well at the moment. He had heard of this even in Mexico City. Louis XVIII was now in exile in the UK. As for the Prince of Condé family, who had always had some friendship with the Spanish government, they also had contacts with the Russian royal family. It was a normal choice for them to choose to temporarily serve the Russian government and come to America to deal with the Spaniards. It's just that this trip is not easy. We also want to let you go, but it's hard to find ships in Baja California recently. I know, but if we go around Cape Horn and only use our speedboats for transportation, it will be inconvenient and time consuming. More importantly, most of the expatriates we transferred from Santo Domingo are French and Spanish. They boarded our ships to escape the rule of the governor of Haiti. The governor looked at the Bishop of Mexico City again. It was obvious that Duke Enghien wanted to use moral issues to influence them, and this ball was indeed not easy to receive. The governor himself could understand this approach. Of course, the ship issue was just an excuse. He still wanted to push it to see what the attitude of Russia was. Your Highness, can I speak? Mishap, come and talk to the governor about the interests involved. Governor, I guess you are in Mexico City and don't understand the current situation in Europe, right? Are you talking about the British? In fact, they are not only targeting the French, but will also take action against Spain. We in Russia have not yet taken sides, but the British will certainly want to win over our emperor, in addition to Vienna. In this way, Europe is bound to be an anti-French alliance again. However, Russia will not have any claims on North America. We just need a large settlement to supply food. If you cannot accept our request, Perhaps we can also develop activities to the north of San Francisco Bay according to the previous exploration of the British. But this is not good for both of us, and I have heard that those settlements in Upper California, such as Monterey, the provincial capital, are currently well built, but they also lack settlers. That is the case. Perhaps we can open up some areas to support each other. And most of the people who moved to Rossburg this time are French, which also proves that we are not enemies with the Viceroyalty of New Spain and the Madrid court represented by the governor. What's more, according to the custom of diplomatic occasions, the Spaniards will still ask for bribes. France and Spain have been fighting for so many years in this regard, and they have learned a lot from each other. Duke Engin took over the conversation at this time. We can sign a check that can be cashed in Philadelphia, New York and Boston. Even if it is calculated according to the gold content of paper money, it is still very affordable to settle in US dollars or pounds. When we were in Veracruz, we also paid attention to the local exchange rate and the situation on the black market. Since the money has to be paid, the governor is more or less sensible, but he does not intend to make a decision immediately. This still requires a secret meeting to privately negotiate a result. Chapter 269. Secret agreement between the governor and the governor. The governor of New Spain was more or less sensible. Regardless of whether the money went into a public account or was used for personal benefit, Russia had also made clear its attitude that it would not fire at Spain in its colonization of North America. Moreover, this kind of peaceful settlement would only retain the minimum self-defense firepower. However, it is worth discussing what it would look like when it really got there. Solovyov's plan was actually very simple. After the French settlers were sent there, Russian ships from Kamchatka would soon arrive, bringing some serfs and free men to fortress or newly established settlements, which might include armed Cossacks. If the Spaniards had any objections at that time, the settlements they planned to build were all on the edge of Upper California, and it would be difficult for the Spaniards themselves to manage these places. The three powerful nations of Navajo, Apache and Comanche and the surrounding tribes were enough for them to deal with, not to mention the Aztecs in Utah, the Great Plains Alliance, and the Chinooks in the area where Chief Seattle was. It was not surprising that there was a nation called armed helicopters in the United States, as long as they did not mess around in strange places, which looked disgusting. The governor, based on the principle of not getting into any trouble and the fact that there were still some benefits to be gained along the way, agreed to let the French pass through Mexico and take a boat from the port of the Gulf of Baja California to Fort Ross or their newly opened settlements in batches. All this would go smoothly, but the governor himself only allowed the bishop representing the local church and the Criollo people to be there during the last meeting. Since there were witnesses, it was not a private transaction, but only a secret agreement could be made. The governor in Mexico City, because the British had always had an advantage in the Atlantic, Spanish ships were often intercepted. In the early 18th century, the Spanish treasure fleet was always harassed by British pirates and the Royal Navy. In the early 19th century, the British pirates seemed to have disappeared, but the Royal Navy was still there, which led to the unlimited power of the colonial managers as governors. Many things cannot always be asked to Madrid. Think about the king, queen, prince and prime minister in Madrid. They can't put together a brain that is politically useful, which leads to these governors having to rely on the power in their hands to govern. In fact, the locals are fed up with the activities of the peninsular people in the colonies. There are great contradictions here, and they can't be explained clearly at once. If these thousands of people come and are placed in the colonies, the locals will definitely not be satisfied. Moreover, in Veracruz, some people know what happened in Santo Domingo. Before, they only said that the French were defeated. Now seeing these French, they know that revenge almost happened in the local area. Native whites and indigenous peoples in the Americas are not like those blacks. Although human sacrifice was notorious in the Aztec Empire, it would not be so outrageous. The indigenous people of America are usually quite friendly. Even the Aztec Empire was quite friendly to white people. Don't worry about what happened. Of course, the premise for the locals to get along well is that no matter whether you are a god or an ordinary person, don't go too far. The Spanish colonies, due to the existence of the church, have some bottom lines. From the perspective of the royal family and the church, they still oppose some practices of the colonists, especially the extermination of the indigenous people. There are still some remnants in Guyana and the Caribbean. As for the cannibal tribes, according to the church, their demise is more or less because cannibalism finally brought God's punishment. Therefore, the French situation will not happen. Slavery in Latin America is mainly in plantations in Brazil and the Caribbean. When it comes to Central America, plantations that will not be human in the future are probably banana plantations, United Fruit and Banana Republics set up by Americans. As for the level of the Spaniards, they are limited in their ability to carry out large-scale destruction. In this regard, those who speak Spanish are not as good as those who speak French, and those who speak French are not as good as those who speak English. We can also celebrate the signing of this secret agreement here. Let's have a drink. The wine we brew here is not bad. The land in New Spain is fertile and the sunshine is also sufficient. There is only one small problem, that is, Mexico City is still on the plateau. So when can we leave? I think you should act as soon as possible. If you leave now, you may not catch up with the planting season. But there are many Indians who grow corn, and there are many wild animals in Upper California and Aleutian. If you hunt, you can still get a lot. However, the governor did not know the details. The British knew the most about this aspect. The local tribes were generally friendly to the white colonists. Mainly from San Francisco to Seattle, there were not many ships sailing there. It was the Bering expedition from the north that frightened the Spaniards. But that road was too difficult to travel. The Russians came here mainly as fur traders, but the Russian-American company's practices were too barbaric. The Aleutians, who had already surrendered, could not stand it, and submitted petitions to the Tsar twice. Paul made the approval at that time, and now Alexander had to do it again. Then, Governor, let's drink to the cooperation between Russia and Spain. Duke Engin could only say this now. He didn't want to stay in Russia at first. Edessa had Duke Richelieu to serve there. In North America, not only was the emperor far away, but the surrounding area was so desolate. At the same time, it was also very contradictory. That is, it was rich in resources. There were herds of American bison in America, and all kinds of animals were rampant. Then, in order to deal with the Indians, the US military carried out large-scale extermination of American bison, even just to cut off the main source of food and raw materials for the Indians. This trick of exterminating the family finally worked. It's just that the Americans' extermination ability is also very strong. They can exterminate the overwhelming passenger pigeons in America. No matter how rich the resources are, they will be killed sooner or later if they are allowed to cause such harm. Coupled with the Slavic beastly commercial marketing, it is really a pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes. It's just that the Russians have always been good at oppressing the indigenous people instead of eliminating them, and what the Americans did is hard to accept. Seattle and Vancouver, two cities on the northerly west coast of North America, appeared as settlements around the Civil War. Russia's settlements, on the contrary, were earlier than theirs in this area. In the fur business, the British often violated the agreement and crossed their business scope to compete viciously with Russia. It is indeed necessary to have several strongholds to support. Duke Engin was going to Guadalajara and then come to the west coast of Mexico to finalize the issue of ships first. In this regard, the Governor General also gave a guarantee that he would provide ships from the west coast in several batches, and if necessary, he could also mobilize some speedboats from Central America. The voyage is not short, and even needs to rest in Monterrey in the middle, and then go to Fort Ross, a piece of land that the Russians have already circled. The Russian-American company has sent ships from the Pavlovskaya Basin, several strongholds in the Aleutians, to establish basic settlements at the locations that were previously explored. However, there were not many people living in the landing area at that time. Although the local natives are friendly, they are still a little wary of the white people from outside, but they will not take the initiative to attack. Solovyov really wanted to go to North America with Duke Engin. At least he could make an advance plan. But if he ran there, the part of the operation that required him to go back and report would definitely be delayed. It was already March 1804, and time was still very tight. He didn't have time to run all the way from Baja California to Fort Ross and further north. He really had to wait a long time to realize this wish. The rest of the work was handed over to a group of naval officers and soldiers selected by Rear Admiral Solovyov, who went there with weapons. The way to deal with the natives also needed to be trained for these people, so Solovyov had to return to Veracruz. Duke Engin himself and his entourage stayed in Mexico City, while Solovyov was followed by Belzoni and Adela, who were going back to Veracruz. Solovyov was still somewhat patient while waiting in Veracruz. After all, running so far and doing something laborious and not necessarily pleasing, only the Baltic fleet could do it. However, this trip was somewhat profitable. Russia's American territories could be developed, but it was not certain that such a convenient route would be available through the Spanish colonies in the future. Indeed, they were catching up at a time when the British had not yet organized an anti-French alliance, and Russian ships could still dock freely on both sides. In the future, Russia would sign a peace treaty with France until sit inside with France again, and the Spanish colonies would not be able to take this route in the future because of Napoleon's invasion and the British blockade of the Atlantic routes. When the war in Europe was over, Mexico would have become independent, and it would not be quiet afterwards. This shortcut would not be possible. As for how to replenish the manpower of the colonies in the future, it was indeed a troublesome matter. Solovyov soon waited for Solovyov to return and learned that the two sides had completed the secret agreement. How are all these people who were evacuated now? Some of them have their own property and can repay our ransom loan. They decided to stay in Veracruz or go to New Orleans. General, how many people are there in this batch? We evacuated 4,399 people. 4 died of illness in Veracruz. 114 people can pay off the debt now. They insist on going to New Orleans. Then we can only arrange a ship to New Orleans for them. What about the remaining 4,281 people? We can send 200 people in the first batch. How are the Spanish ships prepared? Your estimate is very accurate. They can only help us transport 200 people in the first batch. In this way, we will need someone to protect us along the way. First to Monterey in Upper California, and then to Fort Ross. That's good. As for the follow-up, we will also send people up in several batches. But as an old sailor, you are also responsible for the fleet and cannot go with them. Although I know the customs of the Indians, I have never practiced them. When we arrive in Monterey and the Spanish forts along the way, we really need to hire local guides. This is what the Duke of Engin needs to do. This proud prince has the courage and is willing to take risks. Let him handle it himself. I think so. But we also need to pay attention to sanitary conditions. North America is not like St. Petersburg. It is not easy to find doctors here. The conditions in some places are not as good as in the countryside. Then we can only hold on and rely on our strong physique. I think so. But how is a cowpox vaccination going now? Some French people who have not been vaccinated have been arranged. These Spanish doctors have to go to many places. They are preparing to vaccinate towns and villages on a large scale, but this is not easy to take care of. At least don't worry about a large-scale outbreak of smallpox in settlements. This kind of prevention is still effective. I was vaccinated before I joined the army, but some diseases are also difficult to prevent. The Navy is more afraid of plague and various diseases than the army, and it is also difficult to ensure hygiene when sailing on the sea. Do you have any ideas? When we rent a ship, each batch of French people who set out cannot be crowded on the ship. We are an immigrant ship, not a slave ship. That's right. There are no such conditions on the warship. After the negotiation, except for the more than 100 people who had to go to New Orleans at their own expense, the rest of the people had to set off here in batches. The first group of people who set off were mainly a group of bachelors. After they established a base there, they had to build houses and serve as militia in the settlement. In addition, when each batch of transport ships arrived at Rossburg, they had to help carry supplies at the dock. It was just that this trip out, storing food was indeed a problem. For Solovyov, there were indeed people in St. Petersburg who were developing canned food according to his imitation of the French, but the supply was not successful at present. Canned food first appeared in history in 1804. But it was not made public until 1810, and the inventor Nikolai Appel also won Napoleon's bonus. And at that time, it was also glass cans, and then the British tinplate cans. When Solovyov was chatting with Solovyov, he thought of the canned food again. In this case, He really couldn't go to Rosberg, and he had to follow the fleet back to St. Petersburg. Honestly, there were still many things he needed to do, not to mention that the main stage now was still in Europe, and the exploration of America was a trivial matter. Chapter 270 Mr. Caulaincourt's failure. The Duke of Enghien was in the New World, but in his home in Edenheim, everything about his daily life did not change from the outside world's perspective. When he was in Mexico City, he would not have thought that someone would politely come to his house with bad intentions to ask him to come. Mr. Caulaincourt, who was carrying out this task, did as Napoleon instructed him to do when he received it in Paris. After all, the order did not specify how to deal with the arrogant Bourbon princes around him. At the same time, one thing can be confirmed: Napoleon had not thought about how to judge him at that time, and it was not convenient for them to send people into the Duke of Enghien's home in Edenheim. After all, the Duke's pump was there, and it was not easy for ordinary people to get in. What should we do? Of course we knock on the door politely. If he doesn't open the door, then we can only break it down and invite someone. General, is this also called an invitation? We must be polite and courteous. You should all understand what is going on. Then, when no one responded, when they knocked on the door, they crossed the border between Baden and France. This cross-border law enforcement itself violates the basic principles of international relations. Moreover, the grandsons-in-law of the Elector of Baden are the sons of the King of Bavaria, the Russian Tsar, the King of Sweden, and the Duke of Brunswick. In this relationship, except for Bavaria, the other forces are not friendly to France. Even the old Duke of Brunswick has a neutral attitude of working as a worker. Of course, if he is asked to work as a worker, he will do it. After all, his stupid son married a princess of the exiled Dutch royal family. There are reasons for this. But the French did it. Napoleon is still confident in his own strength. But after the empty-handed attack, Mr. Caulaincourt saw such a servant dressed as a duke, and he was also a little amused. Where is the Duke of Enghien? Sir, he left for America a few months ago, and is not at home. I did this to reassure my master's fiancée. Is that so? In other words, your master has gone to the New World. This trip is quite far, and he won't come back here for a while. Maybe he will never come back. Okay, then I have to leave a message for your master to explain our purpose. This is just an invitation. As for Mr. Caulaincourt's failure to do his job, the main problem was that foreign intelligence was not accurate. But the fact that the Duke of Enghien was not captured and collapsed by Napoleon could not stop the trend of European countries being wooed by Britain. That is to say, the Duke is not even in Europe now. Yes, and he has been secretly on the road for several months. The person who did this is really a genius. Caulaincourt. As for why the Bourbon prince wanted to go to America, have you figured it out? It is said that a Russian representative went to see him and then made such an arrangement, pretending that the Duke of Enghien was still in Edenheim, but in fact he had boarded the Russian clipper and might have gone to Saint Domingue. Got to Saint Domingue? Damn it, what was he going there for? General Dessalines of Haiti, after declaring their so-called independence, seemed to be preparing to take direct action to eliminate the local white people. This was reported publicly in British newspapers. Thank you, Talleyrand. You are still very quick in capturing diplomatic intelligence. But this time we were fooled. And what about Saint Domingue? The British blocked the source of the news. Only a privateer from Brittany brought back the news from the Caribbean after returning to Brest. The Russians did take away most of the white people in the area, controlled by Dessalines in the west of Saint Domingue a month ago. So what are they going to do? I also doubted what they were going to do at first. After all, Russia's overseas territories, except for the American territories, are the small piece of land near Oldenburg. It is the legacy of the family of Empress Catherine II, passed to Tsar Paul, and ruled by his aunt. Leaving thousands of French people on that piece of land is actually of no benefit to Russia, and it also confirms their interference in French affairs. They are interfering in France's internal affairs. France will not recognize the existence of Saint Domingue. But you also have to consider the name in which they carried out this action. The Russians claimed that it was to avoid a humanitarian crisis. With this statement, we cannot say that they are interfering in France's internal affairs. According to the Russians, France even needs to express gratitude to Russia. The governor of Haiti took in the rebellious Poles, but launched a genocide against the French and Spanish. This helped France morally. As for how the Russians will resettle these people later, it is not up to us to say. Interesting, where will they choose to go? It is said that they will sail westward. On the way, the Russian fleet also passed through Martinique, where they replenished supplies and exchanged views with our governor of Martinique. Are they going to send people to Spain? Not to Spain, but to pass through it. This method is like us going to India through Egypt. What can they do? Talleyrand. Start a war there directly? Obviously not. The Russians still want to maintain good relations with Spain. I think they should spend money to buy their way, and then their targets are places like the Aleutian Islands and Kamchatka. Talleyrand would not have known that Russia had opened up a piece of land on the edge of Upper California. This kind of intelligence was difficult to grasp accurately because it was on the edge of the world, but he still guessed the general direction correctly, which was quite a skill. Then can't we express our views? To express gratitude to Russia, it would be best to delay it in diplomatic occasions. Russia itself is far away, and their decision-making speed will be affected. However, Talleyrand was not optimistic. He thought that by saying a few good words, the Russians would be indifferent to European affairs. For France, the primary target of attack was still the British, and General Moreau's contact with his old superior General Pichegru. Although Moreau himself did not turn against him, he was still a staunch Republican, and this conspiracy was unlikely to succeed. But Napoleon would still find an excuse to attack Moreau. He often went in and out of Madame Récamier's salon. Although his brother Lucien often went there were still many people who criticized Napoleon. The first consul was also preparing to launch a vote to become the emperor of the French people. This title was more of a Roman commander, which can be seen from the title. It would be difficult for Moreau to agree with this. Napoleon also wanted to take this opportunity, his secret meeting with General Pichegru, and the actions of those people in Madame Récamier's salon, to strike down those who hold different political views, whether they are political enemies or those who do not support him. When Talleyrand and Caulaincourt were explaining to Napoleon, someone also sent a letter. Let's see, how should this matter be handled? Pichegru is here again. When he betrayed the Republic, Moreau defended him, but it was Moreau who found evidence of his collusion with the royalists. I suggest you conduct an investigation. Who knows what will be found out? Talleyrand's cane was spinning in circles in his hand. When he did this, he never did anything good. Sometimes he looked quite sinister, a kind of sinisterness that painters could not remove even with photo editing. Then we will launch an investigation and ask Fauch to find evidence. If there is clear evidence, it is treason. But Moreau refused to cooperate with them, and his actions also show that he has nothing to do with this matter. But there will be a big problem. All suspects must be examined by the court. Napoleon wanted to punish Moreau, but he did not punish him. In the end, he had to show tolerance, which was very strange. But the final result of the conspirators who had close ties with the British would not be too good. Even Mr. Récamier was unlucky. You know, his banking business was mainly for overseas trade loans, and the British blockade severely hit his business. In this way, it would be difficult to clear the suspicion, especially the salon hosted by his young wife, where many anti-Bonaparte people gathered. And Talleyrand also believed that something would be found out. Fauch did not deliberately fabricate charges, but found some evidence from Mr. Récamier's bank account book. In this way, it is inevitable to go to jail, or even go to the guillotine. General Moreau was also implicated, but the initial case had little to do with him. When the court found him innocent, Napoleon insisted that the trial should be continued. As a result, when Moreau was sentenced, Napoleon used exile abroad as a lenient means. Such a trial was indeed an unjust case. But Moreau could not clear his name. Pichegru committed suicide in prison, and Cadoudal was killed in Nantes. Too many people were involved in the assassination plan on his behalf. This led to the cleaning of the salons in Paris. Madame Staël was expelled to Switzerland, and many industrialists and bankers were also involved. However, it was a bit funny that Madame Récamier was involved. She refused to serve as a maid in the consulate or the possible court in the future. In addition, her husband's relationship with these people did not result in her beautiful neck being sent to the guillotine to be cut open, but it was enough to confiscate property and expel her. If her father had not saved Bernadette, the general would have married the sister-in-law of Napoleon's eldest brother Joseph and Napoleon's past lover. It is always a good thing to have someone plead for mercy, but her husband's situation is very dangerous. If things go wrong, he may lose his head because of the assassin's random biting. The lady could only leave the mansion on Mont Blanc Avenue pitifully, sell it to a businessman for 250,000 francs, and then embark on the road of exile abroad. However, the lady did not go to Britain as others expected, but went to Berlin, the capital of Prussia, and even had an affair with Prince August there. But the lady only looks coquettish, but in fact she is innocent. But her husband, who was hit directly, may use this head to deter those dishonest bankers in France. These things are still unknown to everyone in the New World. As for Madame Recamier herself, she did not divorce Mr. Recamier. The attitude of this gentleman is very clear, that is, if he cannot escape the guillotine, this lady will still be his heir. It is no wonder that the young and beautiful lady is always considered to be Mr. Recamier's illegitimate daughter. After all the trouble, from the military, political, and economic perspectives, no one can directly stop him from becoming emperor. Considering the current situation in France, his power as a lifelong ruler is actually not unlimited compared to the emperor. Although it is a bit awkward, Napoleon's becoming emperor will soon reach the voting step, and he can forcibly declare victory without even requiring a voter turnout of more than 50%. This move was also learned by those who admired him in Africa and Latin America, and the fans' behavior was particularly excessive. The biggest victim of this conspiracy, General Moreau, went to the United States with his family through Spain after being acquitted. He did not expect these things to happen, but he recalled what the young Russian officer who appeared in his home told him. This is really a mockery of fate. He went to the United States and stayed away from the political whirlpool, but his military and political careers were suspended. It's just that in the United States, the French may be more popular, and his living environment should not be bad. As for Napoleon's attempt to kidnap the Duke of Enghien and send people to Baden to arrest him, it was just a joke. After all, it aroused the high vigilance of various monarchies. It was just because he failed to steal the chicken, so he only aroused the disgust of Austria and Russia. The Austrians' method was to make public the marriage of Archduke Karol and Princess Mary theirs, but the wedding took place in Prague instead of Vienna. Obviously, Austria has the support of Britain, but now they are just sending such a signal to the French. If the French exiled princess gets married, it will not pose a threat to the French throne, because the French succession rights are also subject to the Salic succession law. Before all the men in the family die, it will not be the turn of any woman. But only doing this, it is obvious that the price given by the British is not high enough. This requires the British to carefully evaluate what price to offer to attract the 200,000 French people who are training in Boulogne-sur-Mer. Fortunately, the British have a navy, and they do have enough money to subsidize their allies and ask them to come as thugs to attract firepower. Otherwise they would also suffer in a one-on-one fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Indians greet and ask for a cigarette. When Duke Enghien began to move these French people, Rear Admiral Sólovyov's fleet was divided into two groups. The transport fleet went to the American port and could not return to St. Petersburg empty-handed, which would be a waste. The main products produced by the Americans were cotton and tobacco, while the Caribbean was mainly cash crops from tropical plantations. Even when doing business, the Russians, who always had animal thinking, knew this, so they still had to purchase a batch of goods when they had enough funds. However, the fleet's actions also had to be divided into two directions. Sólovyov led 5 warships and transport ships, while Solovyov boarded the frigate Haste and went to the east coast of North America with the warship. They would not go through the procurement link, but would return in advance. On the way, they had to stop at Portsmouth first. Solovyov had to assist the embassy in London to deliver letters after such a long trip, and he had to go to Count Vorontsov on the way. Because of the current relationship between Britain and France, they are going to war, and the normal communication between London and Paris is almost completely interrupted, and there are always many twists and turns waiting. The embassies in London and Paris only report to St. Petersburg respectively, and the contact between them is almost interrupted. In addition, there are some economic problems, and Solovyov, who has been a profiteer for generations, really needs to go to London. But the environment in London is far worse than that in Paris. They took the lead in industrialization, and the living environment is indeed worse. However, although Solovyov nominally wants to meet the Count, in fact, he is also planning to have a deeper understanding of these two countries after a short trip to the United States and Britain. Although France is an opponent now, the British will be the biggest trouble for European countries in the future, and the Americans will also be the biggest source of trouble for countries around the world in the future. In the previous one, Solovyov is still a little far from 23 years old, but anyone who is alive can see it. Let's not talk about the Crimean War. The British intervened in the agreement signed between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Britain and France also interfered with their ambassadors in Constantinople and created public opinion, which often made the Ottoman Empire have strong anti-Russian sentiments. If it was just a fight, it would be fine if the Ottoman Empire couldn't win. The problem is that Britain and France generally provide all support except for help, which makes them very confident to face Tsarist Russia. This picture is indeed outrageous, but Solovyov will not have the opportunity to go to the Ottoman Empire for field research. If he really wants to go, he will probably have to fight. When he thought of this, he also thought of the Crimean War. If the war broke out in 1853, he would probably be able to catch up with it at his age. If he was in good health, he would be 75 years old when it ended. If he fought, he should fight early, not wait until he was old. But these are all the problems he thought about. When he boarded the Haste, it was another matter. The Russians really like to use adjectives to name frigates, but their frigate is different from the American Constitution in terms of strengthening protection. This is a frigate of 44 guns, 34 of which will be built in the future. The first ship has 50 24-pound guns. If you really compare firepower, it will not lose to the British ship of the same type. And the commander of this ship, Lieutenant Commander Croft, is actually not as high ranking as him, which is very strange. We will pass through the Florida Strait this time and turn to the east coast of the United States. We will stop in New York and return to Europe after replenishment. What a pity. Along the way, we are either in the barren peninsula of Spain or the former colonies of the British. I'm actually somewhat interested in those Indians. Don't talk about you, I'm the same. These Native Americans are actually quite peace-loving and don't like war. If there are white people who are separated, they are generally willing to take them in and accept them as members of the tribe. When he talked about this, he also thought of these Indians on the east coast of the United States. Now there are only some people living in the south in areas close to white people. Many of them have been defeated and have gone deep into the inland, and they are not easily seen. Whether from the perspective of ethnic investigation or other aspects, there is actually some novelty. But he personally does not have this kind of good luck. In Florida, where he passed by on the way, there were local indigenous Seminoles, and even took in many black slaves, resulting in mixed race people. However, given the characteristic of Florida not to support idle people, he was not interested in landing here directly. Moreover, the hurry itself will not stop at the Spanish port again. They will go to New York, and will pass through the southern United States on the way. At this time, you can see the black slave market up close, and see this primitive slave trade. In essence, it is no different from the slave traders on Delos in the Greek and Roman era. It's just that the situation of blacks in the United States later was somewhat due to the malicious breeding of poisonous insects by the real rulers of the United States. And what the United States looks like now is also curious. After all, the East Coast is also the location of the 13 colonies of the founding of the United States. At this time, it has not yet had the characteristics of the prosperous period after the early 20th century and the chaos of the decline of some places in the future. Speaking of it, if it comes to breeding poisonous insects, these English-speaking imperialists are the most capable of tossing, and they always pat their butts and leave. If it were the French, they might still be keen on cultivating the Manxu people and the Matuan people. Even when Louis XVI was in power, the Prince of the Nguyen dynasty arrived in Paris. We can modify the route and go to Baltimore first and then New York. Solovyov's suggestion was still recognized by the captain. Relatively speaking, Baltimore is easier to dock. As for what to do after arriving at the place, that is another question. The haste sails very fast. Although Ignatieff's design is not the most advanced, considering the harsh sea conditions around Russia, the hull must be strong, and as a frigate, it cannot run slowly. This is still the first ship of this class. The Fast began to become a frigate with 44 guns, but after improvements, among the frigates of this class, there are also the Elizabeth with 63 guns and the Venus with 62 guns, and the firepower has caught up with the economical and cheap battleships such as the 4th class ships. It must be fast, and have fierce firepower. Except that the structural strength may not be as good as that of the American heavy frigates, it is still very excellent. Of course, compared with the US Navy, although the Russian Navy is not weak in combat effectiveness, it has always been ashore since ancient times, and it made a big fool of itself when fighting against the Swedes. It is better to go ashore and fight all the time. The situation of the US Navy is very abstract. Their training methods are the same as those of the British, and they like to shoot solid bullets at the hulls of their opponents, so that sometimes they can even use frigates or small gunboats to kill the enemy. When the United States was just founded, the first-class people were very strange. They never lost in a single fight, but never won in a group fight. When fighting alone, even the old hands of the Royal Navy are unwilling to encounter these Americans who always work hard to make miracles. Moreover, the Haste encountered a magical boat during its voyage. The Americans also had to symbolically inspect the Russian fleet. The Russian Navy was also a rare visitor on the east coast of North America, so it would naturally attract their attention. Welcome to the United States, guys. Even the clipper ship that came to inspect sent 2 officers on board to say hello. This is the frigate Hasty. We are going to replenish in Baltimore, then go to New York, and then return to Europe. Ah, you are members of the Russian fleet going to Santo Domingo, right? Exactly. You are going to the Caribbean to rescue people, and we have guys going to Tripoli. Are you going to fight pirates? Yes, those damn Barbary pirates. They always blackmail us. Our leader has been there too. It's time to come back now. It's not easy to deal with those pirates. If they hide, it's not easy for you to get ashore if you have come from a long way. Yes, we just returned, resting in Baltimore for a while, and we have to go back to send the latest instructions. To put it bluntly, this small boat has a very fast speed, and it is very convenient to use it to fight pirates, or as a communication ship, to deliver instructions from the Secretary of the Navy. Speaking of which, there is an unlucky guy named William Bainbridge in the US Navy. He has been unlucky since he became a captain. Now the news of the Mediterranean expedition has not been reported back, but this is also the coast of Tripoli in the first line of the lyrics when the 4th class of people in the future, the 3rd class of people now, sang. The Philadelphia commanded by Bainbridge ran aground accidentally, causing the ship to be captured by pirates. Later, it was Decatur who was brave and careful, and led the fire ship to attack the port, and burned the captured warship. Who is your leader? When Solovyov spoke English, he usually spoke with a British accent, but when chatting with Americans, the accents and words of these Yankees and Old Dixie were easy to confuse people. If the United States is also considered an English-speaking country, it is also a wonderful irony of the British. Our leader is Stephen Decatur. When he was on our Enterprise before, he also captured many French pirates. In fact, it was a privateer. But what did you say? Enterprise? It's Enterprise, my Russian friend. Yes, this is the 2nd generation of Enterprise. No one could have imagined that the name of this small ship would be passed on to an aircraft carrier. Except for the old friend Constitution, which has always existed in its original form. The remaining 5 of the 6 frigates have gone back in time, and even the president has not been used for naming. However, the Enterprise has made great progress and finally became a symbol of the fighting spirit of the US Navy. It also became the first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and the last aircraft carrier with a normal name in the United States. Man, you look a little surprised. Nothing, your ship is still very courageous. That's right. and we have always been lucky, compared with the unlucky guy like Bad Luck Bill Bainbridge's dark history did not affect his promotion, which is a miracle. By the way, this man eventually became the Secretary of the Navy, but the highest rank in the US Navy at that time was Rear Admiral. We are all Navy, so let's not discuss such unlucky things. No problem, Major, I'm in the Army, and telling me about this kind of thing is just for conversation. That's right, man. Do you smoke? Why? Americans deal with each other like Indians. They have to smoke first. You know a lot. We are going to the port together, and now we are friends. Smoking a cigarette can also enhance our relationship. I don't smoke, I just use snuff occasionally. This kind of snuff doesn't affect others except sneezing. Ah, it seems that you don't like the appearance of smoking. No way, that's it. I have always believed that this kind of smoke from smoking will cause greater harm to others after being inhaled by others. But it's very exciting. The Haste and the Enterprise entered the port of Baltimore together, and the officers and soldiers of the Russian Navy could have a good rest here. Of course, Solovyov has always been very careful, and he also saw a French warship docked here. But it was also damaged and obviously abandoned. What's going on? The British captured a French brig, the Apavia, and they didn't want it anymore, so they abandoned it here. The officers of the US Navy are generally talkative, and they will tell you everything they know. However, this ship is not as famous as the Enterprise, but her previous captain is a man of some rank. That is Napoleon's useless brother Jerome Bonaparte. When he was bragging to others in his sister-in-law's hometown in Martinique, he heard that there were the most beautiful girls in the United States in Baltimore, so he sneaked here. Of course, Solovyov only knew that Jerome was in the United States, but he didn't know that he was in Baltimore, and he really succeeded in picking up girls, allowing the Bonaparte family to successfully spread out in North America. This most ridiculous brother of Napoleon inherited the royal bloodline of their family. The current Prince Napoleon is his descendant. As for the father of Napoleon V, his image is a high degree of restoration of the emperor's appearance when he finally failed. As for this big brother, the debt he owed in Baltimore, whether it was a cash issue or a romantic debt, was indeed quite formidable. Of course, he was younger than Solovyov, but he was older in seniority anyway. When Solovyov thought of Napoleon, he first had to consider that Josephine was his non-blood aunt, and Napoleon was his second uncle. Was sleeping with Paulina considered intimate contact with his young aunt? Chapter 272, Rich Americans in Baltimore. Jerome Bonaparte was chatting with people in Martinique. He heard some rumors, and left the fleet, and came to Baltimore under an alias. As for this practice, the original intention was very simple. He wanted to return to France. Before, when Britain and France were still at peace, he got into trouble and hit the British patrol ship. It was an unintentional mistake, but this time, he just wanted to make something for himself and then find an excuse to return to Paris. In comparison, Jerome is more worrying than Pauline. Because Pauline is a woman, and her request is just to live a happy life, the scandal she created only embarrassed her family. The greatest positive effect of Jerome's life is to pass on the family bloodline through the sons he and his two wives had. Especially after returning to Europe, his marriage ensured that the Napoleon family always had Bonaparte covetous people, although there was also a problem, that is, France was a republic, and there was no longer any throne they were fighting for. In addition, Jerome, who devoted his life to setting traps for his second brother, played a role only once in his life. On the eve of the Battle of Waterloo, he learned about the movements of the British and Prussian armies through the waiter in the restaurant, especially in the Battle of Ligny on June 16, 1815. The Prussian army was not completely defeated and could return to the main battlefield at any time. Perhaps he was unreliable all his life and had set traps for Napoleon too many times, so this one was not adopted. In addition, there were always traitors in the French army at this stage, which eventually led to a complete failure. However, none of this has happened now. Jerome is indulging in his happy new life with his American wife. They always fantasize about what the specialty of the southern United States is, and other people who do this business are the same as them. However, in 1804, the people here were still simple and honest, without so many twists and turns as in the 21st century. By the way, they also believed that cotton planting in other countries was forced labor just like what they did in the past. It is true that Solovyov is Russian, but when an American suggested that he buy a loyal black man as a slave, he resisted in his heart. The black slaves bought by our emperor are raised as his sons, and Admiral Hannibal has made many contributions to our country, which cannot be compared with these things in your United States. Man, what's wrong with you? When we talk about many issues, I think you can understand that we Americans yearn for freedom. Does it also include the freedom of black slaves? The large-scale retaliation in Haiti was purely due to Dessalines' lack of education. His dog-headed military advisor was struck by lightning when he was a child, which was somewhat abnormal. This person is still easy to get along with. If you give him enough money, he can stand on your side and talk. As for the black slaves in the United States, after they gained freedom, some people in the North still lived a good life, but in the South, this slavery system will continue to exist for a long time. After abolishing it, there will still be racial discrimination, and then there will be chaos. After all, it's not good. If he really buys people, he will restore their freedom. Of course, this was somewhat outrageous to old Dixie in the American South. However, Solovyov could not appreciate the United States from any perspective, just as he hated serfdom. Perhaps the fastest way to fix the bug was for a black slave who had saved some money to run to Russia, buy serfs and become their master, and then release all the serfs, so that the problem could be solved quickly. But you should also go and see it. Like Dallas. You Americans are really lacking in culture. When I was in Paris, I heard that your American president actually published a paper proving that a fossil was an ancient crocodile. I think I should understand the anatomical structure of fossils. Maybe it's something else. Anyway, the French are very happy. Then Dallas is a slave market. I know that. Okay, I can't refuse your invitation. I have to go and see it now. But if all black people are free, maybe the work efficiency can be higher. This is just my personal opinion. After all, when Count Stroganov and his son were preparing to improve the treatment of serfs, he also agreed with this approach. As for these black guys, they stood on the stage and could indeed feel that there were many tall and strong people. The cost of these slave traders is that they didn't even let the blacks die on the road. The plantations in the southern United States and the Caribbean can be sold. This is a profitable business. As for how many people will feed the fish in the middle, the slave traders will not care. They are not even as good as the slave traders in Rome. As for this industrial chain, when in Port-au-Prince, the governor of Haiti, Mr. Dessalines, also talked about how he learned military experience. It was the experience learned from two slave girls from the homie. Speaking of modern Benin, not ancient Benin, the black tribes in that place are somewhat too warlike. And in many places along the entire West African coast, until the 19th century, there were large-scale trafficking of blacks of all ages, because of plantations in the southern United States, the Caribbean, and Portugal's Brazilian colonies. As for what you see in the slave market, it is probably a wooden display stand with some half-dressed blacks on it. After all, these goods still need to be inspected. Solovyov is equally opposed to serfdom and slavery, which will not only lead to low production efficiency, but also hinder the development of society. Don't consider the issues of ownership of means of production and ideology first. Such systems should be thrown into the garbage dump. As for the street across from the slave market, it is the cotton merchant's yard, where the fruits of the plantations in the southern United States are piled up. Anyone with some progressive consciousness should think about what he sees here. Sir, you are wearing a green uniform. Where are you from? I came here from Russia. Obviously, Solovyov's clothes still arouse the curiosity of others. There is a gentleman dressed well here to greet him. If it were a few years ago, there might be more people who misunderstood him. After all, he looks so delicate, and is a man, which always gives people an unscientific feeling. Solovyov doesn't have a beard, and his appearance is easy to be misunderstood. In particular, he has never cut off the braids that are easy to cause misunderstandings. This problem may have to wait until he returns to St. Petersburg to correct it. Because when the Russian army was doing the Prussian thing, Solovyov didn't like to wear a wig on his head. It would be better to wear his own hair, which would be more comfortable. Your Russian army is still learning from those British. Mr. Carton, I'm not targeting you. You are also an American citizen now. And Mr. Carton is indeed British, and his father-in-law is also British, but now they are all Americans. It doesn't matter, Mr. Patterson, you just haven't gotten used to this identity yet. After these British became Americans, they still like to make jokes, and sometimes they say something quite mean. Of course, only if they are very close friends will they say something mean, but it won't lead to a fight. Yes, but my daughter Elizabeth did not follow my advice, and married a Frenchman. It's ridiculous. That Frenchman doesn't even speak French as well as my daughter. That's a lot of information. Mr. Patterson. Mikhail Solovyov, Lieutenant Colonel of the Guards. You are so young, and you are already a Lieutenant Colonel. You must have a title, right? It's just a baron. And in our Russian nobility, as long as they are legitimate sons, the title is given to everyone, as if it is divided equally. There is no such situation in Western Europe. It may be, because Russia is far away. What are you doing here? We are docked in Baltimore, and preparing to return to Europe. We need to find a port to replenish supplies, and also to see what a country that has been independent for less than 20 years looks like. Ah, then you have found the right person, Mike. Mikhail is often called Michael in English, so it seems to be nothing wrong to call him Mike. If you remove one leg from the M in Mike, I think the British will like the brand of textiles. After all, it's easier to win. Solovyov always felt that speaking in an American accent was tiring, and it was easier to talk to these Americans who had actually just become independent. It sounds like a good idea. As for the trademark, Solovyov drew a hook. He was just having a bad taste. It's too simple, but it's also easy to remember. Do you want to come to my house for a cup of coffee? This is a specialty of the New World, or hot cocoa and tea. As long as it's not British tea, I think it's good, such as Ceylon black tea. Mr. Patterson still invited Solovyov to his home. Mr. Carton was his neighbor, and the two were about to become in-laws. But the eldest daughter Elizabeth married a Frenchman, which really gave him a headache. However, Solovyov didn't know much about this Frenchman yet, but he just met him at Mr. Patterson's house. Speaking of Miss Elizabeth Patterson, I still don't know what her husband's last name is. She is a healthy and lively beauty, but even if she dresses up carefully, she still can't change the basic color of a southern girl. Of course, she is not a redneck girl, but no matter how she dresses up, she still feels a little rustic. Mr. Patterson's mansion is quite impressive. After all, he is also a famous businessman in Baltimore, which means that his life is more decent. Moreover, he is the second richest man in Maryland. The richest one is Mr. Carton's father-in-law, Charles Carroll, the initiator of the drafting of the Declaration of Independence of the United States and the representative of Maryland. This gentleman has a large estate in the countryside, but he will come to Baltimore recently to visit his daughter and her family. As for the noisy neighbors, he is also a little helpless. After all, the relationship between the two families is good, and if there is no accident, his granddaughter will marry Robert, the eldest son of the Patterson family. The sons have always made this wealthy businessman proud. They are all very motivated and can move forward towards the goals required by their father under strict requirements. The old father has a strong desire for control, which is exactly the opposite of Solovyov's father, Baron Sergei. When Solovyov was still the original little mishap, he was unwilling to do business and ran to join the army. Although he could not refuse to be a messenger for his father, until now he was recommended to the Grenadiers as an adjutant. His development direction became free. Mr. Patterson obviously hopes that the eldest son will inherit the family business, and the second son can join the army or engage in a promising industry in the future, but he ignores his daughter. Elizabeth Patterson was not satisfied with just being a housewife in Baltimore, so she chose to marry a Frenchman. I'm curious, Mr. Patterson, what kind of husband your daughter chose? When I was chatting with an officer on the Enterprise, I mentioned the French warship that was idle in Baltimore. It was the captain of that ship, and his last name seemed to be Albert. No, that chin, and these facial features. How could a Frenchman be named Albert? And you said that. It seems that you actually know his identity. Although it's annoying, you have to accept it. Yes, he confessed after the Christmas wedding. After Jerome coaxed the girl into his hands, he made his identity public. After all, he is the younger brother of the first consul of France. Although this identity and status have various problems, if there is a joke about elopement, it will only be Mr. Patterson himself who will be embarrassed, because he can't control his rebellious daughter. After all, he also has a lover and an illegitimate daughter. Neglecting his daughter's education will only bring jokes. As for when Jerome came here, he also knew that all kinds of visitors often came to his father-in-law's house. It's just that the one who came this time was a Russian with green eyes. In fact, there is often a salon in Mr. Patterson's house, but what is discussed here are always what happened on the ground in the United States, which is definitely different from the unstable politics that everyone is keen to discuss in Paris. And Mr. Carroll will come today. The composition of this place is indeed complicated. The 5 kind-hearted people, Americans, British, French and Russians, are almost all here, and they are going to have a tea party and dinner together. It is really worth seeing, especially Mr. Carroll, who is indeed in a high position. Although he cannot directly hold public office, because he is a Catholic, he has long served as a member of the Maryland Senator, and in his early years he was a member of the Maryland Senate. Chapter 273, Some slave owners advocate for the abolition of slavery. In fact, whether it is Mr. Carroll, his son-in-law Mr. Carton, or Mr. Patterson, although they were all British in the past, and are now Americans, they are more particular about French lifestyle. It is no wonder that wealthy Americans always hope to be more European, rather than being country bumpkins in America. Mr. Carroll, you speak French very well, and you sound like a Parisian. I studied at a church school in Bruges, then at the Lycée Louis the Great, and then went to London to study law. Studying law always requires being familiar with legal provisions. Mr. Carroll. Solovyov's tone of voice also had to take into account that the other party was more than 40 years older than him, and he always had to be respectful at such times. Yes, whether it is case law or statutory law, you need to be familiar with the provisions. But economics and politics, those people don't have to understand politics, especially in the current bad political environment. If everything has to be passed by vote, it will be very unstable. Some regulations should be passed directly by the executive branch, not the parliament. Which aspect do you mean? I want to talk about slavery. This kind of system should not be discussed, but should be abolished directly. Young man, I can read from your expression that you are surprised, but also agree. Speaking of which, these respectable people with high social status in Baltimore, although they have inherited some estates, they themselves do not seem to agree with slavery. Even Mr. Carroll, who submits such bills to the Senate of Maryland on a daily basis, has the same attitude, whether he was a state senator or served in various associations. Because I, with the help of the Emperor's edict, liberated the serfs with my father, but they did not leave our estate. It's a neat and beautiful way to do it, but it's a pity that it requires lengthy discussions here, and there are not many people to discuss it. The estate I own has the largest number of slaves, but I often submit bills to gradually abolish slavery, whether it's to restore the freedom of black slaves and return to their hometowns, or to make them free men in the United States. There must be a place to go. Everyone should know that slavery itself is full of sin. When he said this, Solovyov applauded the former senator, the richest man in Maryland. You are right, but I can also imagine that such a bill will not be easy to pass. If it is abolished immediately, it will seem too radical, and some people will not agree to gradually abolish it. That's true. Your St. Petersburg is too far away from the United States, but your emperor has at least realized the problem. But the resistance is the same. Even my own friends are supporters of the serfdom system. This kind of wrangling will last for a long time. In the United States, it is a meeting, and in Russia it may be even more troublesome. As for you, why don't you just free the slaves? Mr. Carroll was also quite helpless. He could only say this, in our America, if there are some things that have not been legislated, if you do them first, it may cause trouble. In other words, someone will sue you. There are too many lawyers here, and I realized this problem when I was studying law in London. Considering that Mr. Carroll was an Irish American and a Catholic, he could not hold public office during the British colonial period. after the independence of the United States, even though he was one of the drafters of the Declaration of Independence and lived through the 50th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration, he has never been able to get rid of trouble in his life. If there are too many lawyers, there will be all kinds of lawyers, which sounds scary, especially in the field of maritime law. That's right, young man, you still have a lot to learn. Yes, Mr. Carroll. Charles, I actually agree with you, but those congressmen have been arguing for too long. In this case, I will make a will now. If I go to God one day, the slaves on my estate will be free when they reach the age of 30. That's no problem, Bill. But you are still very young, at least compared to me. A will can certainly be finalized very early, but it will also have to be changed and revised again. That's the same. Our solution to the problem is nothing more than a will. But if you live too long and live to be 70, 80 or even 90 years old, I think slavery may have been abolished before this will takes effect. That's a good thing too. My son-in-law doesn't have to worry about this problem. He is a cotton merchant and lives in the city to do business. Me too, but Jerome, I was the military attaché of the embassy when I was in Paris, and I had the honor of meeting your brother. Speaking of which, this made Jerome a little embarrassed. Napoleon advocated the restoration of slavery in the West Indies, which was somewhat a step backward in history. His words embarrassed Jerome, but made Mr. Patterson a little proud. After all, a little bastard who had only been here from France for a few months abducted his precious daughter. Even more terrifying was that Elizabeth told him that, if he did not agree to this marriage, she would choose to elope with Jerome. In this way, he had to succumb to his daughter's opinion and let them get married in Baltimore. The son-in-law could not satisfy his father-in-law, but the new Russian made Jerome a little embarrassed. Michael, have you met that outstanding general in Paris? It was at a reception attended by ambassadors from various countries. I went with our ambassador, Count Morkov. Actually, he is not as short as the British say. It is obviously a slanderous propaganda. The British directly use their feet instead of the French ruler, which is a substitution of concepts. The first consul should be about the same height as me, right, Jerome? Jerome just felt that this delicate Russian was too familiar. He didn't expect that he was one of his second sister's boyfriends, and that the two were relatives. Solovyov promised Paulina that their affairs must be kept secret, but when he learned about the relationship between Josephine and his stepmother in Martinique, his tone would inevitably change. That's true. The British newspapers always tell lies. They even fabricated a story that my sister-in-law was also beheaded. The fact is that my brother hopes that my sister-in-law can have a special title for him, just like Elisa and I, the new Liwats when we got married for the first time. You do call her that now, Jerome. But what about you, Lieutenant Colonel? Are you married? I'm not married. You should try to love a woman, and then. Jerome spoke without paying attention to the occasion today. After Elizabeth Patterson coughed, he also found it a little inappropriate. This is a family gathering, but you are trying to persuade a new friend to get married. In Italy and France, many people do this. I've lived in Paris for a long time and I can relate to this. When my stepmother was looking for a fiancé for me in St. Petersburg, it's a bit ridiculous. She was always one step behind others. It's rare to have a good relationship with your stepmother. Yes, Mr. Carroll. In fact, we Russians don't have so many requirements in this regard. I'm also responsible for sending my sisters to the aristocratic girls' school in the Smolny Palace when they are of appropriate age. Because I'm an active soldier, if I'm a guardian, they will go to school at public expense. Girls' education is indeed crucial, and you have performed well as a brother. I can imagine that your family is very harmonious. Mr. Carroll, it's just that I'm the eldest son in the family. Even my sister Julia, who has the same mother as me, is 10 years younger than me. If I were older, I would be a generation older than them. What's more, my stepmother gave birth to a younger brother, Anton, and it was me who was at home, helping the doctors and midwives to bring him into this world. And he did this more than once. Later, at the dinner table, they talked more about what happened in Baltimore. However, the two largest slave owners in Baltimore both supported the abolition of slavery. If you hadn't seen it in person, you would have felt a little surprised. Solovyov also noticed that Jerome and his wife had a good relationship. If they wanted to divorce, Napoleon would have to personally break up the couple. After the dinner, Solovyov was also invited to stay at Mr. Patterson's house. They had enough rooms. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. This is just our first meeting. Your hospitality is so warm. Coming to Maryland, it feels like home here. Mike, you will be going back soon, so perhaps we can keep in touch for a long time in the future. I'm even interested in communicating with your father. After all, we are all businessmen, and it is not appropriate to talk about business matters with a soldier. Yes, the wine in your house is good, but my alcohol tolerance is limited. But you like my dishes very much, which is great. It proves that you like us here very much. Maybe in the future, I can do something for you. In St. Petersburg, we are studying steam-powered ships and vehicles, and will build railways in the United States in the future. Ah, you only drank a little rum, that's all. Don't drink too much in the future. Yes, that's not good for the liver. I know medical skills. I heard it, and what you said at the dinner table even scared Betsy. Betsy? My daughter Elizabeth. I call her Betsy, and that kid calls her Eliza. I also know this special name. The famous painter Madame Lebrun calls her daughter Brunette. Exactly the same. Well, you should go and rest. I hope you can come to Baltimore again. Speaking of which, if it comes to business, Baron Sergei is about the same age as Mr. Carroll. Although Solovyov doesn't want his father to travel far to the United States, if there is really a rope for hanging that can be sold at a good price, he will come. After all, their family was a butler for Prince Menshikov and a profiteer in Arkhangelsk. They must have this kind of smell. As for the American slavery, even if a group of slave owners submit bills there all day long, abolition will eventually be solved by fighting a civil war. As for racial discrimination, it has always been an unsolvable problem. And then the American solution in the future without considering these. Solovyov has met many local celebrities in Baltimore. After all, Americans are like this. After hearing about Solovyov's resume, even if he is so young, these rich people are willing to make friends with him. Mr. Patterson even thought that this young man had some prospects. At a young age, he had served as the captain of the guards and the aide-de-camp for the Tsar himself. He had more prospects than his son-in-law Jerome, who had a position in the navy, because of his brother, who was the first consul. Of course, he did not expect that his daughter and son-in-law would be forced to divorce. If Miss Patterson followed her husband to Paris, perhaps her ambition would be satisfied. She was really suitable for the occasions in Paris, and even learned to be good in Baltimore. But for Solovyov, he was more concerned about how to pack Jerome and his wife, and send them to France. This guy was really popular with women in his life. He married 3 wives in his life, and even more lovers. Except for Louis, who was sick in Egypt, and Elisa, the rest of the Bonaparte family seemed to share a template in terms of relationships between men and women. They were all very lustful. He was not very clear about Paulina's situation now. It was almost time for her to have a baby. As for the fact that he always encounters this kind of high-end game of where are we going, Dad, it is indeed laughable. Paulina's physical condition is really good. She gave birth to a son in Paris. When the child opened his eyes, Prince Camillo Borghese saw eyes that looked very similar to his wife's, so he relaxed his vigilance, but he couldn't avoid being a father this time, and he was quite happy. But the day the child was born was somewhat funny. It was April 1st, 1804, and the Republican calendar was not easy to remember. And it was not surprising that Prince Borghese named this child Leonardo. It just sounds like he was playing a word chain with Napoleon's name. Napoleon was very happy about the birth of this child. After all, having a son in a marriage is also a good thing in aristocratic marriage, which can serve as a bond to maintain the marriage. Even if Paulina was still so ridiculous, on the one hand, she looked at the child's face, and on the other hand, there was a representative of Pope Pius VII presiding, so the result should not be too bad. Of course, Solovyov was still in Baltimore, and wanted to play some pranks on his way back to Europe. Although he didn't target Jerome, he was still thinking of doing something in London. Chapter 274 HMS Haste to England. Jerome is indeed an interesting person. He had caused a lot of trouble before. Although his purpose of finding Elizabeth Patterson was not pure, these two ridiculous young people barely met the marriage age, and they announced their marriage in the Catholic Church. Considering that the two richest people in Maryland are of Irish descent, it is not surprising that they have Catholic beliefs. Many Irish and Scottish people have much better relationship with the French than with London. Are you really not considering returning to Europe with us? Thank you, sir. I'm afraid you will go to England again. This is a very troublesome matter, but with the status of Jerome and his wife, the British will not even think they are a threat, but will send them back to cause trouble. To be honest, Jerome's personal ability is indeed not very good, and to Napoleon, he is my stupid brother who has not yet demonstrated his ability. Moreover, he is not sure about his brother's attitude, but he wants to stay in Baltimore with his Eliza for a while. Well, we'll go back now. But if you abandon the ship in Baltimore, I don't know what the first consul will think of you when you go back. If my brother knew I got married here, he would be even angrier. Indeed, among the 8 brothers and sisters, only the widowed Pauline and the young Jerome could be used for marriage. And Napoleon's plan for his younger brother was to marry the royal family of a small European country. In addition, even if he brought Eugene's cousin Stephanie to his side, he might have the idea of marrying with a certain country. He married an American girl like this, which obviously violated the wishes of his second brother. I can imagine that Napoleon is an ambitious man. If possible, he even wants the moon to rotate in the opposite direction. You are going too far when you say that about my brother. He has great power, but he also needs the French people and his brothers. I have been the aide-de-camp to the Tsar for such a long time, and I still understand these things. No wonder you can run so far. His Majesty the Emperor of our country and his brother, His Highness Tsar Constantine, have a very close relationship. Huh? Do you have a co-emperor in Russia? The official title of our emperor is the Emperor of all Russia, and the title of Tsar was given to His Highness Constantine by the previous emperor, His Majesty Paul. There is no conflict. It's like the Emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, who always gives some titles to his relatives. As for the co-emperor, the last time was during the reign of Peter the Great. Solovyov knew that Jerome was not completely a fool, but his knowledge level was also extremely limited. Being with this person, I'm afraid I will have to experience a lot of absurd stories. Moreover, he did not intend to get too involved in Bonaparte's family affairs. When France and Russia were at peace, he would probably have the opportunity to come out and recognize his relatives. Then, the eldest nephew who fought 300 rounds with the French Emperor's army was somewhat funny. According to Napoleon's practice of not being stingy with titles and rewards for his relatives in various ways, he should also be given a knighthood or something like that. But when it comes to being given a knighthood, Sir Humphrey and Bernard will appear in his mind. He himself has this tendency to make jokes, and even often takes the initiative. Now, the haste is about to set off and cross the North Atlantic to return to Europe. Solovyov still complained in his heart that the name of the ship Haste was very good, but going to Britain is indeed more troublesome. He went to the Duke of Brunswick's house as a guest, and now he has a more convenient excuse to meet the Prince of Wales, the future George IV. This prince was also a decades-old prince, and George III often went crazy. This was the treatment of Porphyria. With the level of British doctors, it was not strange to kill a king. With the current level of these doctors, they seem to be talented in all aspects, but this is not a compliment. Even Napoleon was afraid of those doctors who liked bloodletting, so he was very resistant to these doctors who liked bloodletting. However, he was still more scientific. He found out that the Russians used vodka and other strong liquors for disinfection, and began to use them in the French army. It seemed to have greatly improved the environment of the barracks, and reduced the possible spread of epidemics. In fact, if King George III did not go crazy frequently, and finally became completely insane after the early death of his youngest daughter Princess Amelia, he would still be a very difficult opponent for British politicians. But under the current conditions, it is unlikely to cure a mad king, but with the level of butchers per capita in the UK, they have killed many people. At Mr. Patterson's house, he also heard about the widespread theft of corpses in Britain and the United States. So much so that, when people are buried in cemeteries, they have to put a fence outside the tomb. You should know that the stolen corpses are not only used for medical dissection, but also turned into bones. Considering that there is still phosphorus content in bones, it can also be used to fertilize the fields. When Mr. Patterson talked about this phenomenon, he thought of the kind of mummy jokes that were compiled. In addition to the ridiculous records of Chinese and Western medicine, it is unnecessary to use them as fuel for trains. If we mention the use of human bones, I'm afraid that it is the ash from the sugar factory near Waterloo, and the people who come from the UK to pick up bones. What will they do? In addition to using them as fertilizer in the fields, they also use them as dentures for people. With this practice, it is no wonder that when archaeologists later excavated the remains of soldiers at the Waterloo battlefield, those who could leave bones were generally lucky people who were unfortunately killed and buried alone, or in the crater together. From this point of view, Britain and the United States really eat people without spitting out bones, and they also have the attributes of great lack of virtue. The return journey of the Haste was very fast. They caught a strong westerly wind and followed the North Atlantic route. After a short sailing, they were close to the British Isles. The next destination of this trip was London. The Haste itself had to be anchored at the British naval base. Solovyov only took Bolzoni and Adela with him from Portsmouth to London. He always did so. As for the slave market in Baltimore, he did not buy any black people back in the end. Bolzoni had served in the Hanoverian army, so he knew some German. His original plan was to come to London to find a job. Now, after a long detour, he finally came to London. Boss, London is far worse than Paris. Even the Thames is worse than the Seine. But this is not the point. We are going to the embassy. Many large beer storage tanks can be seen on the road, right on the edge of the slums. With such large wooden barrels, the British are not worried that the materials used to hoop the barrels are not strong enough and the barrels will break directly. That would directly give this area a beer bath. That's not good. No wonder when you mentioned the operation of the brewery, you always talked about using small barrels for storage. This way, it is safer and easier to transport. If there is a loss, it will not be that much. But the British will definitely not pay attention to our suggestions, and will still do their own thing. After all, they are as arrogant as the French. When they arrived at the embassy, Count Vorontsov was resting. Your Excellency, I'm Solovyov, the military attaché of the French embassy. I'm sorry to be here at this time. Ah, you are Miss Han. How was the trip to America? The mission went smoothly. I think someone should have set out for Osberg by now. The British will also be wary of your actions. The British will be highly wary of the sampans that appear on the sea. Sooner or later, someone will come out to confront them and eventually drag down the British economy. Count Vorontsov also knew that the young man in front of him was not friendly to the British at all. In addition to his original knowledge, there was also the factor of the murder of Tsar Paul. But it is not like that now. The British economy looks prosperous, but the land prices are falling, and many stocks and bonds have been sold. After the short-term panic, it has returned to normal now. That's why I wanted to invest in a brewery in Dublin at that time. Sure enough, you are the descendant of Prince Menshikov's butler. You have a keen sense of smell in this area. After all, they are generations of profiteers, and they are still very useful. And you made some money, didn't you? It's not much, but I made back £1,000 in a short period of time. As for those unlucky people later, they are here to take over. You acted a little too early, but the timing is right. Okay, let's not talk about this. It's tea time now. Speaking of which, if you don't give any hints, you can't even tell that Count Vorontsov and his daughter Catherine are dressed like Russians. They look a little British on their faces. What kind of tea do you want? I think Ceylon black tea is the best. I like this taste very much. Of course, don't add sugar. It seems that you like the original taste very much, Miss Han. Yes, Mr. Ambassador, although it is very bitter, it is also very memorable. This should be the original meaning of Chinese tea tasting, not that we have to add milk and sugar. In Russia, there is probably jam. That's it. The tea here is all from India recently. Speaking of Indian black tea, we have to consider Darjeeling. Although Solovyov sometimes chooses Earl Grey, he is not used to the taste of Darjeeling. It seems that the route from Britain to India is relatively smooth and has not been attacked by privateers in the French Isle area. That's what the British said, but judging from the movements of these merchant ships that have returned recently, the French should have taken action in Ceylon and at both ends of the Strait of Malacca. Although there are only a few privateers taking turns, this is enough for the British to bear, unless they send out a colonial squadron to wipe out the remaining French strongholds. But the Indian Ocean is different from the Atlantic Ocean. The British can mobilize troops in the Atlantic Ocean more freely, and the Mediterranean Sea in Africa is so close to the Red Sea that only a canal was dug in the Pharaoh era, but it is now abandoned. You mean the French went there for this purpose? The French thinking and creativity are still very strong. On the contrary, the British, although they have made the greatest progress in scientific inventions, like to eat ready-made things the most. Yes, that's how the British are. After Vorontsov waited for a while, the black tea was almost ready. You brought your own servant, Miss Ha. Adela was a girl selling flowers on the streets of Paris. I asked her to come and be my maid, mainly to watch the door of the apartment. Children are always reliable. The engineers and technical workers that the emperor needs have already set off. When you return to St. Petersburg, you need to report to the emperor in person about the situation in London. Yes, I did have this mission this time. As for the Russians themselves starting to engage in industrial construction, they do need to use a large number of steam engines. Serfdom cannot be completely abolished, but the industries that need to be upgraded do need to be improved. The steam engine is indeed very critical, especially for transportation in mines, which can also improve efficiency. But the British themselves, when they have some new inventions, they prohibit their use because people die. I really don't understand what they are thinking. This can be said to be a typical British problem. Mishap, you should learn more about it. Speaking of which, Solovyov is not modest in this regard. He is quite familiar with the British. If it weren't for the fact that long and difficult sentences were a bit difficult for him, he would have been ready to go straight to that paragraph. In this situation, it was Sir Humphrey who was ecstatic. However, the face of Alexander, the second son of Prince Sólovyov, was too impressive. It was like when you accidentally saw George III on the street, you would mistakenly think that Sir Humphrey was crazy. I'm very interested, and I have heard a senior say this kind of thing, and he even ran a publishing company. Then, Solovyov told Count Vorontsov the story of Jim Hack that he could remember. This is really interesting. Our country is classified according to levels, and the British also have civil service levels, and they are all secretaries. I think a scribe should also be considered a kind of secretary. That should be the case. You speak English very well, even like a British. Maybe he is from the suburbs of London. Yeah, afternoon tea is okay. If it is replaced with British food, it will drive people crazy. It is as terrible as the pickled herrings of the Swedes. With injuries on his hands, this efficiency is not good. Chapter 275. Being a crown prince working on standby is a hard job. George III took over the throne directly from his grandfather George II, because his father died before George II. This king was the first ruler of the Hanoverian dynasty who could speak English fluently. George I could not speak at all. George II always spoke with a serious German accent. His father was on standby for a long time, but he could not survive his father. Now he is also on standby, and the situation is quite bad. Sometimes he is sober, sometimes he is insane. You can't figure out whether the King of England is online or offline. Count Vorontsov has been in Britain for a long time. He knows that the king and the parliament have been competing. When George III is sober, he believes that he has an obligation to appoint the prime minister according to public opinion. This is why he appointed William Pitt the Younger as prime minister, and some people he is not satisfied with will leave his post. In this case, parliament often can't play this Farmer George, and then the space is compressed little by little. He even had no hope for the Amiens peace treaty, thinking it was just a peaceful attempt. Of course, when the cabinet decided to declare war, his mind was not clear, sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. And if you have seen him in person, you will feel that you will suddenly speak a string of long and difficult sentences, making everyone look confused. No, you think too much, Miss Ha. His Majesty the King of England is not as you think. He will only perform his powers and obligations. George III did think so, but he was not friendly to his Catholic subjects. He also banned these people from holding public office. After the United Kingdom appeared, he directly asked the Prime Minister and his cabinet to get out collectively, and then reappointed them. Does it also include the Irish? I know that Ireland can't affect anything, but now London, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle, there are Irish everywhere. Your mind is very clear, but this is not in Russia, but in Britain. Vorontsov knew that the other party understood the operation of the British political system, so he still had to bring the topic back. Yes, but there should be a way. The king has to deal with the prime minister, the cabinet and the parliament, and the prime minister and the cabinet have to deal with the civil servants, and this will be even more so in the future. You do know the British very well. Do you have any good ideas? Not yet, but I have thought about it. I knew you would think of some ways. The emperor must have thought of a way, since he asked you to be a messenger all the way. I have a letter of introduction from the Duke of Brunswick. If possible, I can meet His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales and the Princess. But I also know that the relationship between the Princess and His Royal Highness is not very good. That's true. If you want to meet that prince, I think you will still need some means. I think you have a lot of acquaintances in the UK. My appearance as your entourage may be more effective. I think so too. Count Vorontsov was going to take Solovyov to the Prince of Wales's residence in the suburbs of London, but not in Kensington. While waiting here, Solovyov saw the portrait on the wall. If the Duchess of Brunswick is Charles' head on a woman, then the Prince of Wales himself is the head of the standby king on his body, which can be guaranteed by bloodline. As for what the British reporters should do, they have been running fast, wanting to make a big news, probably like this. His marriage was very unhappy, and at the same time he was in debt. George III threatened him that, if he did not marry the daughter of the Duke of Brunswick, he would not help him repay his debts of up to £630,000. In the end, the Crown Prince succumbed, but the marriage was very unhappy. After his wife gave birth to Princess Charlotte, the couple lived separately for a long time. The Crown Prince's favorite is still Maria Fitzherbert, who had a secret ceremony in front of the priest, but it must be kept secret. Twice widowed, 6 years older than the Crown Prince, this may also be a tradition of the Hanover-Windsor royal family, which has been passed down to Charles. But here in the British, you can't make such jokes, it's still very troublesome. Of course, there are still portraits that have not been removed in the Crown Prince's country villa, and you can imagine why Maria hates the Austrian painter so much. Maria, who was only 15 years old, was painted as a middle-aged woman, which means that she was not as beautiful as her 4 sisters. This practice is indeed unsatisfactory. If a painter like Madame Lebrun, who has her own photo editing skills, is more popular in the portraits and theme paintings of the nobles, if a filter is directly added to people, the effect will be very unsatisfactory. My lord, His Royal Highness invites you to come over, and your entourage. The butler and servants of Prince George do not wear wigs, which is the case in many places in the UK. Your Highness, it is an honor for us to accept your visit at this time. Don't say these polite words first, Mr. Ambassador. I can still hide here in peace. If it were in London, I'm afraid it would drive people crazy. Speaking of which, for George III's family, the most lethal thing is that their family life is also arbitrarily interfered with. Like George III, the requirement for the prince is to marry a wife according to his wishes and help him pay off his debts. If the princess herself has that consciousness and the prince himself can correct some of his shortcomings, it may be better. However, none of them did it, but Crown Prince George himself had to succumb to reality. In addition, the various troubles of the British royal family are indeed very strange. Crown Prince George has always been worried about his sister's marriage. After all, they want to fall in love freely, but the parliament has given them many restrictions, and marriages between nobles and commoners must be limited to an age. So the marriage of the younger sister Princess Amalia was restricted to after the age of 25, but her health was not very good, and she was infected with tuberculosis, but the degree was mild and not fatal. But the parliament put forward the conditions for marriage, which really gave the father and the eldest brother a headache. As for other British princesses, they were thankful to be able to get married, and it was often the old girls who filled the widowers' houses. Crown Prince George and Count Vorontsov talked mainly about some things about the relationship between Britain and Russia. Solovyov was actually a little afraid of such occasions. Not only was there no nutrition, but there were more times of laughing. But he didn't notice that someone was approaching him from behind. After taking off the two-cornered hat on his head, Solovyov revealed his natural hair. This golden hair was very eye-catching, and even attracted the attention of Princess Sophia and Princess Charlotte, the only daughter of Crown Prince George. After all, foreigners in the UK these days have already had such braids, because of the tax on wigs and related cosmetics. Solovyov's face is still relatively handsome, and it is easy to be misunderstood if you don't look carefully, especially since he always insists on shaving. As a Russian, hair grows faster than beards, so this strange scene appeared. Crown Prince George himself was just chatting with Count Vorontsov at first, and his attention was not on such an adjutant. Otherwise, how can you say that the job of adjutant has no future? But Princess Charlotte doesn't care about that. As she grows up, it is obvious that it is difficult for the tutor, housekeeper and servants to discipline her. Even if she has always been a good child, it may not be able to stop her from being willful at times. For example, now she took advantage of the fact that all the adults present were not paying attention, ran behind the sofa, and pulled Solovyov's braid. It's interesting that this brother actually has such long hair. After she pulled it, all the attention came to her, and Princess Sophia, who accidentally let her niece escape from her control, was a little embarrassed. Charlotte George, the Crown Prince, is still very tolerant of his daughter, who is also his only legal child, but he is still very negligent in educating his daughter. So much so that he and his wife are separated, and Princess Caroline has no custody, but he can always travel with his daughter in London. Instead, this makes the Crown Prince a little passive, and the princesses who bring England are actually not easy to deal with. It was also a coincidence today that George came to see his daughter because of the request of his sisters. Dad, Count Vorontsov had not expected this. The second heir to the British royal family knew who was prettier at a young age. In fact, these British children are all a bit precocious. According to what his daughter Catherine saw when she served in the palace that year, Her Highness Anna was older than Princess Charlotte, but she behaved very well, and even developed physically fast, but she was still a bit late in doing things. My lord, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Charlotte is a little naughty, but she is a good child. The girl was able to quickly realize her mistake and stand obediently with her hands behind her back, but her eyes were rolling. Mishap, it seems that His Highness likes you very much. The ball is always kicked to the person with the lowest status on the field, who can still speak. Lieutenant Colonel, you have good taste, especially this beautiful hair, which is indeed rare. If it were in the past, people might always mistake me for a girl. Especially when I wear the uniform of the Art Academy, there are always such misunderstandings. So, Crown Prince George also noticed that the face of this young officer was very beautiful, but the edges and corners were not clear enough, not like the stereotype of Russians at all. Come and play with me, Mishap. Charlotte obviously wanted to find him to play, which made Solovyov feel like a retired circus bear. Your Highness, I think this still needs your permission. Go, the Lord and I will talk for a long time. It's a torture for a young officer to sit here and not say a word. Especially a fat man and an old man, arguing always because of some boring things. Charlotte got a temporary big toy, a Russian guards officer, and she didn't know what this brother with pigtails was capable of. Your Highness, if you like, this is a small pendant that children in Petersburg love very much. Solovyov did not carry a weapon on his waist after arriving in London. Although the British are more insidious, their frequency of duels is obviously not as high as that of the French. What is this? A white whale. There are many of them in the Royal Aquarium in Petersburg. How beautiful. Princess Sophia was also very curious. Count Vorontsov's attendant was very young, but he was already a lieutenant colonel. However, judging from his status, his title was not high, but it seemed that he had risen through military merit. Generally, such young officers are impulsive and reckless, but the one in front of him is very patient and even good at taking care of children. Princess Charlotte was quickly tamed by him and had a lot of fun playing. But the white whale is a troublemaker. It always swims to the shore to scare children and keepers, especially spitting seawater from its mouth. It sounds fun. Well, it seems that this 8-year-old child is very brave and lively. If she had not died prematurely due to dystocia, there would not have been a crisis of succession to the British throne. Of course, when the British royal family gets married, it is always so abstract, which is another matter. If there is a chance, I want to go to St. Petersburg. It is by the sea, not in London. If your highness wants to visit St. Petersburg, I'm afraid that you must also have an invitation from the Russian royal family. His Majesty the Emperor and His Royal Highness the Queen of our country will definitely welcome it. Speaking of which, Alexander and Louisa live a simple life themselves, but when entertaining guests, they are willing to spend money and show off. Moreover, if you are on good terms with Britain, it is much smoother to communicate directly with the British royal family than with a two-faced government that plays tricks all day long. However, there has always been a knot in his heart that he can't let go, that is, the death of Tsar Paul. It is obvious that the British are behind this matter. After all, the Tsar himself quickly turned to reconcile with France, which is unacceptable to the British cabinet that has fallen into the anti-French crazy mode. And Lord Whitworth will definitely go unpunished. Solovyov still remembered how Maria and Catherine cried in front of the Tsar's coffin, especially in the funeral procession. However, if George III knew that his subordinates were so dirty and involved in the murder of other royal families, he would probably go crazy on the spot. After all, this king was very loyal to his wife and had so many children, but his grandchildren were few in number. The girls could not get married, and the sons were not in a hurry to get married. Princess Charlotte had been given extremely high expectations by the royal family and the people since she was very young. It was also because Prince George neglected to take care of his daughter that he ruined his reputation. You know, if it weren't for his laziness, he would have been welcomed by the people with his clever mind. As for George III, it soon spread to Queen Victoria. The era of that queen was probably not very friendly to the people of the world. The great lack of virtue of the British was actually mainly during this period. There is also a problem. After George III and George IV, there was no British king who could fight with the cabinet. If the king wants to deal with the cabinet, he still has to start from the childhood. However, this kind of thing still needs to be explained to the Crown Prince himself, and how an Oxford gentleman who looks like his father did it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.